Chapter 1047. Xiaochen turned her head back to look at the lightning cocoon and sighed. I just knew that this fellow would not be peaceful after he becomes the blue-robed emperor. Xiaochen's figure flashed, and Ao Jiao hugged the lunar shadow saber as she landed beside the lightning cocoon. Her figure slowly dimmed and finally vanished into thin air, as though she was no longer there. Buzz! The three blue-robed emperors of the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace wore black dragon robes and withdrew their auras. They landed firmly on the desolate island, their eyes filled with excitement as they looked at the lightning cocoon not far away. What a fellow! The information that Leng Xiaofan brought is indeed correct. This Xiaochen is really on a desolate island within 250 kilometers. Furthermore, he actually chose this time to make his breakthrough to the blue-robed emperor. The youth on the right, the blue-robed emperor, laughed softly as he carried a saber on his back. The lightning cocoon was a sign of a lightning-attributed cultivator making his breakthrough to the blue-robed emperor. Combined with the information that Leng Xiaofan brought, there was no need to guess. There was no need to guess. It was definitely Xiaochen inside. Ha! Being able to obtain Neptune's crown and offer it to the Dragon King is a great merit. The tall, skinny, black-haired youth on the left could not hide his joy. Only the white-haired old man in the middle showed a calm expression. He remained silent as he looked around cautiously. He raised his hand and pointed, and an ice sword chi shot out from his fingertip. The moment the sword chi appeared, frost immediately covered the ground. Clearly, his will of ice had reached an extremely high level. The crystalline sword chi looked solid. When the sunlight shone on it, it gave off a boundless glow. This made the sword chi that flashed by look like a beam of light flying out of his hand. Keng Chang. When the sword chi struck the lightning cocoon, it gave off a melodious clang. Electric light flickered, and the ice sword chi turned into mist and vanished. The huge lightning cocoon did not budge at all, not a single crack appeared. The three were stunned at the same time, feeling incredulous. The blue-robed emperor, who carried a saber on his back, was flabbergasted. What a strong lightning cocoon! What kind of accumulation did this fellow have for him to make his breakthrough to the blue-robed emperor? I'll go smash him. The tall and skinny blue-robed emperor had a fiery temper. He took a step forward and was ready to kill his way through. The white-haired old man said solemnly, "Ping Jun, be careful." "Ha, don't worry, old Cheng. He's at a critical moment now. Even if he knows that we're here, he'll be helpless. He's dead for sure today." The blue-robed emperor named Ping Jun laughed madly without a care in the world. Indeed, if Xiaochen were to stop attacking the blue-robed emperor at this moment, all his previous efforts would be in vain, but he would definitely suffer serious internal injuries from the recoil of the laws. No matter how one looked at it, fighting against three lesser-tier blue-robed emperors with a weak body was a hopeless situation. However, if he did not give up, he would only become a dead target. Passively receiving attacks from others would also result in death. No matter how one looked at it, it was a dead end. There was no possibility of survival. From tens of thousands of kilometers away, Leng Xiaofan managed to push Xiaochen into desperate straits with just a few words. This person's stratagem could be said to be unparalleled. Unfortunately, everything in the world had a chance of survival. Out of 50, 9 out of 40 would be used. Even if one was gone, there would always be a chance of survival. This chance of survival for Xiaochen rested on Ao Jiao. Ping Jun's figure flickered, and a red light flickered on his body. The clouds in the sky churned, and strong winds blew. Horrifying energy flowed out of the heavenly law imprint in his body and gathered in his body. His body merged with the sky. As he flew over, he merged with the world. Then, he suddenly attacked and punched. The energy that Xiaochen drove seemed to move the entire world. This was the strength of the blue-robed emperor. He returned to his natural state, merging with the world and forming heavenly laws. Every move of his could bring out the power of the world. It looked like the horrifying attack was about to strike the lightning cocoon. If the berserk energy struck it, the lightning tribulation would definitely shatter. Xiao Chen, who was in the middle of it, could not continue even if he wanted to. He could only allow the blue-robed emperor to stop attacking and suffer the backlash of the law energy. However, in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, a resplendent saber light lit up in the void. The saber light flickered for an instant. The instant the saber light flashed, a flash of divine lightning appeared in the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky, casting darkness for 5 kilometers around. Before Ping Jun could react, this saber light struck his body. He could not dodge or defend at all. Damn it! Xiao Chen roared ferociously. At the final moment before the saber light chopped him in half, he punched Ao Jiao. Ka Xie. The divine lightning turned into a thunder rock. As the saber light chopped down, Ping Jun's body was chopped in half. Electric light burst out and shattered his body. When Ao Jiao suddenly attacked, the blue-robed emperor's small perfection Ping Jun was chopped into pieces, not even leaving a corpse behind. This sudden change caught the white-haired old man and the other black-haired youth off guard. They did not even have a chance to save Xiao Chen. Ao Jiao suffered a punch from Ping Jun before he died. She was significantly injured, and her body looked somewhat illusory. She was no longer as lifelike as before. However, she grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly and looked coldly at the two in front. She stood guard beside the lightning cocoon, not moving at all. Item spirit. An item spirit with the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor. When the two saw the situation clearly and saw the lunar shadow saber in Ao Jiao's hand, their gazes turned fervent. An item spirit with the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor. If such a subdivine weapon could reach divine weapon rank in the future, it would most likely rank in the divine weapon ranking. Even if it did not rank in the divine weapon ranking, it would still be an extremely precious divine weapon. Its value far surpassed that of other divine weapons. Ha ha! Not bad. I want this saber. The black-haired youth smiled faintly and said, "The Blue Dragon King is really a human-shaped treasure trove. He has an extraordinary amount of good things on him. You want it? Are you qualified?" Just at this moment, cracks appeared in the deep purple lightning cocoon. A voice came from it. Ka Xie. Ka Xie. The lightning cocoon shattered into pieces, and thousands of electric lights surged out, forming a huge purple pillar of light soaring into the sky. Xiao Chen stood in the light, dressed in white. Winds blew in all directions, and clouds gathered. His body merged with the heavens. With a thought, he could stir up the winds and clouds. Xiao Chen's gaze was like lightning as he looked at the two in front. The aura of a king looking down on the world surged out as his gaze moved. The white-haired old man and the black-haired youth revealed horrified expressions. They could not help but take 2 steps back. Ao Jiao revealed joy on her face. Xiao Chen succeeded. After 12 years of life and death battles, he finally became an emperor. Attack together. When the white-haired old man and the black-haired youth saw that Xiao Chen had successfully broken through to the blue-robed emperor realm, they pressured them with their auras with just one look. The two steeled their hearts. They knew that if they did not work together, they had no chance of victory. They shouted coldly and charged over. Within the pillar of lightning, Xiao Chen watched the two flying over quietly. He was as unmoving as a mountain, standing like an old pine tree. He used his hands to face his enemies. The 3 blue-robed emperors merged with the heavens. Every move they made drove the power of the world. When they attacked, the world changed. The ground spun, and the sky spun. The distant sea and the nearby mountain were like illusions. They appeared around the 3 like fleeting lights and passing shadows. The blue-robed emperor's combat style was already very different from that of ordinary cultivators. Just by raising his hand, he could stir up the wind and clouds. Every move he made could draw on the power of the world. Such a scene was not a mysterious phenomenon or an illusion. It was a natural phenomenon produced when the power of the world was frequently driven. Their figures flickered, and the 3 quickly exchanged 100 moves. Xiaochen countered every move. His hands moved like lightning, moving unpredictably. He blocked all the moves of the black-haired youth and the white-haired old man. Soon, 100 moves passed. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. The desolate island under them could no longer endure the power of the world driven by the three's heavenly laws. Boom! The vast sea vanished into thin air. A huge black whirlpool appeared in the seawater, swallowing up the surrounding seawater. The three fell into the whirlpool, and the seawater spun on both sides, rumbling endlessly. However, the expressions of the three did not change. They ignored the whirlpool and continued to attack at lightning speed. The shock waves from the exchange and the power of the world driven by the heavenly laws prevented the black hole from filling up. Instead, the whirlpool expanded. Soon, it reached 10 kilometers in diameter. How many heavenly sage laws did he accumulate before he tried to break through to the blue-robed emperor realm? The black-haired youth and the white-haired old man felt increasingly startled. They had already been in the blue-robed emperor realm for several decades. The power of the world that the heavenly laws could drive should far surpass that of Xiaochen, who had just advanced to the blue-robed emperor realm. However, in reality, Xiaochen could drive more power of the world than the two of them combined, even though he was fighting one against two. From the very beginning, Xiaochen had been suppressing them. As the three fell, the end of the whirlpool extended downwards. Bang! It extended to the bottom of the sea, spreading out in all directions. Looking down from the sky, the flat surface of the sea looked like a bottomless pit that was closing up at an extremely fast speed. Boom! The seawater suddenly merged together. The instant it merged, an overwhelming pillar of water shot out, shattering the clouds. It looked like it pierced through the sky. 3 figures leaped out of the water pillar. They were Xiaochen's group of 3, who had just stopped fighting. In a short time, the two had already exchanged thousands of moves, fighting from the ground to the bottom of the sea, and then from the bottom of the sea to the clouds. This was the true battle between the blue-robed emperor realms. The black-haired youth and the white-haired old man appeared to be in sorry states. The instant the seawater merged, the three had shown some openings. However, the one who grasped these openings was Xiaochen. Despite moving later, he arrived first, punching the two in the chest, severely injuring them. Even now, they were in pain. Let's go. Once he becomes stronger, we will not be able to stop him. The white-haired old man said sullenly. Then, the two turned and left. In the earlier 1,000 moves, they had exhausted a lot of energy. Furthermore, they were injured. If they did not leave now, they would not be able to. Xiaochen said calmly, "You can come and go as you please. How can there be such a good thing?" Ao Jiao, saber. Ao Jiao smiled faintly and sheathed her saber. Then, she turned into a beam of light and entered the saber, chasing after Xiaochen. Ao Jiao was the lunar shadow saber's item spirit. However, most of the time, she was not willing to remain in the saber. The true might of the lunar shadow saber, the sharpness of a subdivine weapon, was rarely revealed. Xiaochen stretched out his hand and drew the lunar shadow saber the instant it brushed past him. An unparalleled sharpness spread out in the world. Metallic sounds reverberated in all directions. Boundless saber intent filled the air. Chapter 1048. Xiaochen pushed off the air and his body suddenly spun around, executing instant of glory. Bright moon and autumn wind, a world of its own with each spin. As Xiaochen spun around, mysterious phenomena appeared. The scene was grand and majestic. With that instant of saber light, it turned into eternal glory. The black-clad youth fleeing in the back showed a grave expression. He took out 3 ancient shields, trying to block this saber. However, now that the lunar shadow saber had Ao Jiao in it, its might rivaled that of a regular divine weapon. How could a few Peking grade shields block it? This moment of instant of glory was eternal. The black-clad youth's body was chopped in half along with the shields. Xiaochen stretched out his hand, and the spatial ring that the black-clad youth left behind flew into his grasp. Then, he looked at the white-haired old man who was already far away and did not give chase. Now that Xiao Qin had reached the threshold of the blue-robed emperor, as long as the great perfection blue-robed emperor did not appear, the small perfection blue-robed emperor would find it hard to suppress him. Xiao Qin looked around and found another desolate island. His body seemed to vanish into thin air as he landed on it. Some of the wondrous uses of heavenly laws could be infused into movement techniques by drawing on the power of the world. However, when one's speed reached its limit, they could increase it by 10%. This was something that Xiao Qin comprehended in the earlier battle. Ao Jiao came out of the saber, revealing a smile on her face. She opened her hand, revealing a blue-robed emperor's spatial ring. I heard their conversation. They are the people of the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace. That is, they are the old subordinates of Neptune, the faction of the Southern Sea Dragon King, Ao Jiao said softly. Xiao Qin frowned slightly. The other party should be here for Neptune's crown. From the moment Xiao Qin came into contact with the 7 heroes of the dragon, he felt that someone was hiding in the darkness like a venomous snake, targeting him. However, Xiao Qin did not know anything about this person. He did not know the other party's true purpose. Forget it. As long as the other party's plan didn't succeed, there would always be a chance to capture the other party. Before that, he could only continue to improve his strength. Xiao Qin collected his thoughts and smiled slightly. He handed the space ring in his hand to Ao Jiao. Thanks for your help this time. If it wasn't for Ao Jiao, who had blocked a blow for him at the most crucial moment, he would have been in grave danger. Ao Jiao took the ring and curled her lips. Hee, this is the reward you gave me. You didn't even give me a chance to relax. Xiao Qin was slightly taken aback. He smiled and said, what do you want? I'll help you find it. Ao Jiao was speechless. This guy was still as dumb as before. As long as he could live well, why would she want anything? He even took her joke seriously. However, she really wanted something. She really wanted Xiao Qin to help her find it, but she was very hesitant. She shook her head silently in her heart. Then, she smiled and said, I'm just teasing you. These are the treasures I found from Gao Yangyu, Chen Wenjun, and the 2 Sun Palace elite disciples. I placed all the black astral coins on them in a space ring. There is not much, just 5 million black astral coins in total. 5 million black astral coins was a very large sum. After all, not everyone had the same fortuitous encounters as Xiao Qin. Gao Yangyu was just a loose cultivator in the Cloud Sea domain. If he had not killed the 2 Sun Palace elite disciples, his black astral coins would have decreased even further. Xiao Qin lowered his head and flipped through the treasures Ao Jiao found. There were secret manuals, medicinal pills, spirit weapons, secret treasures, and several other categories. After a quick look, Xiao Qin shook his head slightly. Most of them did not catch his eye. After leaving the Cloud Sea domain, he would have to sell them off quickly. Hey, this fan is rather exquisite. Xiao Qin discovered a white fan. The frame of the fan was made of many divine materials. It was hard and sturdy, and it felt very heavy in his hand. When the fan opened up, there was a painting of a night scene on the front. There was a bright moon, a small bridge, and a flowing river. There were people admiring the moon. The scene had a gentle beauty to it. There was a poem on the back. Ao Jiao said, this fan is pretty good. However, this fan is a strange weapon. Very few people use it. Most of them only show off their elegance and will not sell for a good price. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. Then, he put away the fan and smiled. I will not sell this first. I have a use for it. You really like to keep people in suspense. Seeing that Xiao Qin only said half of it, Ao Jiao muttered. Then, she took out a secret manual that Xiao Qin ignored. She said, you should be able to use this. Back then, Gao Yangyu used this to hide his strength. Foundation Returning Art. Xiao Qin read out the words on the secret manual. After flipping through a few pages, his eyes lit up. This cultivation technique was not complicated. After reading it once, Xiaochen roughly understood it. Its rank was not high, but it was very useful to Xiaochen. As long as one learned this cultivation technique, one could hide one's true strength at any time. Unless it was someone much stronger than one, no one would discover it. Back then, Gao Yangyu used this cultivation technique to hide from everyone. Xiaochen put away the foundation returning art and placed all the other treasures into a spatial ring. After he left the Cloud Sea domain, he would sell it. Hey, it's empty. It's still empty. Ao Jiao's expression changed slightly. The space in the two blue-robed emperor's spatial rings was chaotic. She did not see anything. When Xiaochen heard this, he could not help but be startled. He had high hopes for the wealth of the two blue-robed emperor's spatial rings. Why was there nothing in the spatial rings? What's going on? Xiaochen took a look for himself. Indeed, the spatial rings were empty, there was nothing in them. Ao Jiao lowered her head in thought. Clearly, the spatial rings of the blue-robed emperor would not be empty. This did not make sense. After a while, she came to a realization. I remember now. There should be some kind of secret treasure in the spatial rings. When the master dies, the imprint in the secret treasure vanishes. Then, it explodes and destroys the space in the spatial ring. There is such a secret treasure. Xiaochen was very surprised. His mood was somewhat depressed. The large amount of treasures that he expected was gone. Anyone would feel upset and depressed. Ao Jiao smiled and said, secret treasures that can destroy space are extremely rare. However, they definitely exist. An ancient faction like the Divine Dragon Palace should have many of them. They should be able to prepare one for all the experts above the blue-robed emperor. This is really ruthless. Even if I die, I cannot let others benefit from it. Xiaochen thought to himself, in the future, when I defeat the blue-robed emperor, I cannot kill him on the spot. I have to knock him unconscious first. Xiaochen did not think about this for now. The trip to the treasure mountain had given him a bountiful harvest. 10 profound meaning jade strips were enough for him. So be it if the wealth of the two blue-robed emperors is gone. Right now, there are still many things that I have to do. After taking out the grief pendant, Xiaochen revealed a nostalgic expression. Then, he took out the cycle banner. Xiaochen prepared to refine the fourth grief thrown into the cycle banner. That's right. Ao Jiao, make a trip to Starry Cloud Island. Help me see how the Mo clan is doing. Now that the 8 city lords were dead, the Cloud Sea domain would be in chaos for a long time. Xiaochen would have a great opportunity. This would give Mo Chen a great opportunity. Her talent had always been limited. Now that she grasped the Book of Heavenly Works and the Shattered Cloud City's city lord, who had been suppressing her, was killed by Xiaochen, her future would be much smoother. Ao Jiao nodded. Then, her figure flashed as she flew towards Starry Cloud Island. Given Ao Jiao's current strength, which rivaled the blue-robed emperor's, there was no one in the Cloud Sea domain that could threaten her. Xiaochen was about to leave the Cloud Sea domain. With Ao Jiao going to take a look, he could rest assured. Xiaochen took out the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and put away the Solar True Flame first. The surface of the Golden Crow egg was already covered in cracks. In another 2 or 3 months, it would successfully hatch. At that time, it would be worth anticipating what kind of existence it would be. Xiaochen took out the Golden Crow egg and placed it aside. Then, he placed the grief pendant in. Then, Xiaochen started to use the Lunar True Flame to melt it. After his previous experience of merging thrones, Xiaochen was very familiar with the process. When the sky turned dark, he successfully merged the grief throne into the cycle banner. Massacre, death, ruin, and grief. Now, he had gathered 4 of the 7 thrones. Only 3 remained. He already had news of the despair throne. He did not know when he would find news of the pain throne and the destruction throne. Whoosh! Xiaochen held the cycle banner and gently waved it. The banner fluttered, and starlight of 4 different colors intersected. The might of the cycle banner improved. When the words, massacre, death, ruin, and grief, were used together, even the blue-robed emperor would have to retreat. Unfortunately, as long as Shao Qin could not gather all 7 thrones, the cycle banner would only be in name. In the end, the will of thunder was weaker than the will of primal chaos. Even with the familiarity of the immortal will, it would still be hard to deal with Chu Chaoyun. Shao Qin wondered what the outstanding talents that went to the astral battlefield were like now. He also wondered what was so special about the experts of the deep abyss demon race of the same generation. Could Chu Chaoyun be in the astral battlefield as well? Shao Qin did not think about this for now. Then, he put away the cycle banner and moved on to the next matter, to let the solar true flame swallow up the purple thunder true flame and strengthen it further. The solar true flame that Mo Qin gave Shao Qin was much weaker than his own lunar true flame. Only by swallowing up the purple thunder true flame could it contend with the lunar true flame and form the true Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. The purple thunder true flame was the strongest yang-attributed flame. However, it was not the strongest yang-attributed flame. Its quality was slightly weaker than the lunar true flame. Shao Qin opened his palm, and the solar true flame and purple thunder true flame's origin flame appeared in his palm at the same time. Shao Qin gently pushed them up. The 2 clumps of light, one big and one small, quickly merged and swallowed each other up. The purple thunder true fire's origin flame was deeply rooted in the purple thunder divine incantation. It stubbornly resisted the solar true flame's swallowing and even suffered a backlash. At this moment, Shao Qin needed to make a move to suppress the purple thunder true fire. The process of swallowing and merging was not smooth, it was even somewhat bumpy. After spending the entire night, Shao Qin heaved a sigh of relief. The solar true flame had finally swallowed up the purple thunder true fire. Contrary to what Shao Qin expected, the purple thunder true fire's origin flame did not seem to have completely disappeared. When he circulated the purple thunder divine incantation, he could still feel a connection with the solar true flame. Based on this, when the purple thunder divine incantation advanced to the 8th layer, the solar true flame would improve further because of the purple thunder true fire. Shao Qian's initial worries were no longer necessary. Shao Qin calmed himself down and dealt with the many matters on hand. On the desolate island, Shao Qin started practicing the saber, practicing the profound saber technique, Thousand Frost Battle Snow. If Shao Qin learned this move, he would have grasped 4 profound martial techniques, Instant of Glory, Subduing Dragon Profound Slash, and the 1,000-Year Flame. Every move was an earth-shattering killing move. When executed with the strength of a quasi-emperor, its might would be even more horrifying. Chapter 1049. The last 3 moves of the myriad Heaven Divine Fist were not profound martial techniques. However, with Shao Qian's modifications and improvements, their destructive power was no weaker than the profound martial techniques of other cultivators. 7 days passed in a flash. Shao Qin had practiced most of the 1,000 Frost Battle Snow. In the end, it was a profound martial technique left behind by someone else. He could not execute it as he pleased, nor did he comprehend it smoothly. Whoosh! A petite figure flew over from the distance. With a thought, Shao Qin made the frost on the ground and the drifting snow in the sky vanish instantly. Ao Jiao landed on the ground and patted her chest. She smiled and said, "That girl is much smarter than you." She moved the Mo clan to the Broken Cloud Sea and hid there temporarily, making it difficult for me to find her. When Shao Qin heard this, he smiled. With this, he relaxed. Mo Qin was indeed a smart person. She knew that she had to endure when the time was right. I saw you practicing the 1,000 Frost Battle Snow earlier. How was it? With your comprehension ability, it should be about time, right? Ao Jiao asked with a smile. Shao Qin nodded and said, yes. Proud snow bullying frost, 1,000 Frost does not accept it. The name of this saber is proud. Snow has pride, frost has pride. When the saber is swung, it has to bring out the pride in its bones, unleashing it without restraint. Ao Jiao entered deep thought as she sized up Xiaochen. She said, I suddenly discovered that the frost in this saber is very similar to you. White snow is born noble, descending from the sky. The moment it appears, it becomes the center of attention. Its pride soars to the clouds, revealing its cold light. On the other hand, frost is born from a lowly background. It is born from deep underground filled with ravines. From birth, it will be trampled on by others. However, no matter how lowly it is, no matter how ordinary it is, the pride in its bones will not die. Frost will eventually be able to defeat the white snow filling the sky. Ao Jiao's words made Xiaochen very spirited. Then, he looked into the distance. Frost battles snow. Now, this frost was going to leave this cloud sea domain. He wanted to see if the snow-covered outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean were as incredible as Xianyuan Zhantian said. Purple Cloud Island, the largest island at the edge of the Southern Sea. After crossing this island, one would officially enter the Southern Sea. The largest city on the island was called Purple Cloud City. In an inn somewhere in the city. Did you hear? 2 of the Divine Dragon Palace's supreme elders died at the hands of the Blue Dragon King Xiaochen. How could I not know about the recent uproar in the Southern Sea region? I heard that even the old Dragon King, who was in closed-door training, was nearly alarmed. Speaking of which, this Blue Dragon King is really incredible. He used a secret treasure to instantly kill the 8 blue-robed emperors in the Cloud Sea domain. The Divine Dragon Palace thought that he had lost his trump card and wanted to take advantage of the situation. In the end, they suffered a double loss and lost face. Say, do you think that there is anyone in our Southern Sea region that can match up to Xiaochen within the same generation? Inns and taverns were always the places where cultivators gathered the most. This was also the place where news spread the fastest. The death of 2 blue-robed Emperor Supreme Elders of the Divine Dragon Palace was a major matter that could not be kept a secret. In less than a month, the news spread throughout the Southern Sea. Who could match up to the Blue Dragon King Xiaochen? When someone raised this question, the bustling inn immediately fell silent. Even the older generation blue-robed emperor died at the hands of Xiaochen. Who in the same generation could stop him? Perhaps the holy scions of the immortal Holy Lands might be able to match him. Right. Don't overestimate others. The outstanding talents of our heavenly starry ocean are not weak either. The 5 poison sects' strange poison techniques, the myriad fiend islands' ancient inheritance, and the Heavenly Province Academy's righteous chi are all at least 100,000 years old. I heard that the Lunar Palace's holy daughter is coming to our Purple Cloud City today to treat people for free. The Sun Palace's holy scions and the scions of the ancient noble clans are all coming after hearing the news. Is that true? The Lunar Palace's holy daughter rarely leaves Bright Moon City. Why is she here this time? Perhaps because the topic of matching up to Xiaochen was too heavy, the topic of the inn quickly shifted to the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. The atmosphere turned lively once more. At a table by the window on the 2nd floor, a white-clad youth with an outstanding air and delicate features held a white fan in his hand. This person looked like he was only a Grandmaster-level martial sage. However, his aura was unfathomable, like the icy water in a cold pool, very misty. When the youth heard this news, the wine cup that he was holding to his lips paused slightly. He revealed an interested expression as he put down the wine cup and muttered, "Lunar Palace's holy daughter?" The Lunar Palace. That holy land with a special status far away from the mundane world. Should I go and take a look? Since the outstanding talents of the Southern Sea will come after hearing the news, this is also an opportunity. I want to see how outstanding the cultivators of the same generation in the heavenly starry ocean are. This person was none other than Xiaochen, who had disguised himself and used the foundation returning art to hide his cultivation. He was on his way to the largest trading center of the Southern Sea, the 10,000 Treasure Sea Market. That place was a maritime market, a sea market specially prepared for cultivators. It was boundlessly bustling and bustling. Be it illegal goods of unknown origins or treasures obtained through legitimate channels, one could quickly sell them there. Furthermore, there were many merchant associations, so one would not have to worry about suffering a loss. Xiaoqin had heard that the 10,000 Treasure Sea Market was about to hold the biennial 10,000 Treasure Festival. There would be all sorts of auctions. No matter what level one was, one would be able to find the most suitable item. Not only could one sell the goods on hand, but one could also search for treasures that one wanted at the auction. At the same time, one could also experience the grand occasion of the 10,000 Treasure Festival. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone was very suitable. The Lunar Palace's holy daughter was very famous. Since he met her by chance, there was no harm in going and taking a look. It would not take much time. Xiaoqin waved his hand and called the waiter over. The waiter walked over with a joyful smile on his face. This young master had been very extravagant in the morning. After asking around for some information, he rewarded the waiter with 100 astral coins, equivalent to several years of his salary. When the waiter saw Xiaoqin wave his hand again, he rushed over in a hurry, afraid of being slow. The Lunar Palace's holy daughter is really coming to Purple Cloud Island. Do you know why? The waiter smiled and said, yes, she is coming. I heard that this holy daughter left Moon City half a year ago, searching everywhere for famous doctors. Everywhere she went, she would treat the injuries of others. This time, she is just passing through Purple Cloud Island and will be staying there for a few days. Her destination is the 10,000 Treasure Sea Market. There are several Grandmaster alchemists hired by large merchant associations there, and they are quite famous. Xiaoqin sighed softly. Finding it strange, he said, since this Lunar Palace's holy daughter dares to treat illnesses, her medical skills should be relatively good as well. Why is she looking for famous doctors? The waiter smiled and said, I find it strange as well. The Lunar Palace's holy daughter has excellent medical skills and excellent alchemy skills. She once saved several people who were on the verge of death. However, such a person is like a fairy from heaven. How can a mere manservant like me guess the thoughts of a fairy? This made sense. It would be strange if the waiter before him knew about such a difficult problem. Xiaoqin smiled and asked, do you know when she will arrive? Ha! I'm not sure. Perhaps she will arrive today. Perhaps she will arrive the day after tomorrow. Perhaps she will not stop at Purple Cloud Island at all, heading directly to the 10,000 Treasure Sea Market. All these are possible. There are so many possibilities. In that case, there is no need to wait here. Xiaoqin picked up his wine cup and drained it in one go. Then, he placed down an astral coin and prepared to depart for the 10,000 Treasure Sea Market. Everyone, quickly go to the west of the city. The Lunar Palace's holy daughter is here and has already opened her stall. Brothers, if you have any hidden injuries or internal injuries, go quickly. Otherwise, it will be a pity if you are late. Suddenly, a cultivator rushed into the inn's hall and shouted excitedly. The hall was silent for a while before it turned chaotic. The cultivators at the various tables tossed down their money and rushed to the door. Bang! In an instant, the spacious door was directly burst open, and the bustling inn was quickly emptied. Xiaoqin was flabbergasted. This was too exaggerated. Actually, if one thought about it carefully, it was not exaggerated at all. A cultivator's life would always be accompanied by pain. More or less, they would leave behind internal injuries and hidden injuries that they did not know about. Xiaoqin himself had been injured many times. However, his physical body was strong, reaching peak rank 4 sage body. He was confident that he would not leave behind any hidden injuries. The same could not be said for other cultivators. If they did not get rid of their hidden injuries, when they flared up, they would become a stubborn disease. No matter how good the spirit pills and miraculous medicines were, they would not be able to treat them. Aside from internal injuries and hidden injuries, there were also people who suffered setbacks when cultivating. Their meridians were in chaos. Now, there was a person who could treat people's injuries for free. Furthermore, his medical skills had reached great heights. It would be strange if they did not fight to the death over him. Xiaoqin pushed off the ground and leaped out of the window. Then, he somersaulted beautifully in the air and landed on the roof of the inn's top floor. Western part of the city, Xiaochen thought to himself. Then, he unfurled the freedom wings and looked towards the western part of the city. Many scenes flashed before Xiaochen's eyes like a movie. The big streets and small alleys, the sky, and the ground, were all filled with cultivators rushing towards the western part of the city. The scene stopped. In front of a pavilion by a lake in the western part of the city, many young girls in their prime stood in 2 rows, maintaining order. They all had graceful figures and pretty appearances. The young girls all had smiles on their faces, and their auras were ethereal. All of them had a gentle beauty like the moon, giving people a good impression of them. However, all of them were incredibly strong. When Xiaochen saw this, he felt startled. Unexpectedly, all of these 10-odd young girls were martial sages. There were also several arrogant young men with outstanding auras standing in front of the pavilion, helping to maintain order. These should be the outstanding talents who had come to follow the Lunar Palace's holy daughter because of her fame. There were not many cultivators in front of the pavilion yet. However, after a while, the small path in front of the lake would be filled with cultivators who had heard the news. So close yet worlds apart. Xiaochen took a step forward and silently crossed 5 kilometers. Then, he drifted down from the sky. Then, he landed in front of most of the cultivators and quietly lined up at the back of the line, which was not very long. The order of the place was very good. There was no clamor or noise. Every time a person stepped forward, a red rope would descend from the elegant pavilion and tie it to the cultivator's wrist. After the red rope was withdrawn, the young girls standing on both sides would receive instructions to inform the cultivator of the diagnosis. If there were ready-made medicinal pills, they would give them. If there were none, they would leave behind the medicinal pill recipe. This was very efficient. However, Xiaochen could not help feeling disappointed. Originally, he thought that by lining up for treatment, he would be able to personally see this famous holy daughter. However, when he arrived, he realized that this holy daughter did not show herself at all. Chapter 1050. Xiaochen's interest waned. He had the intention to leave. He was very confident in his body, he did not have any internal injuries or hidden illnesses. Since he could not see this woman, there was no point in continuing to line up. It's your turn. What are you waiting for? A melodious voice rang out. Just as Xiaochen was thinking this, he suddenly discovered that the line in front of him was already full. The various outstanding talents in front of the pavilion all revealed displeased expressions as they looked at Xiaochen, who was distracted. They thought that he was here to cause trouble. A few of them even had a faint baleful aura in their eyes. If Xiaochen was really here to cause trouble, they would not mind teaching him a lesson. Xiaochen smiled bitterly in his heart. He could only go up and go through the motions. Otherwise, there would be some small trouble. Xiaochen stepped forward and stretched out his wrist. A red string carrying a medicinal fragrance flew over from the pavilion. Whoosh! It tied itself to his wrist and tied a knot. Xiaochen looked at the red string. However, a screen blocked his view. Even his spiritual sense could only see a mist, he could not see the holy daughter's appearance behind the mist. Xiaochen felt a cool and refreshing energy flow through his body. Then, the red string bounced back. The diagnosis was complete. However, unexpectedly, after a long time, no young girl came out from either side. No one came out to tell Xiaochen the results of the diagnosis. There was also no medicinal pill or pill recipe for him. The others whispered to each other, not knowing what was going on. However, Xiaochen was very clear. He did not have any hidden injuries or internal injuries. Why would they give him the medicinal pill or pill recipe? Sorry for the interruption. It looks like my body is fine. There are no hidden injuries or hidden injuries. After giving the pavilion a deep look, Xiaochen performed a cupped fist salute and prepared to take his leave. He had only come here to join in on the excitement. There was nothing else to see, so naturally, there was no need to stay. Ha! You are really interesting. The holy daughter said that your illness is beyond cure. Even a divine doctor cannot save you. We were just hesitating on whether to tell you or not. A young girl laughed coquettishly, saying something that Xiao Chen would never have thought of. Beyond cure. How could that be? Xiao Chen's physical body had been tempered several times, going through many trials and suffering 1,000 kinds of pain. After consuming 100 drops of dragon marrow, he had attained a peak rank 4 sage body. How could he be so sick that even a divine doctor couldn't save him? Young master, you still have 10 years to live. If you have any wishes, you should do them as soon as possible, said the pretty attendant softly. She also had a look of pity on her face. Xiao Chen found it a little funny. The more he said, the more ridiculous he became. He even said that he only had 10 more years to live. Perhaps the Lunar Palace's holy daughter was only a so-so. Just look at the so-called outstanding talents in front of the pavilion. They only had appearances and were not worth mentioning. Perhaps there were no experts in the entire heavenly starry ocean. At the very least, there were no eye-catching people in the same generation. How unfortunate. At such a young age, this white-robed person is already a Grandmaster-level martial sage. Clearly, he is an outstanding talent of a noble clan. He can be considered a hero. Unexpectedly, he only has 10 more years to live. A hero? Perhaps he is overexerting himself and does not know the principle of progressing step by step. That's why he fell sick. Furthermore, he does not know that and came to the Lunar Palace's holy daughter to join in the fun. That's true. Based on his appearance, he does not look like he is here to treat his injuries. He probably thinks that his cultivation is pretty good and that he can gain the holy daughter's favor. Who knew, the Lunar Palace's holy daughter would see through his hidden illness with one glance. Serves him right. The cultivators waiting in line all had expressions of schadenfreude in their tones. When they saw a cultivator who was far more outstanding than them only have 10 more years to live, they would definitely feel some joy. I wonder where this white-robed person came from. Based on his scholarly appearance, he might be from a Confucian noble clan near the Heavenly Province Academy. I have never heard of such a person in the Heavenly Province Academy. Even some of the more famous Confucian noble clans do not have such a person. He probably came from a small clan. That should be the case. He does not seem to have any righteous chi on him. His clan probably used him as a sacrificial pawn. He still does not realize it, thinking that he can become a dragon in one leap. There were all sorts of discussions. It seemed like they all agreed with the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. The holy daughter said that Xiao Chen only had 10 more years to live, so he really would not live past that. The 4 youths in front of the pavilion all rejoiced in Xiao Chen's misfortune. With one glance, they could tell that Xiao Chen was not really here to seek treatment. They felt that Xiao Chen's true purpose was the same as theirs, just to get close to the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. Xiao Chen gently closed the folding fan in his hand and smiled faintly. Then, he prepared to turn and leave. Young master, please wait. The holy daughter still has something to say. If you are willing to cripple your cultivation and become an ordinary person, I can lend you the Lunar Palace's longevity art. I can lend young master the Lunar Palace's longevity art. I guarantee that young master will live to 100. Xiao Chen originally had a smile on his face. Now, his expression sank completely. This was really never-ending. These people really could say anything. Now, they actually wanted him to cripple his cultivation. There should be a limit to the nonsense they spouted, alright? Xiao Chen stopped walking and turned around with the white folding fan in his hand. Young master, have you made up your mind? If you are really willing to cripple your cultivation, I can let young master read 3 chapters of the Lunar Palace's longevity art. When the delicate girl who spoke saw Xiao Chen turn around, she thought that he had changed his mind. She repeated what she said earlier. Her tone was gentle, but her posture contained a kind of aloof arrogance. It was as if letting Xiao Chen read the first 3 chapters of the longevity art was already a great kindness and charity. Xiao Chen smiled and said, actually, I am also somewhat skilled in medicine. When the Holy Daughter took my pulse, she concluded that I have 10 more years to live. It is impolite not to reciprocate. I will also take the Holy Daughter's pulse and see if she is in a delirious state. You are so young, yet you are already speaking nonsense. The moment Xiao Qin said that, everyone's expressions changed drastically. The Lunar Palace's Holy Daughter held an esteemed position and a high prestige. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin dared to question the Lunar Palace's Holy Daughter, speaking rudely. She gave you kindness and saved your life. Not only did you not feel grateful, but you even slandered the Holy Daughter. How bold! Where did this wild brat come from? Why don't you look at where you are? How dare you behave atrociously here? A dark-skinned youth in blue among the 4 outstanding talents in front of the pavilion drew his sword in anger. Then, he charged at Xiao Qin while emitting killing chi. The people on the left and right reacted too slowly. They could not help but curse this brat for being too shrewd. This was an opportunity to show off, yet this fellow snatched it away. Without hesitation, the 3 of them attacked together, charging at Xiao Qin. Ha! The 4 strongest youths of our Purple Cloud Island are attacking together. This brat is dead for sure. It is good that he is dead. He even dares to speak rudely to the Holy Daughter. Serves him right. In any case, he will not live for more than 10 years. It is all the same if he dies earlier or later. A small clan is indeed a small clan. They have not seen much of the world and think that Grandmaster-level martial sages are incredible. They do not know that Grandmaster-level martial sages are divided into the strong and the weak. Our Southern Sea does not need too many young Grandmaster-level martial sages like him. The girl who tried to console Xiao Qin frowned slightly when she saw the 4 outstanding talents of Purple Cloud Island surging with killing chi. However, she did not say anything in the end. Xiao Qin's words were simply too overboard. It turned out that they were cultivators of Purple Cloud Island. No wonder they were Grandmaster-level martial sages. No wonder they were not even comparable to the elite disciples of the Sun Palace in Xiao Qin's opinion. Grandmaster-level martial sages were indeed divided into the strong and the weak. However, these 4 people before Xiao Qin clearly belonged to the weakest category. Wherever they went, any Grandmaster-level martial sage would beat them into kneeling and begging for mercy. The phrase, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, referred to these 4 people. Xiao Qin opened his folding fan. He did not use the strength of the blue-robed emperor, only that of a Grandmaster-level martial sage. The instant he opened his folding fan, a layer of frost spread out from under Xiao Qin's feet. Crystalline white snowflakes drifted down from the sky. Proud of the snow, bullying the frost, the 1,000 frost will not submit. Xiao Qin waved his folding fan, and thousands of strands of cold saber chi soared up from the ground. These strands of saber chi carried a stubborn pride as they swept out. The 4 outstanding talents of Purple Cloud Island bore the brunt of the attack. The saber chi covered their bodies in wounds, and their auras scattered. They fell to the ground in sorry states. When their wounds came into contact with them, they immediately cried out miserably in pain. The young girls on both sides received a significant blow as well, getting knocked back and dealing with the strands of saber chi in a fluster. If Xiao Qin had not suppressed his strength, this 1,000 frost battle snow would have wiped out everyone before him. However, Xiao Qin did not have a huge grudge against Xiao Qin. It was just that he was angered by the other party's nonsense and the other party's expression of gratitude. Xiao Qin only wanted to vent his anger. He had not thought of killing anyone. Taking advantage of the flustered crowd, Xiao Qin closed his folding fan and switched it to his left hand. Then, he casually pulled out a strand of hair with his right hand. Xiao Qin flicked his finger, and a boundless saber chi appeared. The strand of hair gave off a crystalline light as it extended towards the screen in the pavilion with an unparalleled aura. Behind the screen was an elegant, fairy-like woman who was as ethereal as the moon. She wore snow-white clothes as she sat behind an elegant, red wooden table. The red string in her hand shot out unhurriedly, piercing through the screen. In a thousandth of a second, it clashed with Xiao Chen's strand of hair. Bang! The two clashed. To the white-clad woman's surprise, the strand of hair pierced through her red string, making it look like a piece of bamboo, exploding into pieces. A strong saber intent spread out in all directions. The flower vases, trees, and all the other exquisite decorations in the pavilion instantly shattered into dust. However, it was clear that Xiao Chen had held back. Otherwise, it would not just be these flower vases that shattered but the entire pavilion. The shock on the white-clad woman's face had just passed when she discovered that the strand of hair had already wrapped around her wrist, gently knotting it. A middle-aged woman with an extremely strong aura hid in the shadows behind the white-clad woman. When she saw this, she wanted to make a move to break the strand of hair. After the white-clad woman recovered from her shock, she smiled faintly and waved her hand to stop the other party. After a while, a cold chi flowed through the strand of hair and traveled through the various acupoints of the white-clad woman's body, paying special attention to several acupoints in the brain. The woman felt startled in her heart. Based on the location of the cold chi traveling through the acupoints, it was clearly an extremely profound pulse-reading technique. Furthermore, it was very different from current medical techniques. Chapter 1051. Outside the pavilion, Xiao Chen tapped his hair with 4 fingers in a certain rhythm. Time slowly passed. Xiao Chen's expression turned increasingly grave, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. The Lunar Palace disciples in front had more or less dealt with the frost saber chi binding them. Xiao Chen showed a sullen expression. He could not even be bothered with the strand of hair in his hand. He tossed it aside and left, not willing to stay a moment longer, clearly preoccupied. Damn! This fellow really took the pulse of the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. He profaned the holy daughter. We can't let him escape. No one had expected Xiao Chen to take the pulse of the fairy-like person in their hearts. All of them immediately flew into a rage, surrounding Xiao Chen as he turned to leave. The earlier anger vanished without a trace. Xiao Chen just wanted to leave. He threw out his folding fan and danced around him. The bright moon in the fan, the small bridge, and the flowing water seemed to appear in the real world. The gentle moon, the clear water, and the fluttering folding fan. Xiao Chen stood on a small bridge, gradually moving further away. No one could stop him for even a moment. Inside the pavilion, a strand of black hair wound around the index finger of the white-clad woman. She stood up and went to the window. As she watched Xiao Chen walk away on the moon and the bridge, her pretty eyes revealed a contemplative look. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and his white robes fluttered. Xiao Chen stepped on the moonlight and rode the bridge back. The road in front of the lake was in chaos. The people who blocked Xiao Chen all suffered significant injuries. Xiao Chen, who was in a rush to leave with a heavy heart, did not control his strength well, resulting in several severe injuries. The female Lunar Palace disciples moved about, checking on the injuries and treating them. Chaos reigned everywhere. The white-clad woman in front of the pavilion frowned slightly. The beautiful middle-aged woman with an outstanding aura behind her stepped forward and whispered, "Bing Yun, this person is an expert. He might have hidden his cultivation." Yu Bingyun felt it was strange. She asked, in Aunt Bai's eyes, he is an expert as well. The beautiful, noble, and graceful Auntie Bai smiled and said, it's just a feeling. This person is definitely someone with a story. Unfortunately, 10 years are about to pass, and the heavens are jealous of him. Yu Bingyun lowered her head and looked at the strand of fine black hair wrapped around her index finger. She said softly, it is possible that he is the person we are looking for. Really? The woman Yu Bingyun addressed as Aunt Bai paled somewhat. Whether it is true or not, we still have to ask him in person. Even if he did not leave his name, I have never heard of this person in the heavenly starry ocean. Judging from his attire, I wonder if the Heavenly Province Academy's young master Qingshu knows him. Yu Bingyun looked at the strand of hair between her fingers, feeling that it was a pity. Suddenly, she looked up from the window and saw a figure rushing over in the distance at lightning speed. He was like a soaring true dragon, stepping on the auspicious clouds and withdrawing the strong winds. His roar was like the roar of a true dragon, reverberating in all directions. The many injured cultivators below immediately recognized him. They could not help but reveal astonished expressions. It's the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master, Hai Tian. Indeed, when the Lunar Palace's holy daughter arrived at Purple Cloud Island, the outstanding talents of the Southern Sea will definitely come after hearing the news. The Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace was a huge faction of the Southern Sea. When Neptune was still around, it was even stronger than the Immortal Holy Land's Zodiac Hall. Naturally, the purpose of the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master was self-evident. He was here for the Lunar Palace's holy daughter, Yu Bingyun. Suddenly, a flickering lightning-attributed flame lit up in the western sky. A lightning-attributed flame tore through the sky and headed for the pavilion as well. The young master of an ancient noble clan, the scion of the Gongsun clan, Gongsun Yen. A strong wind blew in the northern sky. A berserk aura spread out together with the strong wind. Everyone could feel a prideful aura that looked down on the world. It's another ancient noble clan, the scion of the Shengguan clan, Shengguan Yun. Soundlessly, a person flew over from the east. He didn't seem to be making any big movements, but as he moved, the sky behind him moved forward bit by bit, giving off an oppressive feeling, as if the might of the heavens were descending. The scion of the Xia clan is here as well. The many cultivators on the ground erupted with excitement. In such a short time, nearly all the factions of the Southern Sea that could rival the Immortal Holy Lands had arrived. This was a true outstanding talent. The 4 people from Purple Cloud Island were far inferior compared to him. The reputation of the Lunar Palace's holy daughter filled the sky with boundless charm. Just as everyone thought that this was the end, something happened in the central sky. A dazzling golden sun slowly descended, overshadowing the radiance of the blazing sun. Beside him, there was a full moon. The sun and the moon descended together, and the sun and moon shone together, illuminating the surroundings. With such an obvious mysterious phenomenon, no one in the Southern Sea would not know. This was the holy sun of the Southern Sea's immortal holy land, the Zodiac Hall's holy daughter, Fu Hongyao. One was the top true inheritor of the Sun Palace, and the other was the top true inheritor of the Moon Palace. They were the most outstanding talents of the same generation in the Southern Sea. This was especially so for the holy son Chu Yang. He had been in closed-door cultivation for the past few years. His strength was unfathomable. Rumor had it that the location of his closed-door cultivation was the blazing sun. The palace master of the Zodiac Hall, the Prime Emperor Wu, Jin Shuani, personally guarded him. The moment the sun and moon appeared, the auras of the others immediately paled in comparison to the two, becoming slightly inferior. As the group approached the pavilion in front of the lake, they seemed to come to a tacit understanding and scattered their auras, withdrawing their sharpness. This was a show of respect for the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. They did not act presumptuously. They landed firmly and reported their identities, waiting quietly. The first to land was the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's Hai Tian. When he saw Gongsun Yen, he smiled faintly and said, "It looks like Brother Gongsun's Thunderflame War body made a breakthrough again. If you have time, let's exchange pointers." Gongsun Yen smiled calmly and said, "It's so-so. However, if Brother Hai Tian wants to exchange pointers, I can accompany you at any time." The two's tone was calm. However, as they spoke, they clashed with each other, giving off a faint smell of gunpowder. "Ha! Brother Hai Tian, I heard that the Blue Dragon King recently killed 2 of the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's blue-robed emperors. Is that true?" A strong wind blew, and the scion of the ancient Shengguan clan, Shengguan Yun, landed quietly. He smiled at Hai Tian. The scion of the Xia clan, Xia Hanfeng, who wanted to arrive with heaven's might, had just landed. When he heard this, he also looked at Hai Tian curiously. The news of the Blue Dragon King Shaoqin killing 2 of the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's blue-robed emperors had spread like wildfire. These outstanding talents were all curious as to whether this was true or not. Hai Tian felt stifled, and anger appeared on his face. Just as he did not know how to answer, he saw the holy sons and holy daughters of Zodiac Hall land together. Hai Tian raised his eyebrows, and his lips curled up. He said, "Shangguanyun, I think you should go and ask Chu Yang." The Blue Dragon King nearly disfigured Fu Hongyao with one punch during his king conferral ceremony. Is there such a thing? Shangguanyun glared at Hai Tian. Only a fool would mention this matter to Chu Yang. When Chu Yang and Fu Hongyao landed in front of the pavilion, they acted like they had not heard what Shangguanyun said and headed straight for the doors. "Friends, the holy daughter is startled today, and the pavilion is in a mess. Aside from Miss Red Yao, it is not convenient for the other young masters to meet." The Lunar Palace's female disciples standing guard at the doors said apologetically to the group. Fu Hongyao was acquainted with the Lunar Palace's holy daughter in the first place. Naturally, Yu Bingyun would not reject Fu Hongyao. Under the gazes of the others, Fu Hongyao entered the pavilion. The holy daughter is startled. Could it be that someone dares to cause trouble in the pavilion of the Lunar Palace's holy daughter? When the group saw the chaotic scene of the Lunar Palace's disciples treating the injured in the crowd, their expressions sank. That might be the case. After asking around, the expressions of Hai Tian and the others changed drastically. How audacious! Where did this fellow come from? To think that he does not know the immensity of the heavens and earth, even daring to take the holy daughter's pulse. Hai Tian said angrily. The expressions of Shangguanyun and the others were unsightly as well. Yu Bingyun being profaned in their southern sea was a slap to the faces of all the outstanding talents of the southern sea. In the future, during the Four Seas Hero Gathering, the many outstanding talents of the other sea domains would definitely mock them in Bright Moon City because of this. We have to find this person. Otherwise, we will lose a lot of face, Shangguanyun, who was at odds with Hai Tian, said, something that he rarely did. Naturally, the others did not mind. This was both a good and a bad thing. In this day and age, no one could truly profane the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. How could they miss out on such an opportunity to show off before the holy daughter? The few of them acted in concert with their words. However, they were all thinking about how to obtain the greatest benefits for themselves in this matter. Only Chu Yang of the Zodiac Hall remained silent. He simply could not think of anyone in the heavenly starry ocean who dared to profane Yu Bingyun. Could it be someone from the Black Sea? That's not right. There is no such person in the Black Sea. If there were, I would definitely know who it was. Perhaps this matter is not as simple as it appears on the surface. Thousands of meters away, at the top floor of an inn, 3 or 4 dissolute cultivators with evil auras sat at a table by the window. They all had smiles on their faces as they looked at the pavilion from afar. In the entire history of the Lunar Palace, even back to the time of Neptune, only one holy daughter has ever fallen in love with a mortal. These people are really delusional. Humph! What outstanding talent! They look bright and awe-inspiring. But in front of a woman, you've become so timid and polite. You don't deserve to be called a prodigy at all. That brother in white is still the best. He suits my taste. Since ancient times, he is the only one who dared to forcefully take the pulse of the holy daughter. Ha! Well said. I wonder if second brother can catch up to this person. I really want to make friends with him. He definitely can. Second brother's movement technique is excellent. The same thing had a different result in the eyes of different people. At this moment, Xiaoqin clearly did not know what kind of ripples his impromptu actions had caused. However, even if he knew, he would not care too much about it, given how preoccupied he was. Xiaoqin flew all the way out of Purple Cloud Island. After traveling for an unknown distance, he stopped before a lone island. The folding fan fluttered as Xiaoqin stretched out his hand and grasped it. The bright moon, the bridge, and the flowing water were no longer there. His figure drifted over and landed on the tallest peak of the island. Standing at the summit, Xiaoqin looked at the boundless sea. He frowned heavily, thinking about something. Xiaoqin, what's wrong? Ao Jiao had long noticed that something was wrong with Xiao Chen's expression, so she could not help asking. Xiao Chen gently fanned himself and said, that Lunar Palace's holy daughter did not speak nonsense. At the very least, there was no need for her to do so. The longevity art is indeed a holy manual for maintaining one's health. It is worthy of such a grand display. Chapter 1052. That is to say, you misunderstood her. Ao Jiao smiled. Then, she suddenly reacted and said, that's impossible. How can you only have 10 years of lifespan? After you break through to the blue-robed emperor, your lifespan will increase to 1,000 years. Xiao Chen thought for a while before replying, lifespan is divided into two types. One is natural lifespan, and the other is physiological lifespan. Natural lifespan is easy to understand. Ordinary people's natural lifespan is 70 or 80 years. As cultivators break through their cultivation realms, their natural lifespan will increase. Physiological lifespan is the lifespan of the body. Normally speaking, the two are the same. However, sometimes, there are accidents that cause the physiological lifespan to exceed the natural lifespan by too much. She is 20 years old, but her body is that of a 70 or 80-year-old. The Lunar Palace's holy daughter should be referring to my physiological lifespan. Ao Jiao felt that this was incredible. She asked doubtfully, what exactly did you see when you took the holy daughter's pulse for you to change so much? When Xiao Chen recalled that scene, he was still deeply shocked. After a long time, he said, her physiological lifespan is like that of a baby. If there are no accidents, she will remain like that for the next 10 years. How can that be? She looks like she is at least 20 years old. Xiao Chen did not believe it either. However, that aura could not be wrong. The alchemy section of the Compendium of Cultivation had some knowledge of medicine. The pulse-taking technique recorded there could not be wrong. It was precisely because of this that Xiao Chen started to take the Lunar Palace's holy daughter's words seriously, no longer treating them as nonsense. After Xiao Chen calmed down and thought about it, he realized that the other party did not know him, so there was no need for her to speak nonsense. It would not do her any good. After that, he used this pulse-taking technique to check his physiological lifespan. Although it looked strong, the physiological lifespan of a peak rank 4 sage body did indeed have less than 10 years left. Xiao Chen had never thought about this problem before. The alchemy section of the Compendium of Cultivation only had a brief introduction to this, so he had not paid much attention to it. Ao Jiao came to a realization and said, I think I know what the problem is. There's a problem with your physical body cultivation. You endured all kinds of pain and tempered your body thousands of times. When your physical body improved by leaps and bounds, you didn't pay attention to the way to nourish your body. Xiao Chen's physical body cultivation was indeed somewhat horrifying. At such a young age, he had already attained a peak rank 4 sage body. Xiao Chen had started cultivating his physical body in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion from the Dragon and Tiger body sculpting art. If he calculated the time, it had been less than 10 years. However, in the past 10 years, he had not done anything to nourish his body. Instead, he had used heavenly materials and earthly treasures to nourish his body. This was also because he had never met a true master on his path of cultivation. Ao Jiao had a lot of experience, but the Thunder King did not cultivate his corporeal body and knew very little about this aspect, so he could not help Xiao Chen. Back when Xiao Chen first advanced to Martial Monarch, he had to refine his quintessence twice for each minor realm, enduring boundless pain. That path established the purity of Xiao Chen's quintessence. Even after he converted it to heavenly sage laws, his quintessence was still much denser than that of cultivators of the same generation. However, the damage to his body would be immense. At that time, Xiao Chen felt that he would be fine once he endured it. Going further, when Xiao Chen was in the lower realm, he had rashly used the strength character formula. 33-fold combat prowess was heaven-defying. As an inferior grade martial monarch, he had forced back a martial sage. Perhaps at that time, the seeds of danger had already been planted. Now, looking at the myriad heaven divine fist, deities descending, Xiaoqin had been using the tenfold combat prowess wantonly. He had probably unknowingly drained his physiological lifespan. Tenfold combat prowess, 33-fold combat prowess, such heaven-defying existences should have a price. Suddenly, Xiaoqin recalled that in his previous life, there had also been a heaven-defying martial arts expert on Earth. At a young age, he had been unrivaled, famous throughout the world. However, he had died young and mysteriously. There was a rumor that he had cultivated excessively, undergoing too much cruel training. The two remained silent. After a while, Xiaoqin recovered his emotions. He smiled and said, "It's fine. It is not too late to understand now. At the very least, I know of 2 ways to salvage the situation." "Which 2? "Naturally, the first is the Lunar Palace's longevity art. Unfortunately, that is the Lunar Palace's sacred canon. Outsiders can only read 3 chapters at most. It is impossible to read the entire book. Hence, there was no need to even think about the first method. How could the Lunar Palace lend its inherited sacred canon to outsiders? Snatching it was even more impossible. The Lunar Palace had many experts. It would be better to just marry a holy daughter. As for the second method, there is no need to beg others. It is my own blue dragon body nourishing art. Now that I think about it, I somewhat understand why this body tempering cultivation technique is called the body nourishing art and not the body tempering art. The foundation of the body tempering art is clearly to nourish the body." When Ao Jiao heard this, she smiled and said, "Really? So, you already thought of this solution long ago?" "You startled me." Xiaoqin smiled helplessly in his heart. Although that was what he said, he had exhausted too much of his physiological lifespan. It had already reached a point where it could not be reversed. Even if the blue dragon body nourishing art was useful, it might be too late to realize it now. Xiaoqin was not sure. However, he did not want Ao Jiao to worry too much, so he purposely said this. The most reliable solution was still the Lunar Palace's longevity art. Just at this moment, the sound of something tearing came from behind. Xiaoqin frowned slightly and turned around to look. Xiaoqin saw a stout, dark-skinned man giving off a ruffian aura quickly flying towards him. Xiaoqin did not see any killing chi from this person or any killing intent in his eyes. Instead, he had a strange expression. How should Xiaoqin put it? This expression was one of worship. Xiaoqin felt suspicious. However, he kept his guard up and let the stout man fly in front of him. "Ha! Brother, your speed is extraordinarily fast. If we had not paused on this island for a while, I would have lost you." The dark-skinned man stopped and laughed heartily. Xiaoqin smiled to himself. This person is really straightforward. I wonder why he is following me all the way here. Brother, I think very highly of you. Come with me to kidnap the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. The stout man said seriously just as Xiaoqin thought this. Xiaoqin could not help but want to laugh. This person could no longer be described as straightforward. If not for this stout man being stronger than that Sun Palace elite disciple, Xiaoqin would have thought that he had run into a madman. The Lunar Palace's holy daughter could not be casually kidnapped. Not to mention the holy daughter, Xiaoqin also sensed a great perfection blue-robed emperor expert by her side. If Xiaoqin managed to kidnap her, given the Lunar Palace's reputation, there would be no place for him in the entire heavenly starry ocean. Furthermore, the Lunar Palace disciples all had secret techniques to protect themselves. There would be no benefit in kidnapping such a person. After thinking for a while, Xiaoqin still smiled and said, "Brother, thank you for thinking so highly of me. However, I do not have such ambitions. Furthermore, I still have important matters to attend to. You will have to find someone else for such a big matter." The dark-skinned man revealed an expression of extreme regret. He said, "How unfortunate. Many people of the righteous and righteous factions want to do something but cannot. Brother, you managed to do it easily. It is too unfortunate that you do not join us." The stout man did not give up. He continued to try to persuade Xiao Chen to do great things with him. Finally, when he saw Xiao Chen's firm attitude, he smiled helplessly and said, "Brother has things to do, so I will not insist. However, with one look, I can tell that brother is a kindred spirit. Tell me your name, and if you have time in the future, come to the Black Sea. I, Ba Tu, will definitely take good care of you." The Black Sea. Xiao Chen felt excited. That was the place with the richest resources in the entire oceanic world. It was precisely because of the Black Sea that the many major factions of the heavenly starry ocean did not care about the resources of the starry heavens. To them, the resources of the Black Sea were an inexhaustible treasure trove. There was no need for them to go to the starry heavens. However, the Black Sea was also a place for great bandits and peak loose cultivators. This Ba Tu before Xiao Chen did not look like a loose cultivator. He did not have the baleful aura of a loose cultivator. He should be the descendant of a famous great bandit. Xiao Chen was willing to befriend such a person. He smiled and said, "I am Mo Yun. We will meet again in the future." For a very long time, Mo Yun would be Xiao Chen's alias when he traveled the heavenly starry ocean. Ba Tu watched as Xiao Chen flew in the direction of the 10,000 treasure sea market. Only when Xiao Chen's figure disappeared did he turn his head back. He still had an expression of pity on his face. A sea market, a market on the sea, referred to a cultivator's market that existed only in the oceanic world. There were many sea markets of various sizes in the southern sea. However, the most famous one had to be the 10,000 treasure sea market. Xiao Chen followed the sea map and walked on the water. His white robes and folding fan made him look unremarkable in the vast sea. As Xiao Chen got closer to the 10,000 treasure sea market, the number of cultivators he met increased. These people were in groups of 2 or 3, discussing the upcoming 10,000 treasure festival. Not only were there auctions for the various levels, but there were also professional auctions, such as secret treasure auctions, medicinal pill auctions, spirit weapon auctions, and so on. Aside from these, there were also all sorts of appraisal sessions. If one had good judgment and a good character, one might be able to obtain some pleasant surprises. The biennial 10,000 Treasure Festival was considered a grand event in the Southern Sea. Many cultivators would rush over. Xiao Chen did not travel very fast. After half a month, he finally saw the landmark of the 10,000 Treasure Sea Market. A gigantic statue stood on the surface of the vast sea. Its upper body was above the water, and it was tens of thousands of zhang tall. The statue was dressed like an immortal cultivator from the Immortal epoch. It wore Buddhist robes, and 4 carefree scarves floated above its head. The statue's left hand was stretched out in the air, and 2 fingers of its right hand formed a sword. The statue stared into the distance, piercing through space and the barrier of the sky as it looked at the distant starry heavens. The statue seemed to be forming some kind of hand seal, giving the impression that a living person had suddenly petrified after being magnified countless times. The statue froze in the river of time, trapped for a lifetime. This kind of scene could only be seen from a very far distance. However, when one got closer, one would not be able to see it clearly because it was too vast and tall. The entire 10,000 Treasure Sea Market was made up of thousands of islands of various sizes around the statue. The core island was the palm of the statue. That was a city, and the peak auctions were held there. Merchant ships stood in great numbers, and the flags of thousands of merchant associations fluttered in the wind. It was bustling, noisy, and vast. This was the 10,000 Treasure Sea Market. Chapter 1053. Xiao Chen had a clear goal. He flew towards 10,000 Treasure City. The instant he flew into the air, he felt a formless pressure. This pressure came from the statue itself. Without the strength of a martial sage, one would not even be qualified to step into this 10,000 Treasure City. The higher Xiao Chen flew, the greater the pressure. If he wanted to reach the top of the statue, he would have to be at least as strong as the blue-robed emperor. Naturally, just flying to the top of the 10,000 Treasure City did not pose any pressure to Xiao Chen. The mysterious pressure was no different from air to him. In just an instant, Xiaochen arrived above the palm. When he looked down, he could see the entire bustling and exquisite 10,000 treasure city. There was a palace on each of the 5 fingers of the statue. The 5 city lords of 10,000 treasure city resided in these palaces. The palace on the thumb was the most magnificent and vast. That was the residence of the top city lord, the treasure master. The treasure master's identity was mysterious and venerated. He traveled everywhere and rarely showed himself. Right now, his grandson was in charge of all major and minor matters. The one on the pinky finger was the 5th city lord, the one on the ring finger was the 4th city lord, the one on the index finger was the 3rd city lord, and the one on the middle finger was the 2nd city lord. He broke through the might of 10,000 treasure city in one breath. At such a young age, he already has an overwhelming wealth chi. This is a very important guest. Ziying, go and entertain him personally. Do not delay him. Do your best to pull all his business into the merchant association we control. An old man in the palace on the pinky finger suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze penetrated 50 kilometers and clearly saw the white-clad Xiaochen. This person seems to be only a Grand Master level martial sage. Is there a need to send your daughter out personally? The girl named Ziying felt somewhat suspicious. Several great Grand Master level martial sages and even the blue-robed emperor had appeared, but her father had not even opened his eyes. Ha! Ha! Hurry up and go. If you wait any longer, when the other city lords react, you won't have this chance anymore. The old man smiled gently. His tone was gentle, but it contained a strong might. This was not an order, but it was irresistible. Ziying rejoiced in her heart. When her father said this, it would definitely be right. Aside from the mysterious treasure master, the other 4 city lords were all merchant associations from outside. An evaluation would be held every 10 years, and if the profits that the Chamber of Commerce brought to the treasure city were too low, they would lose the right to be the city lord. This was the rule set by the treasure master. No matter how strong the merchant association's backing was, it still had to obediently follow the rules when it came to the 10,000 treasure sea market. The profits of the 9 Cauldron Pavilion's branch in Treasure City had been declining for the past few years. It had fallen once every 10 years, and it had already fallen from the 2nd-ranked city lord to the 5th-ranked. If it continued to drop like this, she would probably lose her right to be the 5th city lord. A large order could reduce the pressure on Ziying. Without any warning, just as Xiaochen was about to land, a 7-colored bridge extended from the distance to Xiaochen's feet. Rainbow light flickered. A gorgeous rainbow bridge stretched across the sky. It was beautiful to the extreme. 5-colored heavenly flowers floated down from the sky. Many pairs of eyes in the treasure city below immediately looked up into the sky. 5-colored heavenly flowers and a 7-colored rainbow bridge. It was unknown which esteemed guest had been intercepted by one of the 5 city lords and received with the highest form of etiquette. The cultivators in the city were all martial sages at the very least. When they infused their mental energy into their eyes, they could clearly see Xiaochen, who was very far away. This person wore white robes and held a white fan. He looked delicate and pretty, no more than 30 years old. He was a Grand Master level martial sage. When one looked carefully at this person's face, no one had heard of him before. Several people immediately felt suspicious. How could an unknown outstanding talent receive such a grand reception from the 9 Cauldron Pavilion? The 9 Cauldron Pavilion probably misjudged him again. His business has been declining for the past few years. After this 10,000 treasure festival, he will probably lose his position as the city lord. Such mockery rang out continuously in the treasure city. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion had definitely misjudged him by receiving a Grand Master level martial sage with such a grand reception. They would become a laughing stock and become the joke of this 10,000 treasure festival. When Xiaochen heard Ao Jiao's explanation as he faced the 7-colored bridge, he roughly understood what was going on. This was really strange. Despite being a Grand Master level martial sage and not being famous, he could cause such a huge commotion. This was fine as well. With someone to receive him, he could save himself some trouble. Xiao Chen was somewhat confident in the ability of the Foundation returning art to hide his cultivation. As long as he ran into some special secret treasures, it would be hard for him to be discovered. Even if he was discovered, it would not matter. With the Peak Thunder Dragon steps and the Freedom Wings, he was confident of leaving easily even if Emperor Wu came personally. A pretty girl arrived on the bridge. This was the manager of the Nine Cauldron Pavilion in the Treasure City, Ziying. This lady is Ziying, the manager of 10,000 Cities Nine Cauldron Pavilion. Might I ask for young master's name? The girl named Ziying gave off the impression of a capable person with one glance. Her aura was very similar to Ying Qiong's. As Ziying spoke, her actions were very graceful and charming. While she was respectful, she did not give off an overly flattering feeling. Perhaps it was because Ziying's aura was very similar to Ying Qiong's, but Xiao Chen had a very good first impression of this girl. He performed a cupped fist salute as he held the folding fan in his hand and said, "I do not dare to claim my distinguished name. I am Mo Yun. You can just address me casually." The two stood on the seven-colored bridge like it was flat ground. Then, the seven-colored bridge slowly shrank. It carried the two further away, drifting down towards the palace on the pinky finger. After chatting for a while, Ziying felt that Mo Yun's way of speaking was extraordinary. Her father definitely did not misjudge him. It looks like young Master Mo came because of the 10,000 Treasure Festival. I wonder if you have any special requests this time. The Nine Cauldron Pavilion is one of the top 5 merchant associations in 10,000 Treasure City. As for the backer of the Nine Cauldron Pavilion, it is considered a peak merchant association in the entire Heavenly Starry Ocean. After chatting for a while, Ziying moved to the main topic. After a pause, she continued, "If young master has any requests, the Nine Cauldron Pavilion will definitely be able to fulfill them." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and opened his folding fan. "I do indeed have some special requests. I need secret treasures containing dragon souls, in large quantities." Ziying felt somewhat disappointed. Even for Peak King grade secret treasures containing dragon souls, barring special exceptions, they would only be worth tens of millions of astral coins. This was a large order. However, it was still far from the large order that she had anticipated. As for what Xiao Chen said about large quantities, she did not care too much about it. Secret treasures were meant to be used. Cultivators could only use 1 or 2 at most. How large could the quantity be? Even so, Ziying's expression did not change. With her good upbringing, she would not put on a vile expression over such a small matter. However, this time, Ziying had embarrassed herself greatly. The merchant associations of the other 4 city lords would definitely mock her for a long time. Ziying sighed in her heart. Then, she smiled and said, "What kind of secret treasures containing dragon souls does young Master Mo need? I'll give you 10 million black astral coins first. Help me purchase them. If you do well, I still have a batch of goods worth tens of millions of black astral coins for you to deal with." Xiao Chen did not know what Ziying was thinking. His tone was calm as he continued speaking. When Ziying heard this, she was slightly stunned even though she was used to seeing big scenes. 10 million black astral coins meant 100 million astral coins. There was still another 100 million black astral coins to sell. Based on Xiao Chen's tone, it sounded like 100 million black astral coins were not enough. This was a huge business deal. After this transaction, the profits from the offerings might be enough for the Nine Cauldron Pavilion to become the second city lord. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Xiao Chen frowned. Dragons were hidden in the depths. The sea hid dragons. It should not be too difficult to collect secret treasures containing dragon souls in the Heavenly Starry Ocean. Ziying smiled and said excitedly, "No, absolutely not. Come, let's go down and discuss in detail." Whoosh! Just at this moment, 3 7-colored bridges streaked across the sky at the same time. Heavenly flowers fell from the sky above 10,000 Treasure City, looking like snowflakes drifting in the air. The glazed lights of various colors illuminated the entire sky. Xiao Chen and Ziying, who were about to descend to the palace on the pinky finger, turned their heads to look. They saw a group of outstanding talents accompanying the Lunar Palace's holy daughter outside 10,000 Treasure City. Everyone there had a bright name. The faction behind them could cause clouds and rain in the southern sea or even the entire heavenly starry ocean. Whoosh! An even more resplendent and dazzling 9-colored bridge flew through the air, looking very gorgeous. Unexpectedly, the palace on the pinky finger of the treasure master also sent out an invitation, something that was rarely seen. Instantly, the entire 10,000 Treasure City stirred. Everyone forgot about the 7-colored bridge that the 9-cauldron pavilion sent out. Clearly, the treasure master's 9-colored bridge was directed at the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. On the Rainbow Bridge, 8 divine steeds covered in flames pulled ancient war chariots, slowly moving forward. When the people of the other 4 cities saw the people of the treasure master's residence personally coming out, they smiled faintly and tacitly took a step back. They landed at the back of the golden war chariot and went to welcome the holy daughter's group. They glanced at Ziying and a few of them smiled mockingly at her. They laughed at her for making an error in judgment. To think that Ziying treated a grandmaster-level martial sage as a financial backer. What a joke. However, the main character had already changed. The various city lords wanted to rope in the holy daughter's group, but they could not do so. They could only rope in 1 or 2 people. A cold-faced youth with an extraordinary aura rode on the golden war chariot. He crossed the 9-colored rainbow bridge and arrived before the Lunar Palace's holy daughter's group. This cold-faced youth was the treasure master's grandson, Yi Ling. He was now the manager of 10,000 Treasure City. He was currently conversing with the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. Ziying smiled faintly. Now that she had a major client like Xiao Chen, she did not need to care about what others thought of her. All she needed to do was silently make a fortune. When Xiao Chen saw Fu Hongyao beside the Lunar Palace's holy daughter, he was mildly startled. If he guessed right, the man beside her should be the strongest person of the Sun Palace's younger generation. Young Master Mo, we should discuss the details of the secret treasures containing dragon souls, Ziying reminded him in a soft voice with a faint smile. Xiao Chen turned his head back and smiled. Let's go, then. In the VIP room of the 5th City Lord's residence, Xiao Chen first asked around about the market for secret treasures containing dragon souls in the heavenly starry ocean, to see if it was as rumored. The results gave Xiao Chen a pleasant surprise. There were hidden dragons in the depths, and the sea hid dragons. This saying was not wrong at all. The secret treasures containing dragon souls in the heavenly starry ocean were much easier to find than in the Kunlun continent. Hence, he had to focus on king-grade secret treasures. I wonder if there will be secret treasures containing true dragon souls in this 10,000 treasure festival. Chapter 1054. Xiao Chen asked with some anticipation. Ziying smiled apologetically and said, I don't think so. True dragons are hard to find and nearly extinct. Naturally, a true dragon's soul is even harder to find. However, I will ask around. It's fine. Xiao Chen waved his hand. He was just asking casually. If there was, it would be a pleasant surprise. If there was none, there was no need to be upset. The two started to discuss the contract. Xiao Chen took out the contract that Ziying made and took a look. There were no loopholes in it, so he signed it and handed the 10 million black astral coins to the other party. Ziying rejoiced. With this deal of 10 million black astral coins, the 9-cauldron pavilion would not have to worry about business for half a year. Ziying put away the contract and the black astral coins and took the opportunity to ask, I heard from young Master Mo that you still have a batch of treasures to sell. How about we settle them together? Don't worry. As long as the 9-cauldron pavilion can help me settle this within 1 day, I will definitely hand the treasures I want to sell to your merchant association. Naturally, Xiao Chen was not stupid. He had to use something to pressure the other party. Otherwise, if the other party could not do it within 1 day, he would not be able to deal with it. Ziying smiled and took her leave. Before she left, she called over 2 pretty girls with voluptuous figures to serve Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen waved his hand and got the 2 maidservants to wait outside, waiting for his instructions. Deep into the night, Xiao Chen drew his lunar shadow saber in a cultivation room in the courtyard for honored guests. He calmly executed the flawless saber technique, trying to infuse the will of ice into the 4-season saber technique's winter saber. Logically speaking, Xiao Chen should not be so calm. On the way to the 10,000 treasure sea market, he had consumed and refined a longevity fruit in his hand. As he expected, the longevity fruit only increased his natural lifespan and not his physiological lifespan. It would not be of any help to his current situation. Right now, if the blue dragon body nourishing art was not effective, 10 years would not be laughable at all. Xiao Chen had not reached the peak yet, had not re-established the Dragon's Gate, had not seen everything in this world, and still had many regrets. How could 10 years be enough? It looks like it will work. In the vast underground cultivation room, Xiao Chen revealed a joyful smile as he watched the destructive power of the first fusion of the winter saber and the will of ice. He had always been like this. No matter how many regrets he only had 10 years to live. He just had to face it calmly. Life still had to go on. There was no need to bemoan the state of the universe and pity the fate of mankind. There was no need to be depressed and regretful. In these 12 years, he had walked many paths, met many people, and made countless choices. He had never regretted any of his choices. There was no other reason. As long as he knew what he wanted, there was no need to be so conflicted. Dressed in white, Xiao Chen was even colder than the snow. His saber was cold, he was cold, but his heart was not cold. He was sharp and hot-blooded. As Xiao Chen's mental state improved, the great perfection saber soul in the will of thunder in his sea of consciousness became increasingly dense. It seemed like it would make another breakthrough soon. Xiao Chen casually stabbed his saber into the ground. Then, he started practicing his palm technique, 1,000-year flame, amid the heavy snow. This move was Xiao Chen's original creation. When he sent out his palm strike, it showed sorrow and joy, parting and reunions, expressing lofty sentiments and hot-bloodedness. He could spread out his comprehensions, his lifetime's lofty sentiments, joy, anger, sorrow, and joy with one palm strike. This palm technique could still evolve in many different ways. Joy, anger, sorrow, joy, parting, and reunions. There should be many more ways. For example, at this moment, Xiao Chen thought of parting and the 10-year sorrow. As grief spread through his palm technique clearly deviated from the initial hot-bloodedness, tyranny, and berserk destruction of the 1,000-year flame. In its place was a boundless melancholy of parting. A faint grief lingered in Xiao Chen's heart, flowing into his every move. The fluttering of his clothes and hair seemed to speak of melancholy. The cycle banner, which was connected to Xiao Chen's mind, suddenly unfurled in the universe ring. The astral pearl refined by the grief throne shone brightly. The snowflakes were no longer there. Thousands upon thousands of blood-red remnant flowers drifted in the air. The remnant flowers were like blood, filled with grief. A scarlet moon rose up behind Xiao Chen, filling his eyes with a red light. Grief filled everything he saw. Time was like a river, gushing endlessly. There was a moon by the riverside, and a lone boat moved along the river, treading on the moon. Time flowed by. 10,000 years passed. The people on the boat lived and died, changing again and again. Only the moon reigned supreme, only the moon existed. Who saw the moon for the first time by the riverside? When did the moon at the riverside first shine on people? Generations passed by endlessly. The moon at the riverside remained the same every year. Under the illumination of the scarlet moonlight, Xiao Chen's white robes looked very eye-catching among the thousands of scarlet remnant flowers, showing a different kind of grief. 1,000-year death, I have a palm strike that speaks only of sorrow, not joy. With this palm strike, Xiao Chen scattered all his grief and melancholy. He felt carefree, sweeping away all the knots in his heart. The grief on Xiao Chen's body vanished. There seemed to be boundless hope in the faint flowing light, creating all life. Without a sound, even the dust that was tiny to the point it couldn't be seen with the naked eye within the underground cultivation room was transformed into nothingness by this palm strike. The scarlet moonlight vanished, and the withered remnant flowers disappeared. The underground cultivation room was silent and empty, and the air was unprecedentedly fresh. This move shall be called Thousand-Year Death. Xiao Chen withdrew his hand and sheathed the saber he stabbed into the ground. Then, he walked out of the cultivation room with a trace of calmness. No matter how much grief or melancholy one felt, they should not remain in one's heart for long. After the grief passed, there would still be a bright sunny day. Otherwise, one would fall into the demonic Tao, blaming heaven and others, walking to the extremes. The instant Xiao Chen turned around and left the cultivation room, he did not notice that thousands of flowers silently bloomed in the cultivation room. The remnant flowers lost their scarlet color and turned green, spreading everywhere. When the morning sun rose, Xiao Chen closed his eyes and rested for a while. Then, Ziying appeared before Xiao Chen with a smile on her face. "Young Master Mo, I have already used up all 10 million black astral coins. I have collected a total of 100 king-grade secret treasures and 1,000 sage-grade secret treasures for you. Furthermore, I heard that there will be an emperor-grade secret treasure with a dragon's soul being auctioned during the 10,000 Treasure Festival. Unfortunately, it is damaged." Xiao Chen received the spatial ring that Ziying handed over. Then, he scanned it with his spiritual sense and found that the other party was right. He smiled faintly and said, "Damaged? That suits me. What's the price? I want to buy it at once." Ziying felt somewhat surprised. She did not know why Xiao Chen cared so much about a secret treasure with a dragon soul, not even letting go of a damaged one. 2 million black astral coins is simply too high. I have seen that emperor-grade secret treasure. Aside from the dragon's soul, it is already damaged beyond recognition. As long as the dragon's soul was still there, it was fine. 2 million black astral coins was not a high price. An idea formed in Xiao Chen's mind. He smiled and said, "The 9 Cauldron Pavilion is indeed very efficient. They managed to settle everything in one night. It looks like I have to give my goods to Miss Ziying." Ziying felt anticipation in her heart. She had mobilized the entire 9 Cauldron Pavilion in 10,000 Treasure City just to see what goods Xiao Chen would take out. Bang! 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 Xiao Chen placed 9 jade strips on the table. Then, he smiled gently at Ziying and gestured for her to take a seat. Ziying picked up a jade strip doubtfully and sent in her mental energy. In merely a moment, her expression changed drastically. She quickly put down this jade strip and checked the other 8 jade strips. Ziying was completely stunned. The 9 jade strips actually all contained profound martial techniques. This completely surpassed her imagination. Aside from the 1,000 frost battle snow, which Xiao Chen cultivated, he took out all 10 jade strips containing profound martial techniques. Profound martial techniques were existences that surpassed heaven-ranked martial techniques. Regular cultivators would not even have heard of them. They would only appear in the top auctions. The number of profound martial techniques was an important factor that attracted the peak geniuses. Of course, Xiao Chen had copied the profound martial techniques in these 9 jade strips. He had copies of them, which he could pass on to others on Heavenly Star Island. It looked like the buyer was at a disadvantage. However, if one did not buy them, many people would fight over them. This was a scarce strategic resource. No matter which sect it was, they would never complain about having more profound martial techniques. The moment they appeared in an auction, they would immediately fetch sky-high prices. There was always a demand but no supply. Ziying's voice trembled somewhat as she asked uncertainly, "Young Master Mo, are you selling all 9 inferior-grade profound martial techniques together?" "Ha ha! If we are not selling them together, why should I take them out?" Xiao Chen smiled. "Isn't this nonsense?" Ziying's expression flickered as if she was making a decision. After a while, she said, "Young Master Mo, the rarer something is, the more valuable it is. When there are many of them, they will not fetch a high price. If you auction all these inferior grade profound martial techniques together, you will not be able to get the highest price. I have a suggestion. I wonder if young Master Mo will consider it." The other party was right. If 9 profound martial techniques appeared at the auction at once, the price would definitely be lower. If there was only one, it might fetch 4 or 5 times the market price, reaching 3 million black astral coins. Xiaoqin did not know what Ziying's suggestion was. His expression did not change as he gestured for her to continue. "I think my 9 Cauldron Merchant Association should buy these 9 jade strips at a fixed price and not sell them during this 10,000 treasure festival. There are even larger sea fairs and auctions in Bright Moon City that our 9 Cauldron Merchant Association can handle." Not going through an auction meant that he would not have to wait for a long time. He could immediately obtain black astral coins from the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association. This was not bad. What price is the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association willing to pay? The market price of an inferior grade profound martial technique is 1 million black astral coins. However, everyone knows that it is impossible to buy at this price. The 9 Cauldron Merchant Association is willing to pay 3 times the market price to buy all of them. Ziying smiled faintly and offered a price that Xiaoqin could not resist. A single profound martial technique might fetch a sky-high price of 4 million black astral coins. However, if 9 appeared in a row, the price would definitely not be that high. Given this, Xiaoqin would not lose out at all. Furthermore, he would not have to wait to obtain black astral coins. Deal. Ziying rejoiced in her heart. She said, "Good. Young Master Mo, please wait for one day. I will have to ask my father about such a large sum of black astral coins. Of course, don't worry. There will definitely not be any problems. I will give that damaged Emperor-grade secret treasure with a dragon's soul to young Master Mo as a gift." As Xiaoqin watched Ziying disappear, Ao Jiao said from the Immortal Spirit Ring, "This 9 Cauldron Merchant Association is rather bold. It is a loss to buy them at such a price in the 10,000 Treasure Festival. However, they will definitely make a huge profit in Bright Moon City." Xiaoqin smiled. The price of the 9 jade strips somewhat surpassed his expectations. Including the gift, they sold for a total of 30 million black astral coins. Chapter 1055. Including the remaining 10 million black astral coins on hand, Xiaoqin now had a total of 40 million black astral coins. With such wealth, even an ordinary emperor would not be as wealthy as him. Without thinking too much, Xiaoqin took out secret treasures containing dragon souls one by one and started consuming them, cultivating the blue dragon body nourishing art. Whether he could resolve the problem of 10 years or not depended on this. Otherwise, everything else would be meaningless. After Ziying left, an urgent expression appeared on her face as she quickly rushed to where her father was in closed-door cultivation. After explaining the purpose of her visit to her father, the true leader of 10,000 Treasure City's 9 Cauldron Pavilion revealed a rare expression of excitement. "You did very well." Ziying smiled and said, "However, 30 million black astral coins will empty out the entire 9 Cauldron Pavilion savings. We will not be able to do business for a year." "Ha! That's nothing. The profits from the 9 jade strips will be sufficient to push us to the position of the second city lord. Once we become famous, our luck will increase. Furthermore, the headquarters will definitely give you more benefits. You will even have a chance to compete for the next chief position." Ziying's father appeared very excited, speaking a lot in one breath. Ziying found this strange. "This is our internal transaction. Do we have to pay the treasure master's residence according to the usual quota?" The old man's expression froze. Then, he said gravely, "The treasure master's identity is mysterious. He has more than just the 10,000 treasure sea market. You better not have such thoughts. Otherwise, if you break the rules and cause the 9 Cauldron Pavilion to be chased out of 10,000 Treasure City, only the chief can resolve this. At that time, your future will be over. Alright, I understand. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Take my medallion and go to the treasure pavilion to collect the black astral coins. Also, make sure to give the gifts properly. This person is someone with great luck and is definitely not simple. As Xiaoqin consumed a large number of secret treasures containing dragon souls, his cultivation of the blue dragon body nourishing art advanced at a heaven-defying pace. 6 Dragon Force, 7 Dragon Force, 8 Dragon Force, 9 Dragon Force, 10 Dragon Force. Starting from 5 Dragon Force, Xiaoqin advanced rapidly until he reached 10 Dragon Force before stopping. After spending tens of millions of astral coins, Xiaoqin finally cleared the last minor hurdle of the first layer of the blue dragon body nourishing art. After breaking through the barrier, the blue dragon body nourishing art would break through to the second layer and condense the blue dragon battle armor, greatly increasing its defense. Xiaoqin opened his eyes. His eyes were calm. He had finally reached the horrifying level of 10 Dragon Force with a casual strike. Back in the 9 layers of purgatory, he had seen that ghost race expert rely on his physical body to become a great grandmaster level martial sage. Now, he could do it easily. But now, it was clear that 10 dragon strength was not the main point. The main point was the 10 years of lifespan and whether or not his physiological lifespan had improved. After calming himself down, Xiaoqin used the pulse diagnosis technique from the Compendium of Cultivation to check his physiological lifespan. A cold current flowed throughout his body. Xiaoqian's body suddenly turned illusory, and his acupoints shone brightly. To others, Xiaoqin looked like a set of white bones sitting cross-legged, radiating crystalline light. It was not that Xiaoqin had truly turned into a set of white bones. However, this time, when he executed the pulse diagnosis technique more thoroughly, it resulted in a mysterious phenomenon. The light from the bones pierced through his flesh. Boom! After a while, the light faded, and the mysterious phenomenon vanished. When Xiaoqin opened his eyes, he did not see any joy or dismay. The results of the pulse diagnosis technique were both good and bad. The blue dragon body nourishing art was indeed effective. However, the effects were limited. His physiological lifespan had only been extended by 10 years. The aging trend had not been eradicated. I still need the longevity art. I have to find an opportunity to speak to that holy daughter alone. No matter whether I can obtain the longevity art or not, I have to do my best to see if I can exchange for it. However, there is a great perfection expert of the blue-robed emperor beside her. That person will not give me a chance at all. I have to think of a way. Xiaoqin analyzed the situation and made up his mind. If there is no other way, I will use force. No matter what, I have to fight for an opportunity to speak alone. Dong! 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 Footsteps resounded, and the 9 Cauldron Pavilion's Ziying arrived with a smile. She pushed open the door and said, "Young Master Mo, sorry for making you wait. Everything is ready." Xiaoqin received the spatial ring that Ziying handed over and carefully counted it. There were 27 million black astral coins, the exact number. There was also the incomplete Emperor-grade secret treasure with a dragon soul as a gift. Xiaoqin also handed over the 9 jade strips to Ziying. When both sides verified that there were no mistakes, they signed the transaction contract, and everything was ready. Ziying was somewhat shocked to discover that Xiaoqian's face did not change at all after receiving such a large sum of black astral coins. She did not even think about it. She really could not figure it out. Xiaoqin looked young, but his mental state was even higher than her father's. Ziying thought of something else. She said, "That's right, young Master Mo, tonight, the young master of 10,000 Treasure City, young Master Yi, is holding a banquet in his residence to entertain the holy daughter. I received an invitation, and young Master Yi specifically asked for you." Young Master Yi was the cold-faced youth driving the ancient golden war chariot. This was the first time Xiaoqin had met him. Why would he specifically invite him to the banquet? Xiaoqin thought for a while but could not figure out the reason. So, He asked Ziying for guidance. I heard that it is the Lunar Palace's holy daughter's intention. Unexpectedly, young Master Mo has a connection with the holy daughter. This is really enviable, Ziying said with a smile. The Lunar Palace's holy daughter, Yu Bingyun's intention. Xiaochen originally came to 10,000 Treasure City in a low-profile manner. However, the Nine Cauldron Pavilion caused the entire city to know about it. Now, everyone knew that the Nine Cauldron Pavilion made a mistake and was going to make a fool of themselves. For no reason at all, the Nine Cauldron Pavilion was receiving a Grandmaster-level martial sage with the highest form of courtesy. If Yu Bingyun wanted to, she could easily make a connection based on what others said about Xiaochen's appearance and herself. However, Ziying clearly misunderstood. Xiaochen did indeed have a significant connection with the holy daughter. However, this connection was not what the other party thought it was. For some reason, the Lunar Palace's holy daughter wanted to meet him. Did she want to confirm his identity before settling the score? Should I go or not? Xiaochen felt somewhat conflicted. The misunderstanding that day was rather big. Not only did he injure some Lunar Palace female disciples and scold them in front of everyone, but he also messed up the scene of the other party's treatment. Very well. I'll go with you when it's night. The misunderstanding had to be resolved eventually. As for the longevity art, Xiaochen wanted to talk to her alone for a while, so he quickly made up his mind. Ziying revealed an expression of joy. Originally, she was worried that Xiaochen would not go and upset the young master of 10,000 Treasure City. Now, it looked like she had worried for nothing. In that case, go and make your preparations. I'll come and find you personally. After Ziying left, Xiaochen withdrew his hand with a flip of his palm and took out the damaged Emperor-grade secret treasure with a dragon soul, an ancient sword radiating desolate qi. The blade of the sword was in tatters, with nicks on both sides and cracks spreading out in the middle. Such a sword would probably shatter with just a touch. Whether the secret treasure could be used or not was not what Xiaochen cared about. He sent in his spiritual sense. Within the shattered space, a lethargic dragon soul was lying in a dark corner of the space. It did not move at all, showing no signs of life or fighting spirit. Its eyes were closed as it waited for death. It did not even notice the spiritual sense that Xiaochen sent in. Waiting for death. This was a dragon waiting for death. No, there was no such thing as a dragon waiting for death in this world. Even in death, a dragon's fighting spirit and hot-bloodedness would not stop. This was no longer a dragon soul. It was a worm, not worthy of being called a dragon. Xiaochen could forget about using it to break through the bottleneck of the first layer of the blue dragon body nourishing art. Xiaochen withdrew his spiritual sense. Then, he grabbed the tattered ancient sword and tossed it out of the window, turning it into a beam of light that flew far away. The damaged Emperor-grade secret treasure with a dragon soul was worth 1 million black astral coins. Yet, Xiaochen casually tossed it away without any reluctance. The moon hung high in the sky, and night quietly descended. Xiaochen and Ziying flew in the air, heading for the luxurious palace on the thumb of the statue. This young treasure master Yi Ling is an extremely strong person. However, no matter how strong he is, he still has to be polite to the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. The two did not move very fast. As they strolled in the air, they chatted idly. Ziying's tone showed some envy for the position of the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. The Lunar Palace had a transcendent position, vaguely above the many holy lands. It had ancient inheritances and deep accumulations. After the Dragon's Gate temporarily unified the heavenly starry ocean, the Lunar Palace's reputation soared. Now, it nearly pushed the Lunar Palace to the top. Bright Moon City became the center of the entire heavenly starry ocean, connecting the various immortal holy lands. Its position was so important that no one could replace it. However, this treasure master is really mysterious. Even my father is not willing to tell me about his background, Ziying said softly. The treasure master was indeed mysterious. Rumor had it that this person occupied 10 ancient statues similar to this one in the heavenly starry ocean and transformed them into sea markets. The treasure master did not run a merchant association but relied on these sea markets. His annual income was even higher than that of several peak merchant associations. Soon, the two landed in front of the treasure master's residence. There was an endless stream of carriages in front of the gates. All the noble merchants or cultivators in 10,000 Treasure City had probably been invited. "Miss Ziying, it has been a long time. How have you been?" A man dressed in luxurious clothes and giving off a rich aura walked towards the two of them with a young man with purple eyes. This person had a wide smile on his face, but it gave off an inexplicable feeling of hypocrisy. When Ziying saw this person, she frowned slightly and whispered, "This is the young manager of the Flaming Wind Merchant Association's 10,000 Treasure City, Bai Zhe. The person beside him is the scion of the ancient Gongsun clan, Gongsun Yan. Gongsun Yan was born with the thunder spirit body. He grasps the will of thunder and the will of fire. He has cultivated the thunder flame war body and is extremely famous in the Southern Sea." The Flaming Wind Merchant Association's Bai Zhe looked at Xiao Chen, and a mocking look flashed in his eyes. "Ha! Is this the honored guest of the Nine Cauldron Pavilion? Indeed, hearing about him is not as good as seeing him in person. Miss Ziying has good eyes. I'll take my leave first." "You." Ziying could not help feeling flustered at such mockery. Her face flushed bright red. When the masters of the nearby merchant associations heard this, they all laughed loudly. Indeed, Bai Zhe had good eyes. For the sake of such a nameless person, he missed out on all the outstanding talents of the Southern Sea. After this 10,000 Treasure Festival, the Nine Cauldron Pavilion would probably suffer the consequences of being chased out of its position as the fifth city lord. Gongsun Yan glanced at Xiao Chen, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He wondered if this person was the white-robed man who profaned the Holy Daughter. Based on Xiao Chen's clothes, figure, and the white fan in his hand, it was most likely him. Chapter 1056. Gongsun Yan, who had been preparing to leave with Bai Zhe, stepped forward. He looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "Might I ask for your great name? Did you appear on Purple Cloud Island half a month ago?" Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Mo Yun, what young Master Gongsun wants to ask is whether I was the one who took the Holy Daughter's pulse half a month ago." "Indeed, it was you. How reckless. You profaned the Holy Daughter and even dared to appear in our Southern Sea." Boom! Electric flames flickered in the sky. Gongsun Yan did not say anything more and directly attacked Xiao Chen. Gongsun Yan stepped forward, and electricity flickered on his body. Fire and lightning layered over each other as he threw a palm strike. When Gongsun Yan threw this palm strike, that strand of electric flame in the sky instantly lit up half the sky, making it look like the sun, illuminating a boundless aura. From the moment Gongsun Yan spoke to the moment he stored up his aura and attacked, only one breath of time had passed. With such strength, it was no wonder he did not care about regular Grandmaster level martial sages. Even if a regular Great Grandmaster level martial sage came, they would be instantly killed. Gongsun Yan truly lived up to his reputation as an outstanding talent. Everyone exclaimed in shock. Before the boundless electric flame, the white-robed Xiao Chen's fate was already in sight. The electric flame would strike him and burn him to ashes. Xiao Chen smiled coldly. He did not store up his aura or retreat. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he took a step forward as well. Then, Xiao Chen folded the folding fan in his hand and pointed it at the center of Gongsun Yan's ferocious palm strike. Bang! The instant the folding fan clashed with the electric flame palm strike, Xiao Chen did not move back at all. Instead, the one who moved back was Gongsun Yan with his boundless aura. The reason was none other than Gongsun Yan's arrogance. He did not draw a weapon, fighting barehanded. Gongsun Yan thought that with his speed and aura, he could instantly suppress Xiao Chen, leaving Xiao Chen at a loss. However, Gongsun Yan did not know that to Xiao Chen, this bit of aura was nothing. Not only did he not panic, but he also immediately grasped the opening of this move. Not giving the other party a chance to retaliate, Xiao Chen leaped forward with a tap of his feet. Making use of the 2 to 3 seconds before the other party landed on the ground, he launched a flurry of attacks. His folding fan fluttered, his shoulders, his hands, his feet, his hair, all of them were sharp weapons. Before Xiao Chen, who comprehended the flawless saber Dao and had plenty of combat experience, Gongsun Yan was like a child. In just 2 to 3 seconds, he had been beaten into a sorry state. He had suffered multiple blows, and he was in excruciating pain. By the time he landed on the ground, he staggered a dozen steps back. On the other hand, in the eyes of others, Xiao Chen's movements were dazzling. After images overlapped one another, and after his incredibly elegant movements, he stretched out his hand and waved his folding fan. Then, he landed firmly on the ground, appearing calm and unruffled. From start to end, the strength that Xiao Chen displayed was that of an ordinary Grandmaster-level martial sage. However, in this short exchange, he beat up Gongsun Yan like he was a child. The temperament and performance of the outstanding talents could not be seen at all. They were clumsy, pathetic, and unable to withstand a single blow. Who dares to be so unbridled in front of the treasure master's residence? Just as Gongsun Yan was about to erupt with the thunder flame war body and bring out his full strength, a dignified voice came from the treasure master's residence. Whoosh! 4 guards of the treasure master's residence descended from the sky. The old man leading them swept his gaze across the place, and everyone felt a sense of might and pressure in their hearts. This was a blue-robed emperor expert. The one who spoke earlier was him. The moment this person appeared, the raging Gongsun Yan forcefully calmed down. Xiao Chen opened his folding fan and smiled faintly. Brother Gongsun and I were just itching to spar. Senior, please don't misunderstand. The old man snorted coldly. I don't care where you come from or what faction you have behind you. You are absolutely not allowed to make a move in this 10,000 treasure city. After saying that, the old man turned around and left with the guards who extended their hands. Before leaving, the old man gave Xiao Chen a suspicious look. Xiao Chen let the old man look, not minding it at all. A small perfection blue-robed emperor would not be able to see anything wrong with it. Gongsun Yan scattered his aura and looked coldly at Xiao Chen. Don't get cocky. Just wait and see. Xiao Chen found this funny. He really did not get cocky. He had won too easily, there was no sense of accomplishment at all. Young Master Mo, was the person who profaned the holy daughter really you? Ziying asked in disbelief. Xiao Chen smiled and said, it's fine. There is just some misunderstanding between us. I will clear it up at the banquet. It will not bring any trouble to the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. Ziying giggled and said, Young Master Mo is overthinking. Our 9 Cauldron Pavilion is considered a peak merchant association in the heavenly starry ocean. Why would we fear this little bit of trouble? However, this little girl really did not expect that there would be someone in this world who is not afraid of death and would dare to profane the holy daughter. Profane? Why does everyone use this word? I did not even touch the other party's hand. Xiao Chen smiled helplessly and stopped explaining. Then, he entered the treasure master's residence with Ziying. The small interlude ended, but the storm was far from over. In just a few moves, Xiao Chen had reduced the outstanding talent Gongsun Yan to a sorry state like a child. He no longer had the air of an expert, appearing clumsy and stupid. Naturally, cultivators with good judgment would not think that Gongsun Yan was only capable of this much. Instead, when Xiao Chen made a move, he completely countered Gongsun Yan. Xiao Chen had predicted the enemy's moves and made judgments in advance. His rich combat experience was clearly displayed in close combat. Although Gongsun Yan had underestimated his opponent and lost the initiative, based on the current situation, even if he had not underestimated his opponent, he would not have gained the upper hand. What was even more unexpected was that the white-clothed man in front of them was actually the person who had been rumored to be the one who had publicly profaned the saintess. There will probably be a good show to watch at the banquet. The Holy Son and Holy Daughter of Zodiac Hall, the Divine Dragon Palace's Hai Tian, the Xia clan Xia Hanfeng, and the Shang Emperor have all been invited. I wonder, where does he get his confidence from? After slapping the faces of the outstanding talents of our Southern Sea's younger generation, he still dares to attend the banquet. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion will probably be implicated as well. Ha! It is best if there is excitement. This year's 10,000 Treasure Festival is indeed somewhat dull. Along with all sorts of discussions, the guests handed over their invitations and entered the Treasure Master's residence in groups of 2s and 3s. Under the full moon at night, the group walked through the quiet garden and arrived at the brightly lit hall. The banquet had already started there. The famous singers and dancers of 10,000 Treasure City had been invited. Zither music and string music reverberated in the surroundings. The young Treasure Master of 10,000 Treasure City's long and narrow table was placed in the center. Behind the table, the young Treasure Master, Yi Ling, sat on a golden jade throne, appearing very tyrannical. Yu Bingyun sat at the first table on the right. Beside her was the mysterious expert Auntie Bai, who never left her side. When Xiaochen entered with Ziying, he clearly felt Yu Bingyun's gaze on him. However, Xiaochen did not mind. He smiled faintly and looked back. Previously, he had not seen this girl's appearance clearly due to the white fog and a screen. This time, when Xiaochen looked seriously, he still felt that the other party's face was obscured by a layer of mist, preventing him from seeing it clearly. Even when Xiaochen infused his spiritual sense into his eyes, he still could not see clearly. However, he did not feel any discomfort. The other party's appearance seemed to appear in his mind easily. However, when he tried to think about it, he could not make any sense of it. This was truly strange. Aside from the holy daughter Yu Bingyun's gaze, Xiaochen also felt several gazes on him after he sat down. Clearly, the commotion at the gates had already reached here. Among them, 3 people caught his attention. With Ziying's whispered introduction, Xiaochen gained a rough idea of these 3 people's origins. They were the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master, Hai Tian. The ancient noble clans Shengguan Yun and the Xia clan's scion, Xia Hanfeng, were the peak outstanding talents of the Southern Sea's younger generation. These people all had extraordinary aspects. They either cultivated 2 wills, cultivated a special combat body, or cultivated a wondrous cultivation technique. If it were before the king conferral ceremony, the Xiaochen of that time would have some reservations when facing these people. Now, however, he did not need to worry too much. Xiaochen had already entered the blue-robed emperor realm and returned to his natural state, becoming one with the world. He had the air of a grandmaster, able to control it as he pleased. Aside from the Lunar Palace's holy daughter, the only person Xiaochen could not see through was the young treasure master, Yi Ling, who sat in the middle and did not need to hide his tyrannical aura. The banquet had not officially started yet. If it did, the dancers would probably be sent away. Is he waiting for someone? As Xiaochen thought this, he saw the young treasure master Yi Ling stand up from his throne. He revealed a smile and said, "Brother Chu Yang, congratulations on coming out of closed-door cultivation. After this, your name will definitely resound throughout the heavenly starry ocean, bringing honor to our southern sea." There were countless guests here. When the other outstanding talents arrived, the young treasure master only smiled and raised his cup in greeting. Now, for the sake of the Zodiac Hall's holy son, Chu Yang, he stood up alone. This showed how much importance the young treasure master placed on Chu Yang. Outside the door, the Sun Palace's Chu Yang and the Moon Palace's Fu Hongyao entered together. Immediately, everyone's gazes focused on these two. Xiaochen squinted and sent his spiritual sense into his eyes. He discovered rings of light that could not be seen with the naked eye on Chu Yang's body. Chu Yang was like a blazing sun, radiating light everywhere. If he willed it, he could instantly turn the dark night as bright as day. Chu Yang's cultivation had already broken through the barrier of Grandmaster, reaching Great Grandmaster level martial sage. He was only one step away from the blue-robed emperor. Xiaochen thought to himself, calculating the time, that group of outstanding talents of the Kunlun continent should have reached Chu Yang's current cultivation level. Furthermore, in the astral battlefield, the strongest battlefield, Chu Yang's improvement would be even more obvious. However, Xiaochen analyzed the situation in his heart. Aside from the few primes and Emperor Wu's inheritors, no one would be able to defeat this person. Ha! Brother Yi Ling is very considerate. Chu Yang smiled faintly. Then, together with Fu Hongyao, they went to the first table on the left that was reserved for the two of them. Yi Ling sat down again and waved his hand, dismissing the dancers. Then, he raised his cup and said, "This time, the Lunar Palace's holy daughter came to my 10,000 treasure city, adding to the glory of this 10,000 treasure festival. This first cup of wine must be offered to Miss Bingyun." The others raised their cups at the same time, swaying as they toasted Yu Bingyun. She smiled faintly and did not put on any pretense. Then, she raised her cup and drained it in one go. Naturally, this second cup of wine must be offered to the most dazzling young outstanding talent of our southern sea, the strongest true inheritor of the Sun Palace, Brother Chu Yang. Congratulations on coming out of closed-door cultivation. Chu Yang smiled faintly, gladly accepting the young treasure master's compliments. Then, he raised his cup and drained it as well. Chapter 1057. No one had any doubts about the order of the young treasure master's toasts. It was only natural that the holy volleyball holy maiden should be the first. Calling Chu Yang the number one person of the Southern Sea's younger generation would cause the other outstanding talents to feel dissatisfied in their hearts. However, they would not show it. Everyone looked forward to who the young treasure master, Yi Ling, would offer the third cup of wine to. At the beginning of the banquet, the host would only toast 3 cups of wine. These 3 cups of wine represented a person's face, identity, and reputation. Given Yi Ling's status as the young treasure master, these 3 cups of wine were naturally very important. Everyone wanted to be the one toasting the third cup. The prodigies, Hai Tian, Gong Sun Yan, Shengguan Yun, and Xia Han Feng, were all secretly waiting. Although they didn't show it on the surface, they were already unable to restrain themselves. After the second cup of wine was drunk, everyone put down their wine cups and looked at Yi Ling, waiting to see which outstanding talent he would offer this cup of wine to. If there were no accidents, Hai Tian from the Southern Sea Dragon God Palace had the highest chance. After all, he was the legitimate successor of Neptune's old subordinates. Hua! The maidservant standing at the side gently filled Yi Ling's empty cup. Yi Ling picked up his wine cup and smiled faintly. Then, he swept his gaze across the faces of the various outstanding talents. His line of sight was fixed on a person that no one would have expected. This third cup of wine is for young Master Mo Yun, who came from afar. I sincerely hope that young Master Mo will do me the honor of attending the next 10,000 Treasure Festival. To everyone's surprise, Yi Ling's third cup of wine was not for the various outstanding talents. Instead, he chose the unknown Xiaochen. Hai Tian, Gong Sun Yan, and the others, who were filled with anticipation, all revealed expressions of extreme shock and disbelief. Everyone's expressions darkened. After the other 3 city lords, who were trying to rope in the geniuses, immediately understood that it was time for them to step forward. His financial backer had spent the silver from the tournament, and his status and reputation had spread far and wide. They actually didn't manage to get the third cup of wine and let a nameless kid snatch it away. In the future, which prodigy would want to do business with them? This cup of wine, young Master Yi can toast, but some people can't drink. The young managers of the 3 merchant associations stood up at the same time, wanting to tear down the stage in front of all the guests. The Wind-Fire Merchant Association is unconvinced. They feel that young Master Mo is not qualified to drink this cup of wine. The Treasure Heaven Pavilion isn't convinced. Not just anyone has the qualifications to drink the wine that young Master E offers. The Heavenly Cloud Chamber of Commerce is also unconvinced. Young Master Yi's wine can be toasted, but some people can't drink it. Suddenly, in front of all the guests, the young masters of the 3 chambers of commerce stood up at the same time and mercilessly pulled down Xiaochen's stage. Xiaochen found this strange. Firstly, he had not expected the young treasure master, Yi Ling, to offer this toast to him. Secondly, he could not understand why the young managers of the three merchant associations would react so strongly. It was just a cup of wine. If he didn't drink it, so be it. It was no big deal. However, even though he didn't care, Ziying did. Xiao Qin was her financial backer and her biggest client. If she didn't stand up for him now, who else would want to work with her in the future? Ziying put down her wine cup and said sullenly, "This is the treasure master's residence. The few of you are really tyrannical, even daring to stop the young treasure master's wine." The Wind Fire Merchant Associations by Zay said coldly, "His origins are unknown, and he is not famous. What will the outstanding talents of my Southern Sea think if we offer this toast to him?" "That's right. We do business in 10,000 Treasure City and pay a large amount of taxes to 10,000 Treasure City every year. If the treasure master offers this toast to an outsider, we will be disappointed." The words of the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion's Qin Tian made it clear that the three merchant associations stood together, intending to work together to pressure the treasure master. Otherwise, a single merchant association would not have any say against the tyrannical treasure master's residence. The few outstanding talents remained silent. Clearly, they were extremely dissatisfied in their hearts, waiting for the treasure master to give an explanation. Coming to this 10,000 Treasure City, they spent money like it was dirt, seeking fame and profit. Unexpectedly, the young treasure master offered a third toast to an outsider at this banquet. Wasn't this slapping the faces of these outstanding talents? Such a thing happened right at the start of the banquet. The guests were all excited. Such a situation rarely happened. However, the young treasure master, Yi Ling, smiled faintly as if he had expected this long ago. He said calmly, "Young Master Mo completed a transaction worth close to 40 million black astral coins at the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association. As long as anyone can reach half of this amount, they will receive the best reception in 10,000 Treasure City, becoming an eternal honored guest of my 10,000 Treasure City. Furthermore, they will enjoy a 20% discount in the 10 great sea markets of the heavenly starry ocean." The moment Yi Ling said this, the guests in the hall goggled, not daring to believe what they heard. A transaction worth 40 million black astral coins. What kind of a sum was this? Aside from a few special blue-robed emperors, probably no one under Emperor Wu could achieve this. Everyone looked at Xiao Qin in shock. A Grand Master-level martial sage actually completed such a huge transaction. Such a sum was probably the largest transaction in the history of the 10,000 Treasure Festival. The young managers of the three merchant associations stood up. At first, they were shocked. Then, they felt embarrassed. When faced with so many gazes, they did not know how to deal with this situation, unable to advance or retreat. Such a huge transaction was completely worthy of the young treasure master's third cup of wine. Compared to Mo Yun, the transactions of the other outstanding talents were like children playing house. There was no comparison at all. This time, they really stuck their faces out and took the initiative to be slapped. This was a huge embarrassment. Ziying felt incredibly cocky, a smile filling her face. "You mocked me. Now you know who the joke is, right?" Bai Zai of the Flaming Wind Merchant Association was the first to react. He smiled and said, "Congratulations, young treasure master. This cup of wine should indeed be offered to young Master Mo." The people of the other merchant associations all chimed in. They all stood up and raised their wine cups, toasting Xiao Qin together. Merchants sought profit. They did not care about who could give them benefits or potential benefits. They did not care about face. What was integrity? How much was it worth? Was it worth 10 million black astral coins? Hai Tian and the others paled. They had not expected such an ending. As they looked at the people smiling and toasting Xiao Qin, the rage in their hearts slowly built up. Fu Hongyao whispered something into Chu Yang's ear. A murderous intent flashed in Chu Yang's eyes. Then, he glanced at Xiao Qin with some doubt in his eyes. Xiao Qin calmly accepted the toasts of the others. He raised his wine cup and drained it in one go. Xiao Qin glanced at the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. He could not see her expression clearly. There were no fluctuations, as if she did not care about the matter of that day. However, that blue-robed emperor expert beside her kept staring at Xiao Chen like he wanted to see through him. Xiao Chen's heart sank. With this person around, it would be very difficult for him to meet Yu Bingyun alone. While Xiao Chen thought to himself, the banquet continued. The focus of the banquet was still on Yu Bingyun. Under the direction of someone, the topic shifted to Xiao Chen's blasphemy with the Holy Daughter on Purple Cloud Island. Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and said that it was a misunderstanding. She told everyone not to mind it, saving Xiao Chen some trouble. Miss Bingyun, there is still one more year before the Four Seas Hero Gathering begins. I wonder what kind of great gift the Lunar Palace will take out for this gathering. Indeed. Even now, the Lunar Palace is still keeping it a secret. There is no need for it, right? The topic shifted to the topic that the outstanding talents here were more concerned about. They asked about the great gift of the Four Seas Hero Gathering. Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and said, the Lunar Palace is very sincere about the great gift of this Four Seas Hero Gathering. At this point, there is indeed no need to keep it a secret. Seeing that Yu Bingyun did not intend to hide anything, everyone's curiosity could not help but be piqued. In every Four Seas Hero Gathering, the great treasure that the Lunar Palace took out would make everyone scramble for it. They wondered what kind of great treasure the Lunar Palace would take out this time. This time, the top treasure that the Lunar Palace is taking out is a divine rock from another world. This divine rock has a spirit and can suppress luck and change the earth's veins. There is a prime martial emperor writing the words Dragon's Gate on it. The noisy hall immediately turned silent. Wasn't the divine stone that Yu Bingyun spoke of the first-ranked wondrous stone, the heaven-subduing rock? That was the mountain tablet of the Dragon Gate. The two words, Dragon Gate, were written by the Qing Emperor himself. Since the destruction of the Dragon's Gate, the mountain tablet of the Dragon's Gate had been missing for 10,000 years. Unexpectedly, it was in the hands of the Lunar Palace. But thinking about it, it made sense. This mountain tablet was newly erected after the Dragon's Gate unified the heavenly starry ocean. After the Dragon's Gate was destroyed, the Lunar Palace rose up. It was reasonable that the Lunar Palace obtained this mountain tablet of the heavenly starry ocean. As for the mountain tablet of the Kunlun Dragon Sect's headquarters, after the fall of the Qing Emperor, the mountain tablet was immediately destroyed by his enemies. This was the only one of the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablets that had been lost outside. Great waves surged in Xiao Chen's heart. However, aside from the initial shock, he quickly recovered. This was because a pair of eyes noticed him immediately. The owner of those eyes was the Sun Palace's Chu Yang, whom even Xiao Chen somewhat feared. Heng Yao, although this person's origins are unknown, he uses a strange weapon. Furthermore, he is only a great grandmaster level martial sage. I'm afraid that you really got the wrong person. I am not completely confident either. It is just a feeling. As for the exact situation, we still have to test him out before we can know. I understand. If it really is him, I will definitely make him pay a painful price in this treasure master's residence. The two sent voice projections to each other, exchanging their opinions of this Mo Yun. Both of them suspected the other person. However, this Mo Yun used a folding fan, which was very different from the saber that Xiao Chen used. Although Fu Hongyao had a strong intuition, he still did not dare to be sure. Regardless of the two's secret conversation, everyone in the hall was extremely shocked at the Lunar Palace's gift. The heaven-subduing rock and the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet. This gift was something that no one could have imagined even if they racked their brains. After tonight, the news of the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet as the gift would spread throughout the entire heavenly starry ocean like the wind. This would make the Four Seas Hero Gathering 1 year from now even more eye-catching, reaching an unprecedented peak. Xiao Chen's thoughts raced. Initially, he had no interest in the Four Seas Hero Gathering. Now, he could not help entering deep thought. I wonder, who does Miss Bingyun think will be able to suppress all the outstanding talents in this Four Seas Hero Gathering, stand out, and take the top spot to receive the gift? Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and said, right now, this is an age of geniuses. The heavenly starry ocean is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. How could Bingyun dare to make such a judgment? Chapter 1058. I feel that our Southern Sea's young Master Chu has great hope. There have always been rumors that young Master Chu cultivates in the sun. I wonder if that is true. Someone threw the question to Chu Yang. Immediately, everyone's gaze turned to Chu Yang. That's right. The Zodiac Hall dominates the Southern Sea. The Sun Palace only accepts elites as disciples. Furthermore, young Master Chu is an elite among elites. After coming out of closed-door cultivation, you will definitely gain something. Chu Yang's expression did not change. He smiled calmly and said, it is true that I cultivate in the sun. However, the cultivation places of the outstanding talents of the Heavenly Province Academy, the Five Poison Sect, the Yin-Yang Paradise, the Myriad Fiend Island, and the other holy lands are not much inferior to mine. How is that an advantage? Suddenly, Chu Yang's tone changed as he casually glanced at Xiao Chen. After a pause, he said, today, all the outstanding talents of the Southern Sea are here. It is rare for us to gather here. How about we exchange moves before the Four Seas Hero Gathering? That way, we can improve together. Young Master Chu's suggestion is pretty good. This is a good opportunity to see the strength of the various outstanding talents. The Four Seas Hero Gathering is about to begin. I believe the many outstanding talents are already prepared. As soon as Chu Yang's voice fell, there was an endless stream of responses. The banquet immediately turned lively. In the world of cultivators, fighting was always something that made people's blood race. This was especially so for the many outstanding talents here. The fights would definitely be very exciting. Brother Yi Ling, what do you think? Chu Yang looked at the young treasure master. After all, this was the treasure master's residence. He needed to seek his permission before doing anything. Yi Ling smiled and said, I have no objections, as long as the holy daughter does not mind. Yu Bingyun frowned slightly. She vaguely felt that Chu Yang's words targeted Mo Yun. After hesitating for a while, Yu Bingyun said, it is fine to stop when necessary. Don't get caught up in a conflict of emotions. Actually, even if she did not say this, Yu Bingyun knew that it would be pointless. However, the young treasure master and Chu Yang both wanted to test Mo Yun. Even if she tried to stop them, the two would have other excuses. Later, if there are any accidents, Auntie Bai, please keep an eye on him. Don't worry, I have been watching him. Yu Bingyun sent a voice projection to Auntie Bai. It was still unclear whether this Mo Yun was the person she was looking for or not. She did not wish for anything unexpected to happen. However, he didn't know that this would cause Xiao Chen to misunderstand him even more. Xiao Chen thought that Auntie Bai was fixated on him because she still remembered what happened on Purple Cloud Island and could only use force. The young treasure master, Yi Ling, smiled faintly and said, in that case, let's stop here. I also want to see how much Brother Chu Yang's strength has improved after coming out of closed-door cultivation. Chu Yang was non-committal and did not answer the question directly. He said, there will be a chance. Let's see how other friends perform first. Brother Gongsun seems to be ready for battle. Gongsun Yen looked at Xiao Chen and walked to the center of the square. He said coldly, that's right. Earlier outside the treasure master's residence, this one's exchange with young Master Mo is far from satisfying. Mo Yun, since young Master Chu has spoken, do you dare to spar with me again? At this moment, Xiao Chen was thinking of some plans. When he heard this, he had an idea. He stood up, opened his folding fan, and walked to the center of the arena. He used his actions to answer Gongsun Yen. Seeing Xiao Chen step forward, a fighting spirit blazed in Gongsun Yan's eyes. He had suppressed the humiliation outside the city lord's residence for a long time. Without saying anything, Gongsun Yen put on a pair of black gold gloves. Then, electric light flashed as he charged at Xiao Chen. This time, Gongsun Yen did not hold back at all. He left behind a clump of lightning-attributed fire where he stood, and his body moved in an instant, vanishing from where he was. It was a simple move, but it had the explosive speed of lightning and the destructive power of flames. This move was not fancy. It relied on speed and ruthlessness. In this space that was not too vast, it held a great advantage. Under such circumstances, a regular Great Grandmaster-level martial sage would be caught off guard and defeated in one move. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm as he watched Gong Sun Yan, who had vanished from everyone else's sight. However, Gong Sun Yan's movements appeared in slow motion in Xiao Chen's eyes. He could clearly see the trajectory of Gong Sun Yan's body and the openings in his footwork. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen moved. His body also vanished from the eyes of the weaker people. Bang! 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 The sounds of intense fighting rang out in the air. Gong Sun Yan's figure appeared, flying back while vomiting blood. Xiao Chen moved like a ghost, moving forward again. He thrust his folding fan, and Gong Sun Yan flew back again, crashing into the steps of Yi Ling's table. In the eyes of ordinary people, the scene was very simple. It was just the two disappearing one after another. Then, Gong Sun Yan appeared in midair with a flourishing aura. Gong Sun Yan was mysteriously defeated, vomiting blood. Then, he suffered a ruthless strike from Xiao Chen, severely injuring him and rendering him unable to get up. However, to the experts present, the scene was not like this. The two fought with speed, exchanging 10 moves in an instant. Every move was hair-raising, able to decide victory and defeat, deciding life and death. The intensity of this fight was no less than a great battle of 1,000 moves. Of the 10 moves, Gong Sun Yan only managed to attack once before falling into defense. After doing his best to block 3 of Xiao Chen's moves, he could no longer block another. The folding fan fluttered, the bone-chilling cold wind. Every strike was horrifying. Gong Sun Yan suffered 7 moves in a row. How could he not be defeated in such a sorry state? Confusion appeared in Chu Yang's eyes. The strength that this Mo Yun before him displayed was indeed that of a Grandmaster-level martial sage. However, his combat experience and techniques were much higher than Gong Sun Yan's. Hence, Gong Sun Yan lost so decisively that everyone thought that he did not even last one round. Could it be that he really is not that person? Chu Yang thought to himself. Whoosh! Xiao Chen opened his folding fan and smiled faintly. With just this much, you dare to call yourself an outstanding talent? You had better not go to the Four Seas Hero Gathering. Even if you do, you will just embarrass yourself. The Southern Sea is merely a so-so. How arrogant! I, Xia Hanfeng, will test you out. When the scion of the Xia clan, who was also a noble clan, saw Mo Yun's arrogance, he soared up and pressed towards Xiao Chen. After learning from Gong Sun Yan's lesson, Xia Hanfeng fought steadily. He used the Xia clan's cultivation technique to imitate the might of the heavenly Tao. As he slowly descended, he threw a palm strike. It was like the hand of heaven smashing down heavily. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. This was the first time he saw such a martial technique. To think that Xiao Chen could imitate the might of the heavenly Tao. Unfortunately, he was still lacking. His cultivation had not reached the level of Great Grandmaster-level martial sage, so he was not a threat to Xiao Chen. Thousand Frost Battle Snow, Unyielding Pride. Xiao Chen opened his folding fan and used a profound martial technique as well. His arrogance soared, not fearing heaven or heaven. This mysterious state happened to counter Xia Hanfeng's move, Heaven's Hand. This forced Xia Hanfeng, who was about to press down, back. Xiao Chen's soaring arrogance suppressed the might of heaven. Without the might of heaven, this move naturally broke. Xiao Chen soared up and clashed with Xia Hanfeng in midair. With every move, he successfully dragged Xia Hanfeng into his rhythm. It looked like Xia Hanfeng was forced into a sorry state by Xiao Chen, about to follow in Gong Sun Yan's footsteps. The Divine Dragon Palace's Hai Tian and the Shangguan noble clan's Shangguan Yun, who were still muttering to themselves, shouted coldly and attacked at the same time, trying to help Xia Hanfeng out of his predicament. Xiao Qin smiled faintly. They came at the right time. Since they were willing to take the initiative to make a move, it saved him some trouble. A chaotic battle broke out, turning the place into an intense battle between four people. The three outstanding talents of the Southern Sea actually had to make a move at the same time to suppress Xiao Chen. Yi Ling, who sat in the middle, showed a sullen expression. Xiao Chen's strength somewhat surpassed his expectations. Chu Yang felt somewhat anxious. Even at this point, he still had not seen the martial technique that Mo Yun used. He did not know what it had to do with Xiao Chen. Did I really mistake him? Just at this moment, something strange happened. The aura of Xiao Chen, who was being suppressed by the three, suddenly soared, reaching Great Grandmaster-level martial sage. Clearly, it was not realistic to use Grandmaster-level martial sage to defeat these three. That way, Xiao Chen's plan would not succeed. Only by raising his strength further would he have a chance. When facing Xiao Chen, whose strength suddenly soared, Hai Tian and the other two were caught off guard. The first to suffer was Xia Hanfeng. He was sent flying by Xiao Chen's palm strike, knocking over 3 tables in a row. Amidst the clanging sounds, figures flew everywhere, and the place immediately became somewhat chaotic. Bang! Xiao Chen sent out another palm strike, and Shangguan Yun went flying. A strong wind blew from his body, spreading everywhere. The place turned chaotic. With the final punch, the Divine Dragon Palace's Hai Tian flew back like a meteor by Xiao Chen. The friction between his body and the air gave off a piercing sonic boom. The direction Hai Tian flew in was where the Lunar Palace's holy daughter was. Auntie Bai's expression changed slightly. Given Hai Tian's speed, if he crashed into the holy daughter, she would definitely be injured. Auntie Bai moved at lightning speed, wanting to block Hai Tian. The hall fell into complete chaos. A strong wind blew, and the heavenly might spread out, affecting all the guests. As everyone made their moves, the situation became even more chaotic. All this happened in just 2 breaths. Xiao Chen took advantage of the opening when Auntie Bai attacked to move and restrain Yu Bingyun at lightning speed. Xiao Chen used his heavenly laws to drive the power of the world. With a suppressive advantage, he instantly sealed Yu Bingyun's strength, preventing her from executing her abilities. Don't move. I just have some business with you. I won't hurt you. Xiao Chen hoisted Yu Bingyun on his shoulder and leaped out of the hall. With a few flashes, he unfurled the freedom wings and vanished from the treasure master's residence. The hall was as chaotic as ever. Loud sounds rang out endlessly. Auntie Bai had just caught the flying Hai Tian. The other party was the Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master. Furthermore, Auntie Bai was not a decisive person, so she did not want to injure Hai Tian. Who knew, the moment Auntie Bai landed, Yu Bingyun disappeared from her side. Seeing Xiao Chen carry Yu Bingyun away just like that, Chu Yang and Yi Ling were flabbergasted. What was going on? How could the bona fide Lunar Palace's holy daughter be carried away like that? Bang! With the holy daughter captured, how could Auntie Bai care so much? She casually tossed Hai Tian to the side. Auntie Bai unleashed a strong aura and charged forward. Her body merged with the heavens. When she took a step forward, the world moved with her. The cultivators in her way were all knocked into a mess, tumbling everywhere. Yi Ling and Chu Yang reacted. Their faces sank at the same time as they soared into the air and quickly gave chase. In a moment of desperation, the aura that the two burst out with was actually no weaker than the small perfection blue-robed emperors. The two exchanged glances. They could tell that the other had held back. Their true strength was not as simple as it looked on the surface. However, at this moment, this matter was urgent. There was no time to overthink. Chasing after the person was more important. Chapter 1059. If something happened to the Holy Daughter after she was kidnapped, the Lunar Palace would definitely not sit by and do nothing. Both of them would be blamed. Boom! The sounds of intense fighting came from ahead. Aunt Bai, who was the first to rush out, seemed to be obstructed. Ha! My brother Mo is indeed someone who can do great things. No wonder he is not willing to work with us to kidnap the Holy Daughter. It turns out that he wants to do it alone. When the two of them looked over, they saw 4 men emitting an unruly, and sinister aura, blocking Auntie Bai's path. Although Auntie Bai was suppressing the 4 of them, she couldn't get rid of them for a while. Ba too. When Chu Yang saw the person who spoke, he revealed a grave expression. Yi Ling's face sank. He said in a cold voice, "How bold. The descendants of the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea are truly lawless. To think that they dare to behave atrociously in the treasure master's residence. Brothers, let's go." Ba Tu laughed loudly. When he saw the experts of the treasure master's residence surrounding them, he quickly led his 4 subordinates in retreat. The 4 worked together and each tossed out a peak-grade astral core. The astral cores expanded in the air, and horrifying energy surged out. The light illuminated the entire treasure master's residence, forcing back the experts of the treasure master's residence and Aunt Bai. When the light vanished, the few minor pirates of the Black Sea were no longer there. They gathered together and exchanged glances. More people ran out of the Great Hall. After they understood the situation, their minds were filled with confusion. They could not accept this fact. The Lunar Palace's Holy Daughter had been openly carried away before everyone's eyes. There was probably nothing more absurd than this. Who exactly was this Xiao Chen? Why did he kidnap the Holy Daughter for no reason? Senior Bai, this matter happened in the Treasure Master's residence. Yi Ling is willing to bear full responsibility. I will definitely bring the Holy Daughter back unharmed within 3 days. Yi Ling was rather magnanimous. His words contained strong confidence. Aunt Bai thought of some possibilities. Then, she said indifferently, I am very clear on what kind of person your grandfather is. I can also completely trust the Treasure Master's residence's faction in the 10,000 treasure sea market. However, I hope that you do not need to make a move on this matter. The Lunar Palace will not vent their anger on others. As soon as she finished speaking, Aunt Bai's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Yi Ling entered deep thought. The Lunar Palace's Holy Daughter had been searching for doctors for the past few years. This time, when she came to the 10,000 treasure sea market, she had visited several Grandmaster alchemists. His own medical skills were already unparalleled in the world, yet he still needed to find a doctor. This had always been an unsolved mystery. Now that he was mysteriously kidnapped, Aunt Bai's attitude was so vague. It really made people curious. However, since the other party had spoken, it was naturally not good for him to interfere. However, he still had to figure out Mo Yun's identity. Since when did such a person appear in the heavenly starry ocean? Xiao Chen had no idea at all. He made up his mind to expose Mo Yun's identity. Chu Yang's expression wavered. He felt that he could not see through this person. Aside from the white robes, he could not find any connection between Mo Yun and Xiao Chen. However, his intuition told him that this person was most likely the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen. He was the one who beat up Fu Hongyao and nearly disfigured him. At this moment, Xiao Chen needed to get to the bottom of this. Even if he used all the power of an immortal holy land, he had to figure out this person's identity. The others left quietly. Great waves of fear surged in their hearts. They were destined not to sleep tonight. The Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet appeared, and the Holy Daughter was kidnapped. Furthermore, not long ago, the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen, instantly killed one of the 8 blue-robed emperors. The heavenly starry ocean, which had been peaceful for a long time, felt like a storm was brewing as the hero gathering was about to begin. On the other side, Xiao Chen carried Yu Bingyun, whose cultivation was suppressed, and rushed away. After he left 10,000 Treasure City, he immediately unfurled the freedom wings and flashed into the distance. One step took him 50 kilometers. After 10 breaths, he was already 500 kilometers away. Xiaochen put away the freedom wings and calmly landed on the surface of the sea. Then, he looked around. After making sure that there was no one around, he put Yu Bingyun down. Sorry, I do not have any malicious intent. It is just that the expert beside Miss seems to be prejudiced against me, so I had no choice but to do this. Xiaochen got straight to the point, once again expressing that he did not have any malicious intent and telling Yu Bingyun not to worry. Yu Bingyun was already angry in her heart. When she heard this, she became even angrier. Naturally, she could guess what Xiaochen's purpose in carrying her away was. It was nothing more than the matter of 10 years of her lifespan. It would have been fine as long as they talked things over. However, this fellow did not know what was wrong with him. To think that he went through so much trouble, not hesitating to cause a huge commotion in the treasure master's residence, forcefully carrying her away. What was he thinking? I told Aunt Bai to pay more attention to him, fearing that something might happen to him. However, he misunderstood that I was prejudiced against him. Thinking of this, Yu Bingyun was so angry that she started laughing, feeling helpless. No matter what, she had finally achieved her purpose. She also had some things that she wanted to discuss with him alone. Yu Bingyun rested for a while before saying calmly, I know what you want to say. However, I am powerless to do anything about it. Your cultivation of the physical body has taken a wrong turn. It is too harsh on the body, and the medicines for treating injuries have not kept up. Now, even if a divine doctor appeared, he would not be able to save you. Of course, if you can reach Emperor Wu's level within 5 years, reconstructing the golden body would not be a problem. To Yu Bingyun, the latter part of Xiaochen's words was just nonsense. She could tell that the Mo Yun before her had an extraordinary background. He had already reached the initial stage of blue-robed emperor. It was practically impossible to break through the vast chasm between blue-robed emperor and Emperor Wu within 5 years. Only during the ancient era, when the martial Tao was at its peak, did a small number of outstanding people have such accomplishments. Even the unrivaled Qing emperor of the later ancient era took 8 years to break through this stage. Xiaochen entered deep thought and asked, what will happen after 5 years? After 5 years, even if your lifespan is not up, you will lose the chance to advance to Emperor Wu's level. Your withered and aged physical body will no longer be able to reconstruct the golden body. Do I really only have 5 years left? Xiaochen's heart sank. Clinging to his last hope, he said, your sex longevity art, it's useless. When you were carrying me earlier, I secretly took your pulse. I discovered that your physiological lifespan has been delayed by 10 years. You should have a divine body nourishing art on you, Yu Bingyun interrupted him, directly extinguishing his last hope. Yu Bingyun interrupted Xiaochen's words, directly extinguishing his final hope. The effects of the longevity art are no different from the divine body nourishing art that you know. The situation is irreversible. You have already delayed it by 10 years. Even if you use the longevity art, it will not have any effect. Aside from advancing to martial emperor within 5 years, there was no other choice, which was equivalent to a dead end. Xiaochen could not help smiling in disappointment. He was filled with hot-bloodedness and lofty aspirations. It looked like he was about to reach the peak and realize his grand ambitions. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to reach the peak, he met with such a great calamity. Along the way, he had fought countless strong enemies in the past 12 years. Encountering such a calamity made him feel very dissatisfied. In the current Kunlun realm, 10,000 years had passed in all directions. There had never been anyone who used only 5 years to cross the chasm between the heavens and the earth. Even the Qing Emperor took 8 years. Blue Dragon King, you have been unrivaled for half your life, filled with glory and fame. Your path has been filled with legends. What is there to be dissatisfied with? If you can accept it, as long as you scatter your cultivation and stop cultivating, you can live a peaceful life. Living for more than 100 years would not be a problem. Yu Bingyun's tone was calm and peaceful. You guessed my identity? Shao Chen narrowed his eyes as he looked at this mysterious holy daughter, who he could not see clearly. When you used the blue-robed emperor's cultivation to instantly suppress me, I already guessed it. Shao Chen smiled and said, the holy daughter's eyes are pretty good. Unfortunately, while you can guess my identity, you cannot guess my heart. I have defeated countless enemies in my life. No one can avoid defeat. How can I fall on myself? We will meet again in Bright Moon City 1 year from now. I will personally come to claim the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet. Yu Bingyun gaped slightly. How could he leave just like that? She still had something to ask. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yu Bingyun looked around and saw a few figures flying over. She somewhat understood why Shao Chen left. Miss Bingyun, are you alright? Chu Yang and Yi Ling, who arrived at nearly the same time, slowly landed on the surface of the sea. An expert with extremely strong auras stood behind each of them. Yu Bingyun took a quick look and knew that they were the blue-robed emperor's great perfection cultivation base. In the shortest time possible, the two of them summoned their strongest strength and rushed over as fast as they could. After the two sized up Yu Bingyun, they looked into the distance, in the direction that Shao Chen had fled in. Under the night sky, there was no one in the vast sea. Unfortunately, we came too late and let that scoundrel escape, Chu Yang sighed softly, his eyes filled with heavy doubt. Yi Ling withdrew his gaze and whispered, Holy daughter, you had best return quickly. This person still has companions. I wonder if the descendants of the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea have gone far. Yu Bingyun found this strange. The descendants of the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea? Why are these fellows here? If not for this group of people suddenly appearing, Mo Yun would not have left 10,000 Treasure City so easily. Whoosh! Then, several figures flew over. It was Hai Tian, Gong Sun Yen, and the others. They led the quasi-emperor guards they had hidden in the dark and charged over. After asking around, Hai Tian said through clenched teeth, Miss Bingyun, after we return, we should immediately put up a notice to summon all the holy lands of the entire heavenly starry ocean to capture this person. Shangguan Yun and the others all agreed, saying that they had to kill this brat. At the banquet, Mo Yun had beaten these people into sorry states, turning them into a big joke. They wished that they could kill Shao Chen now. Yu Bingyun thought for a while and said, there's no need. Something went wrong with his cultivation and he has only 10 years left to live. He only came to me to ask me about some things and did not have any intention of harming me. Furthermore, he has a deep relationship with my lunar palace. We can't be considered enemies. There was just a misunderstanding. Yi Ling's eyes lit up. He said, based on what the holy daughter means, you seem to know a lot about this Mo Yun? Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and said, not only do I know a lot about him, but the few of you should also be familiar with him. He is the Blue Dragon King, the white-robed Shao Chen who swept through the younger generation of the Kunlun continent. The few of them immediately gaped, tongue-tied, unable to say anything. This news caught them somewhat off guard. However, since it came from the Lunar Palace's holy daughter, it could not be wrong. Whoosh! A piercing light flashed, illuminating the night sky. Without saying anything, Chu Yang led the Great Perfection blue-robed Emperor experts behind him in pursuit. Chapter 1060. So, he is Shao Chen, the one who killed my Divine Dragon Palace's blue-robed Emperor. To think that I misjudged him. A murderous intent flashed in Hai Tian's eyes. He and his guards quickly followed Chu Yang, charging over. The other outstanding talents reacted. Killing chi surged out of their bodies as they gave chase without saying a word. Only the young treasure master, Yi Ling, showed a contemplative expression. The Great Perfection blue-robed emperor beside him did not rush to give chase. Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and said, young treasure master, are you not going to join in the excitement? Yi Ling smiled and replied casually, Miss Bingyun chose this moment to reveal Mo Yun's identity. You guessed correctly. Chu Yang's group will not be able to catch up to Shao Chen. Young Treasure Master is still as smart as you were many years ago. In terms of intelligence, only the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young master, Ling Xiaofan, can surpass you in the heavenly starry ocean. Yu Bingyun's face, which no one could see clearly, seemed to reveal a rather cute expression. Yi Ling smiled self-mockingly. Ha! Unfortunately, even if the two of us work together, we are not even a tenth of Miss Bingyun's. Miss Bingyun seems to have something to ask of this Blue Dragon King. What is it? Why don't you tell me? Although I am not as dazzling as the Blue Dragon King, I believe that I am somewhat capable. Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and said, Young Master Yi is being too humble. To be able to reach the young Treasure Master's level among the hundreds of the Treasure Master's grandchildren, how could he only be somewhat capable? He might even be able to compete with the Blue Dragon King. Furthermore, if this Blue Dragon King continues to temper his physical body, he will only have 10 more years to live. However, this is my matter and has nothing to do with strength. Might I ask if young Master Yi knows who in the heavenly starry ocean knows the immortal epic's alchemy? Yi Ling felt slightly stunned. Then, he frowned and said, I heard that the immortal epic's alchemy is not kept in the Penglai Sea. No one knows it, and it has been lost for a long time. Could it be that this Blue Dragon King knows it? Most likely, so young Master Yi won't be able to help me with this. Indeed, I can't help you. However, I do have a favor that I need the Saintess's help with. What help? Yu Bingyun revealed a curious look in her eyes. Yi Ling said unhurriedly, I received news that several major characters are preparing to work together to go to the heart of the ocean in half a month. If I have the Saintess with me, I think I have an 80% chance of escaping unscathed. Finding it strange, Yu Bingyun asked, which major character is he so unafraid of death, even daring to barge into the heart of the ocean? There are a few Emperor Wu who are nearing the end of their lifespans, or are facing a bottleneck in breaking through. Of course, they are prepared to risk their lives and go deeper. We just need to walk around the corner. It turned out that it was Emperor Wu, who was nearing the end of his lifespan and was preparing to break through to the next level. It was not hard to understand why these people had the heart to fight to the death. Yu Bingyun thought for a while before saying, if they only take risks in the corners, they can retreat easily. However, the various sea domains have entrances to the heart of the ocean. Where do they intend to go? The Southern Sea's Despair City. Otherwise, I would not have obtained this news. Yi Ling smiled faintly and said, I'll send Miss Bingyun back to 10,000 Treasure City first. He waved his hand, and a bright light fell from the sky. 8 divine steeds with fur that looked like fiery glaze came down. An ancient and luxurious golden chariot flew down like a fireball, illuminating the night sky. The Treasure Master really dotes on you. With this war chariot, whether I go or not, at least your life will not be in danger. Yu Bingyun sighed softly. Clearly, she knew many secrets about this golden war chariot before her. Yi Ling did not deny it. The blue-robed emperor often takes risks in Despair City. Furthermore, there will definitely be others who obtain this news. Having one more person would be much safer. The two rode the chariot back to the city. As for the group, they chased for 5,000 kilometers under the starry night. However, they could not find any leads and could only return in frustration. On a lonely island in the vast sea, Shao Chen, who had escaped long ago, sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Vaguely, between reality and illusion, Shao Chen stood before the chasm between heaven and earth. Bridge piers had already taken shape on both sides of him, looking resplendent with dragon heads carved on them. With a thought, Shao Chen sank his spiritual sense to his dantian. The motes of heavenly laws were like liquefied electric light, forming an extremely blurry blue dragon seal. As Shao Chen breathed, it absorbed the energy of the world. This was the heavenly seal, the predecessor of the heart of an emperor. Everyone's physique and cultivation technique were different. There were thousands of variations, and it was hard to find an identical heavenly seal. The blue-robed emperor's cultivation was to condense the heavenly laws of these motes of electric light into a solid heavenly seal. Then, it would form the heart of an emperor, truly connecting to the world. At that time, the dragon bridge between the chasm would reach the other side, and the emperor's door would descend from the sky, descending into the real world. It was easy to say, but the difficulty was indescribable in a few words. To materialize more than 10,000 points of liquefied heavenly laws would require an unknown amount of natural energy. In any case, Xiaochen felt that the Holy Spirit vein in the universe ring was barely enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. At the very least, he needed 100 Holy Spirit veins to materialize 10,000 heavenly laws. In the post-ancient era, Holy Spirit veins were extremely rare. No one would be so extravagant as to use them to cultivate. This stage was something that required time. Furthermore, this was just small perfection for the blue-robed emperor. He still had to spend time to gather the materialized heavenly laws together. Only after forming the heavenly seal could the blue-robed emperor be considered to have reached great perfection. After great perfection, the heavenly seal would form a soul. Only then would the blue-robed emperor be considered to have reached peak consummation. After that was the most crucial and dangerous step, undergoing the great tribulation of wind and fire, evolving the heavenly seal into the heart of an emperor. After that, one could become Emperor Wu, reconstruct the golden body, and ascend to the great Tao. Each stage took an unknown amount of time. Many people guarded it for their entire lives, exhausting their lifespans, yet they could not make it to the third stage. Many people put in a lot of effort to clear the 3 stages, only to get burned to death in the great tribulation of wind and fire. What was the chasm of heaven and earth? This was the chasm of heaven and earth. Crossing it meant the difference between heaven and earth. However, the time left for Xiaochen was only 5 years. 5 years. If Xiaochen did not advance to martial emperor within 5 years, he could live for only 20 years. If he continued to destroy his body during these 20 years, his physiological lifespan would decrease even further. Ao Jiao remained silent in the immortal spirit ring. After she learned that the blue dragon body nourishing art and the longevity art could not help Xiaochen, she had not said a word. Xiaochen tried to tease her a few times, but she did not say anything. Little Ao Jiao, what's wrong? Do you not have any confidence that I can advance to martial emperor within 5 years? Xiaochen said with a faint smile as he opened his eyes. Are you confident? The silent Ao Jiao suddenly asked. Naturally, he was not. Even the Qing emperor took 8 years. Even if Xiaochen reached the level of the Qing emperor, he would not be able to escape death. Xiaochen only had 5 years left. If he did not advance to martial emperor within 5 years, even if he cleared the great tribulation of wind and fire, his heavenly seal would not be able to evolve into a heart of an emperor. However, confidence was not important. The most important thing was not to give up on working hard. That was impossible. There was clearly little hope, yet Xiaochen was still very confident. How was that any different from lying to himself? As the saying goes, there will always be a way out. This is not wrong. However, if the car breaks down before it reaches the mountain, even if there is a way out, you will not be able to take it. Even if there is a path, you will not be able to walk it. Ao Jiao, you understand what I mean, right? Xiaochen recalled the words that many people in his previous life used to comfort themselves when they were in dire straits. That was right. There was always a way out. However, opportunities always came to the prepared. Regardless of whether Xiaochen was confident or not, he could not give up or stop working hard. Once he gave up, it would really be a dead end. Ao Jiao thought about it twice before she understood Xiaochen's meaning. She smiled and asked, "What do you plan to do now? Are you going to change your plans?" Xiaochen's original plan was to sell off the miscellaneous items and profound martial techniques on him before buying secret treasures containing dragon souls and cultivating the first layer of the blue dragon body nourishing art. After that, he would go to the Forbidden Land and take away the Despair Throne. After that, he would go to the Northern Sea to meet Long Fei and find a backer for Heavenly Star Island. Finally, he would return to Heavenly Star Island and meet up with Kim Tae-ho and Lan Xiaobai. He would do his best to develop Heavenly Star Island as the first step to reviving the Dragon's Gate. However, along the way, there had been too many surprises. Now that he knew about the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet, he definitely could not return so early. This was the last remaining mountain tablet of the Dragon's Gate. No matter what, Xiaochen had to snatch it back. I should go to Despair City first and take away the Despair Throne. Xiaochen stood up and took out the sea chart. Then, he searched for his own sea chart. Xiaochen had left in too much of a rush last night, so he did not pay attention to where he was going. Xiaochen had used the Freedom Wings continuously and had already arrived at the end of the Southern Sea. If Xiaochen continued forward, he would enter the Desolate Sea. It was a boundless sea, barren and deserted with few people. Just as Xiaochen put away the sea chart, a soft cracking sound came from his body. With a thought, he opened his mouth and spat out the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Xiaochen went forward to take a look. He saw the solar true flame and the smooth golden crow egg. Cracks appeared on it at a visible rate, cracking rapidly. Xiaochen was somewhat surprised that the golden crow egg had hatched 1 month earlier. Joy appeared on his face. He could finally see the true appearance of the legendary divine bird that could turn into the sun. Quick! Infuse your essence blood into it. Otherwise, it will fly away. Ao Jiao exclaimed urgently after she reacted. Xiaochen's expression changed, and a strand of blood shot out from his fingertip. It turned into a beam of red light and flew towards the golden crow egg. Ka! However, Xiaochen was too late. Just as the blood was about to touch the golden crow egg, it shattered. A golden light the size of a square centimeter spread out. This caught Xiaochen off guard. He was temporarily blinded, and his vision turned pitch black. Xiaochen circulated his heavenly laws and quickly recovered his vision. Then, he squinted and saw the sky. A clump of light that was not inferior to the blazing sun was flying quickly to the east. Xiaochen vaguely sensed the golden crow in the sky. Xiaochen could feel the fear, panic, and fear in the little fellow's heart. It looked like that drop of essence blood had entered the little fellow's body at the last moment. For a long time, Xiaochen's solar true flame had been incubating the golden crow. The two had an invisible, unbreakable connection. All Xiaochen had to do was wait for the golden crow to tire of flying and comfort it. When the essence blood completely merged with the golden crow's blood, the golden crow would treat Xiaochen like a relative and would no longer be like this. Suddenly, Xiaochen's expression changed as he looked in the direction of the golden crow's departure. Oh no! It is heading to the solar star. To Xiaochen, that place is a hopeless situation. Unless one was a martial emperor, one would not be able to enter. One needed the strength of a sovereign martial emperor. Chapter 1061. However, to the golden crow, it was like a fish in water or a dragon in the sea. Xiaochen's unmerged drop of essence blood would probably evaporate in the sun. How could he just watch the golden crow, which he had waited for so many years, fly away at the critical moment? Xiaochen's face sank as he quickly chased after the golden crow on the water. The two suns competed with each other, creating mysterious phenomena. Fortunately, this was the Desolate Sea. If it were anywhere else, who knew what kind of trouble it would cause? Bang! 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 With every step Xiaochen took in the vast sea, he kicked up countless towering waves. His body moved like a roaming dragon as he weaved through the huge waves. Strong winds blew, and the waves surged endlessly. As Xiaochen watched the golden crow spread its wings in the sky, he felt both startled and happy. He was happy that the little golden crow was so fast even though it had just been born. He executed his movement technique to its limits, nearly tearing space apart. However, that was all he could ensure that he would not lose track of the golden crow. What shocked him was that this guy just kept flying. He was really going to be flown away by it. Fortunately, the golden crow's intelligence was not fully developed yet. It could only fly according to its senses. If it knew how to break through the barrier of the sky, it would have flown out of the starry heavens long ago. At that time, there would be more variables. At the very least, there would be no outsiders in the desolate sea for now. No one would compete with him. As he ran, the blazing sun rose and fell. 7 days passed just like that, but night had yet to fall. There was no other reason than the golden crow existing. The sun would never set in this desolate sea. After 7 days of intense running, Xiaoqin did not feel tired. However, if he continued running like this, he would soon leave the desolate sea. The sea map did not indicate where the desolate sea was, so Xiaoqin did not know. If he ran into an expert, he would be in trouble. Just at this moment, Xiaoqin suddenly felt extreme fear in the golden crow in the sky. Xiaoqin looked up and saw an arrow carrying the force of a thunderbolt shooting towards the golden crow in the sky at lightning speed. If this arrow hit, the newly born golden crow would definitely die. Oh no, Xiaoqin thought to himself. He had to use 10 times his combat power again. He knew that he couldn't use a heaven-defying art like tenfold in the current state of his physical body. However, at this moment, he had no choice but to use it. Xiaoqin clenched his teeth and executed the myriad heaven-divine fists deities descending as he ran. The divine light tore through the sky and entered Xiaoqian's body. Above the sea, Xiaoqin shouted and leaped up. The emotions that he had been suppressing for the past 7 days burst out at this moment. 100 illusionary heaven dragons appeared behind Xiaoqin. The dragons roared furiously and exploded with a shocking aura. The shockwaves they created caused the seawater within 50 kilometers to be lifted into the air, creating a magnificent scene. Xiaoqin soared into the surging seawater. Tiny spatial cracks appeared in the void as he rose higher and higher. Xiaoqin, whose speed had surpassed his limits, appeared behind the golden crow like a flash of light. He reached out and grabbed the palm-sized golden crow in his palm. Before Xiaoqin could take a closer look at the golden crow, the arrow that could tear through the sky had already flown over. Xiaoqin narrowed his eyes, and his left hand did its best to grab the arrow, firmly grasping it. The skin on Xiaoqian's hand immediately tore, and he felt a fiery pain as a huge force assaulted him. Xiaoqin shouted and stomped on the air. The strength of the blue-robed emperor burst out, driving the power of the world. No matter how great the force of the arrow was, his body remained steady in the air. Xiaoqin looked in the direction where the arrow came from. At the highest point of an island 10 kilometers away, a boorish and bold man drew his bow, preparing to shoot a second arrow. Xiaoqian's gaze turned cold. He turned his head back, and the arrow in his left hand shot back at an even faster speed. The boorish man was clearly startled. However, he reacted very quickly. He pushed off the ground and flew away. Boom! Xiaoqian's backhand arrow struck the mountain peak under Xiaoqian's feet, shattering it into countless cracks. Whoosh! The mountain shattered, and dust filled the air. A beam of light tore through the dust, quickly flying towards Xiaoqian. It turned out to be that boorish man. As he retreated, he did not stop shooting. Xiaoqian frowned. This person's archery skills were extremely terrifying, forcing Xiaoqian to use the strength of the blue-robed emperor before he could receive the arrow. The heavenly laws in his dantian drained rapidly. Xiaoqian took a step forward, and the space around him flashed, showing many scenes. Using the power of the world, Xiaoqian kicked, knocking away the arrow at the critical moment. Pooh! 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 9 sonic booms rang out. 9 arrows appeared in the distance, flying over from different directions and angles. Xiaoqian did not know what secret technique this person used, but the arrows actually contained the power of the world. This made the arrows flying over vaguely feel like they were flying along with the void of the world. That was not all. The 9 arrows flew over from different angles, each occupying a position and forming a cage of heaven and earth. No matter how Xiaoqian retreated, the world moved with him. When the 9 arrows closed in, they would always lock onto Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian's expression turned somewhat grave. The golden crow in his palm trembled. After flying for 7 days, the moment it relaxed, it fainted. Xiaoqian placed the golden crow in his chest and pushed off with his feet, spinning his body backward. A bright moon like fire, red peach blossoms, a blazing sun, withered leaves, and many mysterious phenomena came out of Xiaoqian's body. Xiaoqian used the power of his heavenly laws to execute Instant of Glory again, merging it into the world. The chaotic mysterious phenomena and the grand scene looked very real. It lacked some of the magnificence but gained a sense of completeness and nature. When the saber was drawn, a light appeared. The glory was eternal in that instant as the saber light swept out in all directions. Bang! 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 Crunching sounds rang out as the 9 deadly arrows exploded in the air. Their boundless might easily crumbled. Quickly go! After the desolate sea, it is the sea region ruled by the myriad fiend island, an immortal holy land, Ao Jiao warned from the immortal spirit ring. Xiaoqian sheathed his saber and somersaulted in the air. Xiaoqian flew 10 kilometers and spun around in circles, giving off a flickering electric light. A ferocious lightning dragon howled into the distance. A boorish and bold man drew his bow on the small island. Even as Xiaoqian fled far away, becoming only a small black dot in his vision, he did not give up. As the boorish man slowly drew the bowstring, thunder roared in the world, rumbling everywhere. A vertical eye opened on the boorish man's forehead. Xiaoqian, which was originally just a small black dot, instantly magnified in his vision. Suddenly, in his eyes, it was magnified endlessly. It was as if the space had shrunk by half, and the figure in his eyes was getting closer. When the boorish man saw Xiaoqian clearly, his fingers loosened, and the arrow in his hand turned into a bolt of lightning, flying for his life. After shooting this arrow, the boorish man collapsed. His vertical eye slowly closed, and sweat covered his forehead. His complexion was pale, drained of blood. Xiaoqian, who was already more than 50 kilometers away, suddenly felt his heart sink. He quickly turned around, and his mind instantly tensed up. Without any hesitation, he held his saber horizontally across his chest. Pu Ci. The scabbard blocked the arrow, and Xiaoqian flew back 1 kilometer on the water, kicking up huge waves. Xiaoqian's complexion paled slightly, and cracks appeared in his internal organs. Intense pain spread throughout his body. Only after vomiting a mouthful of blood did he feel much better. Is there no end to this? When the arrow's momentum weakened, Xiaoqian flicked the scabbard and knocked it away. Then, he spiraled up and threw a palm strike from 50 kilometers away. A bright moon rose up behind him. The moon was like fire, fueled by thousands of kilograms of hot-bloodedness. The Tao was filled with joy and sorrow, parting and reunions, expressing lofty sentiments and hot-bloodedness. The wine was an intoxicating red, and the blood was a beautiful flame. Thousand-year flame, lofty sentiments remained forever, the Tao was filled with joy and sorrow. Aside from that boorish man, there were 2 other people on the small island, a man and a woman. The man was definitely familiar to Xiaoqian. He was the strongest person of the killing sword Tao, Yan San. This person is very powerful. He looks very young, but he easily broke second brother's 9 stars shattering Sunday. He even opened his heavenly eye and executed the killing arrow. Even so, he could not stop this person. The woman exuding a mature charm exclaimed as she looked into the distance at Xiaoqian, who caught the arrow. The bow-wielding man was called Mu Qingyun. Fatigue appeared on his face. He smiled bitterly and said, I have been in closed-door cultivation on Myriad Fiend Island for many years. I originally thought that no one in the same generation could defeat me. Unexpectedly, before I left the Myriad Fiend Sea, I suffered such a blow. Brother San, you have been traveling the heavenly starry ocean for the past few years. Are the experts of the same generation in the heavenly starry ocean really so incredible? Mu Qingyun had used his full power, unleashed his trump card, and unleashed this arrow with absolute confidence. However, the other party still blocked it in the end. Mu Qingyun could not help but feel dispirited. He even started to doubt his own strength. Yan Shisan's stern face did not show any expression. He said calmly, "How can that be? It is just that you ran into someone you should not have. This arrow injured the Blue Dragon King Shao Chen. As far as I know, this is the first time he suffered such a loss among the same generation. You should be proud of yourself. He is the Blue Dragon King Shao Chen." That woman's expression clearly turned startled. When Mu Qingyun heard this, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He knew Yan Shisan's character very well. Yan Shisan would not purposely flatter others. By saying this, Yan Shisan was praising him. Yan Shisan could be proud of himself without any falsehood. However, even after unleashing all his trump cards, he only managed to injure the other party. Given Mu Qingyun's proud character, he could not bring himself to smile at such praise. Suddenly, Yan Shisan's expression changed slightly, and he shouted, "Retreat!" However, by the time Yan Shisan said that, it was already too late. Night suddenly fell, and a bright moon rose into the sky. The moon was like fire, illuminating the night sky and the island under their feet. Countless figures leaped out of the full moon. Every one of them had a wild and unruly smile, filled with lofty aspirations and lofty aspirations. It was like a resonant song could be heard in the world. Singing to the moon, drinking and rejoicing, laughing at the sorrows and joys, parting and reuniting. Everyone is drunk, I am the only sober one. Others cannot see through me. Don't laugh at me for being too crazy. I am proud and arrogant all my life. 1,000-year flame, 10,000 men kill, the moon exists alone, I am wild. The thousands of figures threw palm strikes at the same time. The small island 50 kilometers away crumbled in an instant. The bow-wielding man bore the brunt of it. His internal organs ruptured, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. If not for the inherited treasure armor he wore, he would have vanished along with the island, dying without a complete corpse. Yan Shisan and that woman suffered relatively little pressure. Furthermore, they were in their peak states. They only drifted far away with the chaotic flow of the island's crumbling. Chapter 1062. The pretty girl appeared to be in a sorry state. However, Yan Shisan appeared much more relaxed. He did not even draw his heavenly ice sword yet. The girl stabilized herself and searched for the bow-wielding man's body with a flustered expression. When she saw the other party lying in the seawater, she heaved a sigh of relief and quickly flew over. However, it was not over yet. Right after the palm strike, another azure-colored saber chi shot out, splitting the seawater in half. Then, dragon roars rang out from all directions as the saber chi headed for the bow-wielding man. When the pretty girl saw this startling saber chi, despair involuntarily appeared in her eyes. She could not catch up to the speed of this saber chi at all. When she landed beside the bow-wielding man, she would probably see his corpse split in half. At the critical moment, the stern Yan Shisan quickly drew his sword. A sword intent of massacre spread out, clashing with the dragon might, not giving way. Dang! In the time it took for a spark to fly, the sword blocked that saber chi. 18 forces, each stronger than the one before, layered over each other and entered Yan Shisan's body through the sword. Blood leaked out of Yan Shisan's lips. His body spun 10 times in the air, kicking up countless waves. Only then did Yan Shisan stop in the air. He looked into the distance and thought to himself, I was still too careless. After not seeing him for so many years, the strength of this old friend of mine has already surpassed my expectations. To think that a saber strike from 50,000 meters away could still have such might. Second brother, are you all right? The pretty girl asked anxiously when she landed beside the severely injured youth. Mu Qingyun smiled and said, I won't die. Never mind. Let's wait for big brother to come out of closed-door cultivation before going to Despair City. I really embarrassed myself at home this time. Seeing that Mu Qingyun could still joke, the pretty girl relaxed. She smiled and said, it's fine, it's fine. Since young Master Shisan said so, you can be proud. When Mu Qingyun saw that Yan Shisan broke that vast saber chi, he could not help feeling bitter. Mu Qingyun could not defeat the Blue Dragon King. It looked like this Yan Shisan hid his strength and was probably not a match for him either. Originally, Mu Qingyun was filled with pride, preparing to leave the 10,000 Demon Sea and show off his skills. Now, he knew how many heroes there were in the world. Someone had blocked the subduing dragon profound slash. Xiaoqin extended his divine sense and discovered that the one who had blocked it was someone he knew. The profound domain swordsman Yan Shisan, who wandered the heavenly starry ocean, actually appeared in the sea region ruled by the myriad fiend island. This was somewhat unexpected. Since it was Yan Shisan, the moment Xiaoqin drew his saber, Yan Shisan should have recognized him from his martial technique. After sensing for a while, he found several strong auras in the sea region behind him, startled over. Xiaoqin did not linger, he turned around and walked away. It was not that he had to kill the person who shot the arrow. He just wanted to teach him a lesson. Are you alright, Xiaoqin? Seeing that his face was still pale, Ao Jiao asked worriedly. Xiaoqin shook his head, but when he thought of that last arrow, he still felt a lingering fear. If he did not have a peak 4th level saint body, that arrow would have at least severely injured him. There were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the heavenly starry ocean. Sometimes, this was very contradictory. Xiaoqian's strong physical body allowed him to remain undefeated among those of the same generation, not fearing any experts. Just like earlier, it could be said that this physical body saved his life. If not for this physical body, he would have died several times over. Now, it was this physical body that brought him the greatest danger on his path of cultivation. Hence, there was no need for Xiaoqian to regret cultivating his physical body like a mad demon over the past few years. There was also no need for him to regret using his tenfold combat prowess, bringing hidden dangers to his physical body. There were always pros and cons between gains and losses. After he was safe, Xiaoqin landed on the surface of the sea. Then, he casually tossed out a wooden plank from his universe ring and sat on it, drifting along with the water. Xiaoqin took out the little fellow from his embrace. The palm-sized golden crow fell into a deep sleep. The golden crow's pale yellow feathers were soft and glossy. It was petite and looked very cute. Xiaoqin could not feel any of the tyranny it had when it competed with the sun earlier. The might of a holy beast was nowhere to be seen. Xiaoqin felt somewhat suspicious. The golden crow that he had chased for 7 days and waited for 2 or 3 years could not be a scammer, right? After sizing up his surroundings, Xiaoqin tapped the golden crow's head with his right hand, trying to figure out what kind of existence it was. Pooh! The moment Xiaoqian's finger touched the golden crow's forehead, the sleeping golden crow startled awake. Then, it opened its beak and spat out a golden flame. This was the solar true flame, which had been condensed to its limit. It seemed to have surpassed the limits of fire. It was just a beam of light, a resplendent beam of light. The flame was aimed at Xiaoqian's face. If it struck him, he would really be disfigured. Xiaoqin felt slightly startled. He tilted his head slightly, and the golden flame brushed past his face. After the flame shot out for 1 kilometer, it burned the air. When Xiaoqin turned his head to take a look, he was greatly startled. The place where the flame burned was pitch black. When he blinked, it looked like space had been burned through. The flame that the golden crow, which had just been born, spat out already possessed such might. No matter how many martial sages there were, they would be burned to ashes. Even Grandmaster-level martial sages would not be able to withstand this flame. However, it would still be somewhat difficult to injure the blue-robed emperor. However, this was just a newly born golden crow. It still had a vast and boundless room for growth. Xiaoqin rejoiced in his heart. After the little fellow spat out the flame on his palm, it glared at him with intelligent eyes, appearing very proud. That drop of essence blood had already completely merged into the little golden crow's body. Xiaoqin should have a rather close relationship with it now. Otherwise, the golden crow would have flown away the moment it woke up. However, when he looked at the little fellow's expression, it seemed like it looked down on him, making him feel depressed. Little golden crow, spit out another flame. Let me see. Xiaochen wanted to see exactly how great the golden crow's potential was. However, the golden crow turned its head away, ignoring him completely. It looked like Xiaochen had no choice but to reveal some of his true abilities. Hee hee. What a cute little bird. Is this really a holy beast? Just at this moment, Ao Jiao came out of the immortal spirit ring and snatched the little golden crow away. Then, she started playing with it with her fingers. Xiaochen was just about to cry out in danger. Who knew, the golden crow did not flare up in Ao Jiao's hands. Instead, it became extremely docile. The golden crow closed its eyes, appearing to be enjoying itself. This made Ao Jiao very happy. This was clearly different from when Xiaochen played with it. Little fellow, let big sister see what abilities you have, Ao Jiao said happily. The golden crow cried out and spread its wings, circling in the air. Suddenly, its feathers gave off a bright light, dazzling everyone's eyes, competing with the sun's brilliance. Boom! The golden crow opened its beak and spat out a flame. This flame was clearly much stronger than the earlier one. The surface of the flame flickered with a golden spiritual light. When it entered the seawater, pitch black holes 100 meters long silently appeared on the surface of the sea. The flame's temperature was too high. There was not even any water vapor. The seawater directly vaporized and burned into nothing. The little golden crow circled around and withdrew its light. Then, it landed back in Ao Jiao's hand. Excellent! Ao Jiao praised sincerely. The solar true flame of such quality was truly horrifying. Creak! Creak! The little fellow seemed to understand Ao Jiao's praise. It cried out happily and flapped its little wings on Ao Jiao's palm, looking very cocky. Xiaochen smiled helplessly. Whose pet is this? I spent a lot of effort to hatch this golden crow egg with my solar true flame. Furthermore, I even infused my essence blood into it. Why is it so intimate with Ao Jiao now? Hee hee. Don't be jealous. Little yellow feather is a boy. It is normal for it to be closer to me. Ao Jiao giggled as she stroked the golden crow. How do you know it is a boy? Xiaochen exclaimed in shock. Suddenly, he reacted and asked, wait, what did you call it earlier? Little yellow feather. Don't you think this name is very appropriate? Ao Jiao smiled and said, little yellow feather, little yellow feather. Look, it likes this name. The golden crow, a bona fide holy beast, was like the blue dragon, a mythical existence of the immortal epoch. Unexpectedly, it was called such a name. Xiaochen was speechless. However, when he thought about the name Ao Jiao gave by, he felt somewhat at ease. However, no matter how he listened to it, the name Little Yellow Feather sounded like a name given to a cat or dog. What's wrong? You don't like the name I gave it? Ao Jiao asked with a stern expression. When the golden crow in Ao Jiao's palm saw Ao Jiao's stern expression, it also glared at Xiaochen angrily. Xiaochen smiled helplessly and said against his will, it doesn't matter. Little yellow feather, just call it little yellow feather. Ao Jiao said, that's right. It said that it is hungry. Give it something to eat, then. What does it want to eat? Xiaochen asked. Astral cores. Regular spirit pills can only be fed to spirit beasts. Holy beasts need astral cores from astral beasts. Ao Jiao was very familiar with this. Xiaochen still had quite a few astral cores on hand. Without hesitating, he tossed out an inferior grade astral core. Ka-cie. Little yellow feather swallowed an inferior grade astral core. It seemed like it did not even need to chew before digesting it. Xiaochen tossed out 10 inferior grade astral cores in a row. However, little yellow feather did not seem satisfied at all. Xiaochen tossed out a total of 100 astral cores. Only then did little yellow feather fly back to Ao Jiao's shoulder in satisfaction. Then, it closed its eyes and yawned in a very human-like manner, falling asleep. Xiao Chen's face twitched slightly. One inferior grade astral core was worth 1,000 black astral coins. 100 inferior grade astral cores would be 100,000 black astral coins. Furthermore, this was just the amount little yellow feather could eat in one meal. How could Xiao Chen afford to feed it like this? He would go bankrupt. Ao Jiao could tell that Xiao Chen was worried. She smiled and said, "It's fine. As long as it does not fight, it will not eat so much. Place it in the Holy Beast Medallion, then." That Holy Beast Medallion is a precious secret treasure specially made for holy beasts during the ancient era. The space in it can allow holy beasts to grow faster. When Xiao Chen heard this, he relaxed slightly. If Xiao Chen had to spend 100,000 black astral coins for each meal every day, that would be very troublesome. The 10,000 beast images in the Holy Beast Medallion were no longer there. The 10,000 beast cauldron in Xiao Chen's hand was only an imitation of an emperor-grade secret treasure. At this cultivation realm, Xiao Chen no longer cared about it. Furthermore, he did not have the Jiang clan's special cultivation technique. Thus, he made a move on it back at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Without the 10,000 beast images, Xiao Chen could use them to raise little yellow feather alone. This bona fide holy beast would have a much better future than those images. Chapter 1063. After putting little yellow feather into the Holy Beast Medallion, Xiao Chen thought for a while before handing the Holy Beast Medallion to Ao Jiao. Ao Jiao remained in the Immortal Spirit Ring, tending to the flowers and plants. With this little fellow accompanying her, it would be more lively. Ao Jiao smiled gently and received the Holy Beast Medallion. Then, she returned to the Immortal Spirit Ring, her face filled with joy. After looking around, Xiao Chen sat down cross-legged and started to circulate his energy to treat his injuries. That mysterious fiend race cultivator's final arrow tore through space and ruptured Xiao Chen's internal organs, which was not a good feeling. Floating on the vast sea, Xiao Chen sat on a wooden plank and let the water flow. Xiao Chen's injuries were not severe. After recuperating for half a day, he recovered completely. However, since Xiao Chen had used the myriad heaven divine fists deities descending earlier, he did not dare to be careless this time. He took out a king grade essence nourishing pill and recuperated for 2 days before opening his eyes. A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he muttered to himself, "It is time to go to Despair City." The note that Long Fei sent during the king conferral ceremony mentioned the news of the Despair Throne. Despair City was a famous underwater forbidden land in the Southern Sea. The construction of the city could be traced back to the Immortal epoch. This was an ancient city that had experienced the vicissitudes of time. The city had fallen into ruin long ago, no longer as prosperous as it had been in the past. Even his original name had been gradually forgotten by people. Due to the perpetual aura of despair that lingered in the city, it came to be known as Despair City. If one did not have a firm will, the intense despair would make one abandon the world and do something unimaginable like committing suicide. However, for experts who wanted to temper their wills, this place was an excellent holy land. When Long Fei first heard news about Despair City, he had determined that it was because of the Despair Throne that the city had become like this. However, Long Fei did not know where the Despair Throne was, so he only gave this clue to Xiao Chen. Aside from the aura of despair, the city also had deep-sea profound beasts, which only existed in the sea. Profound beasts were said to have evolved from immortal beasts of the Immortal epoch. Even the lowest-ranked inferior-grade profound beasts were as strong as Grandmaster-level martial sages. Medial-grade profound beasts were as strong as Great Grandmaster-level martial sages. Superior-grade profound beasts were existences that even the blue-robed emperor feared. As for the sage-grade profound beasts, they were as strong as Emperor Wu, they were absolute overlord-level profound beasts. Profound beasts must have profound cores within their bodies. Different types of profound cores could increase the corresponding martial artist's power. Superior-grade profound cores could even increase the strength of quasi-emperors. They were extremely profound and unfathomable. As for the saint-grade profound core, there was no need to even think about it. That kind of existence already possessed extremely high intelligence and stood at the top of the food chain. If one encountered it, one should avoid it as far as possible. Some profound kings had had many more than that. Wu even had feared profound beasts. Some king. The bones were engraved with mysterious martial skills or powerful magical powers. Hence, it would not be too surprising to run into immortal cultivators of the Penglai Sea in Despair City. They were immortal cultivators who came to try their luck and search for magic skills. Furthermore, Despair City had a long history. There were remnants everywhere. If one happened to see an ancient mural, they might be able to break through their bottleneck and advance further. As the holy land of adventure in the southern sea, Despair City lived up to its name. Xiaoqin had found out about this public information on his own. As for what kind of place Despair City was, he had to go and see for himself. Ao Jiao, have you been to Despair City? Xiaoqin asked. Back then, the Thunder King should have been to the heavenly starry ocean. Ao Jiao came out of the immortal spirit ring and revealed an expression of reminiscence. After a while, she said, Despair City, what a distant name. The Thunder King went there in a hurry once before. However, he did not stay in Despair City for long before he entered the heart of the ocean. Now, several thousand years have passed. I don't even know what it is like. The heart of the ocean. Hearing these words again, Xiaoqin could not help feeling curious. Ao Jiao noticed Xiaoqian's doubts. She smiled and said, the heart of the ocean, the Mirage Immortal Palace, the Black Sea Immortal Burial Ground, and the distant Sea Dragon Grave are the four great forbidden lands of the oceanic world. Even Emperor Wu has to be careful in these places. There are 4 similar forbidden lands in the Kunlun continent as well. The 8 great forbidden lands contain countless mysteries. There are all sorts of divine medicines and forbidden treasures. They even contain the secret of the immortal epic's destruction. The heart of the ocean is one of the 8 great forbidden lands. It is the most mysterious forbidden land. All the places in the sea that are connected to it are holy lands of adventure. Xiaoqin asked doubtfully, what do you mean by that? Ao Jiao smiled and said, let's not talk about the entrances to the heart of the ocean in the other sea regions. Just the treasure mountain that you went to and the Despair City that you are about to go to are all connected to the heart of the ocean, which is why they are holy lands of adventure. Have you ever wondered why the profound beasts in Despair City can never be completely killed? Profound beasts do not have a strong reproductive ability. Most of the profound beasts come out from the entrance to the heart of the ocean. Xiaoqin suddenly understood. He asked, what is the Thunder King going to the heart of the ocean for? Ao Jiao's thoughts seemed to return to several thousand years ago. She said, to find the answer, not to ask the heavens, not to believe in gods. Only to ask oneself, is there really a peak in the world? After Prime, is there a martial god? Martial god again. Ing Zongtian asked the same question. The Thunder King asked the same question back then. The ancient evil king, the master of the 7 thrones, asked the same question as well. Is there really a peak in the world? Ao Jiao chuckled and said, hee hee. Don't overthink it. All you need to do now is find the Despair Throne. Flap. Little yellow feather flew out of the holy beast medallion at Ao Jiao's waist. After not seeing it for 3 days, the color of its feathers had deepened, and it seemed to have grown bigger as well. The most obvious change was in its eyes, which now looked more intelligent and filled with light. After digesting more than 100 astral cores, it should have some effect, Xiaoqin thought to himself. Little yellow feather says that it is hungry again and wants you to prepare food for it. Xiaoqin smiled faintly. This fellow was rather ostentatious. After feeding it 10 inferior grade astral cores, the little fellow cried out in satisfaction. Then, it flew around the 2 happily. Just looking at the current little yellow feather, no one would imagine that it was the legendary holy beast, the golden crow. 10 days later, Xiaoqin successfully arrived at the sea region near Despair City. Along the way, he heard some news. The Lunar Palace's holy daughter, Yu Bingyun, revealed Xiao Chen's identity. If he did not advance to Martial Emperor in 5 years, he would have only 20 years left to live. This news immediately shook the entire heavenly starry ocean. At first, Xiao Chen felt somewhat confused. After asking around, he found out. Back then, a few outstanding talents had forced Yu Bingyun to issue a notice, getting all the immortal holy lands and major factions of the heavenly starry ocean to issue a bounty for Mo Yun. Only then did Yu Bingyun expose Xiao Chen's identity, sparing him a lot of trouble and preventing him from being hunted down wherever he went. After learning the ins and outs, Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. When many people heard this news, they would probably be grinning from ear to ear. However, it did not matter. It was still the same old saying, between gains and losses, there were pros and cons, whoosh. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he calmly dived into the sea. After descending for about 10 kilometers, he felt a faint sense of despair. Naturally, given Xiao Chen's mental state, he could not be influenced by this. He followed the guidance of the sense of despair and continued moving forward. Soon, the sea in front suddenly emptied. When Xiao Chen opened his mouth, he breathed in fresh air. When he looked down, a vast, ancient city appeared before his eyes. An invisible barrier spread out from the city, isolating it from the seawater. Compared to the desolation above the sea, the outskirts of Despair City were extremely bustling. There was a bustling market outside the city gates. Merchants walked around, and cultivators set up stalls to sell their goods. There were taverns, pharmacies, inns, and shops everywhere. After Xiao Chen thought for a while, he landed in the town. There were many cultivators like him who risked their lives to seek treasures. After Xiao Chen landed, countless attentive cultivators immediately walked over with smiles on their faces. Ha! This young master, with one look, I can tell that this is your first time in Despair City. I have been in Despair City for more than 10 years and am well informed. If you want to purchase the medicinal pills corresponding to the map, I have information on all sorts of profound beasts. If you feel that you are too weak to go alone, I can find a few companions for you to adventure with. As Xiao Chen stood firmly, a martial monarch came over to pester him as well. That martial monarch gave a long speech. It was unknown how many times he had repeated this. As the saying went, one relied on one's surroundings to survive. A martial monarch was like an ant before a grandmaster-level martial sage. Normally, the difference between them was like heaven and earth, it was impossible for them to befriend each other. However, at this moment, this person relied on his familiarity with Despair City to strike up a conversation with Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen sized up this person. This person was dressed in gray robes and looked to be in his 40s. His potential had already been dug out, and he would remain a martial monarch for the rest of his life. Xiao Chen could see the shrewdness of a merchant in this person's eyes. The flattering smile on his face had already become a habit. This person's identity could not be fake. Xiao Chen said, "You are only a martial monarch. You cannot even enter Despair City. How do you know the information inside?" The gray-robed cultivator smiled and replied, "My information comes from the taverns. Furthermore, I have been here for a long time, so I have some special methods. For example, the map of Despair City that I have is not something that just anyone can obtain." Based on the gray-robed cultivator's words, the organization behind him should have a significant power near Despair City. Where there were people, there would be chaos. Xiao Chen was not willing to waste time on this. He said calmly, "Give me the most detailed map of Despair City, and you may leave." "Since you are alone, do you not need to find other Grandmaster-level martial sages to accompany you?" the gray-robed cultivator asked. Xiao Chen's gaze sank, and he said coldly, "Did you not understand what I said? What kind of joke was this?" This was not Xiao Chen's first day out adventuring. How could he casually form a companion with a stranger in such a place? Furthermore, he did not need a companion at all. The gray-robed cultivator's heart skipped a beat. He no longer had any other thoughts. He said timidly, "Yes, yes, yes." The map is for you. 1,000 black astral coins. Young master, don't find it expensive. This map contains the entire Despair City. Where there are remnants, where there are profound beasts, and what rank they are. It is all very clear. Furthermore, the price is set by the clan that sells the map. Chapter 1064. You get what you pay for. If you want something a little worse, I have it here. Xiaochen received the map and took a look. Seeing that it was not wrong, he happily handed over 1,000 black astral coins. Just at this moment, a startled cry rang out. Above Despair City, there were 8 majestic horses. Its fur was like a blazing flame, pulling a golden war chariot. It descended, heading straight for Despair City. Young Treasure Master Yi Ling's war chariot. What's going on recently? Why are there always outstanding talents coming to Despair City? I heard that the Holy Son of the Five Poison sect is also preparing to rush over from the Eastern Sea region. The 4 titles of the Heavenly Province Academy and Susu from the Yinyang Utopia are also here. Could it be that some great treasure is about to appear in Despair City? A lot of soft exclamations came from the town. A thought occurred to Xiaochen. He asked the gray-robed cultivator beside him, have there been any changes in Despair City recently? Do you have any news? The gray-robed cultivator smiled profusely and said, I know a little, not much. When he saw the astral coins that Xiaochen handed over, he smiled in satisfaction. Rumor has it that a few great fiends that have lived for thousands of years are nearing the end of their lifespans. Together with some major characters, they are preparing to enter the heart of the ocean to see if they can find an opportunity to change their fate. When he said that his lifespan was nearing its end, he should be referring to his natural lifespan. He wanted to find a divine medicine to extend his lifespan. Xiaochen pondered for a moment. His natural lifespan was still very long, but the problem lay in his physiological lifespan. This kind of divine medicine was useless to him. He had a longevity fruit with him. After consuming it, there was almost no effect on his body. Hee. These geniuses are just trying their luck by following behind the big shots. Without a big shot to scout the path in the heart of the ocean, they wouldn't even dare to go to a corner. The gray-robed cultivator continued, however, the major characters have not arrived yet. These outstanding talents can only search Despair City casually and see if they can find anything. After all, there are many good things in Despair City. After obtaining the information he wanted, Xiaochen pondered for a moment before walking into Despair City. After the gray-robed cultivator turned around, the flattering expression on his face vanished, replaced with an expression of pity. The person in front of him was generous, so he must have an extraordinary background. Unfortunately, he was too cautious and was not a newbie who had just come out for experiential training. If he had agreed to enter with someone else, he would have had more opportunities. Unfortunately, the fat sheep had flown away just like that. As he walked, Xiaochen looked at the map. Suddenly, despair turned into howls ringing in his ears, causing him to hallucinate. Despair, what was despair? There was no way to retreat, no way to advance, besieged on all sides, all hope shattered. It was just like Xiaochen now. Advancing to martial emperor in 5 years was hopeless, his path shattered. He had a handsome face, his white robes fluttering. He had a saber, and he could see. His face was delicate and pretty, and his white robes fluttered. A treasured saber hung at his waist, and his strong aura stirred up the wind and clouds. He would that Chen's s, but his. Only he had he. Chen eyes. Chen ri. He. Who he. He. Xiao, Chen, he, Xiao, the he, the Chen, he, at. Thousands of strands of saber chi shot out from the white-clad youth's body, riddling his body with thousands of holes. After laughing loudly, he jumped into the chasm, committing suicide. I hate the heavens for being unfair, cutting off my path of life, cutting off my hope. Before he died, the white-clad youth's despair and hatred reached a peak, lingering for a long time. Despair was truly painful. Xiaochen calmly watched everything in the illusion. Then, he squinted and easily struggled free. When he looked up, he discovered that he had arrived at the city gates without realizing it. A strong wind blew continuously from the city gates, bringing with it the howls of despair. This was the reason for the earlier illusion. How scary! I'm not going to Despair City anymore. Not far away, several superior-grade martial sages, who were preparing to hunt profound beasts, struggled free from the illusion. These superior-grade martial sages paled, and their bodies trembled as they retreated continuously. There were also a few who had not struggled free from the illusion. They held their heads in pain and rolled on the ground. Their companions quickly dragged them away. As they looked at the pitch-black city gates, their eyes filled with horror. Bunch of trash. If you are not capable, then don't try to enter Despair City. Make way for this young master. Dong! 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 The sound of hooves rang out. Xiaochen turned his head to look and saw a group of cultivators riding tall horses, shouting as they charged at the city gates. Aside from the youth leading the group, the other cultivators were all older. Unexpectedly, they were all great grandmaster level martial sages. It's the 5 poison sects people. Quickly go. Quickly go. The people lingering at the city gates immediately moved to the sides, not daring to block the way. After the Immortal Holy Lands, the 5 poison sect had the worst reputation. They were tyrannical in their way of doing things and specialized in using poison. Ordinary people did not dare to offend them. Only an Immortal Holy Land could send out so many great grandmaster level martial sages. Not wanting to cause trouble, Xiaochen moved to the side. However, when he turned his head back to size up this group of people, he wasted some time and slowed down. Pa! Rage flashed on the face of the youth leading the group. Then, he lashed his horsewhip at Xiaochen. Stop wasting time. You are seeking death. The force behind this whip was extremely great. The sound of the horsewhip tearing through the air was ear-splitting like thunder. The air buzzed and trembled continuously. The youth who lashed out was a grandmaster-level martial sage, not much weaker than Hai Tian, Gong Sun Yen, and the others. He probably held a high position in the 5 poison sect. Xiaochen leaned to the side and grabbed the horsewhip. Then, he casually pulled it back. That youth flew off the horseback. Before he could react, Xiaochen flung him into the city walls. Without even looking at this group of people, Xiaochen's figure flashed, preparing to enter Despair City. Trying to leave. Stop him. The youth who crashed into the city walls grunted in pain as he hurriedly gave out orders. Whoosh! Sonic booms rang out. Xiaochen had returned, passing through the 2 great grandmaster-level martial sages blocking him. Then, he turned around and kicked the youth in midair. Ka-xie! Ka-xie! The sound of bones breaking rang out, and that person howled in pain. Then, he flew back again, unable to resist at all before Xiaochen. When the other great grandmaster-level martial sages saw the situation, they quickly retreated and rushed over to the youth. Xiaochen landed and turned around to look at the city gates, deep in thought. Despair. This phrase really suited him now. Heaven never bars one's way. He did not know if he could find a way out of this desperate situation in Despair City. Xiaochen simply showed off his strength. The group of Immortal Holy Land's great grandmaster-level martial sages looked at Xiaochen's back, not daring to act rashly. These great grandmaster-level martial sages had very good eyesight. Naturally, they did not think that Xiaochen was just an ordinary great grandmaster-level martial sage. Do you dare report your name? Our 5 poison sect will definitely pay you a visit in the future, one of the great grandmaster-level martial sages said sullenly, rage burning in his eyes. Xiaochen. After spitting out these 2 words, Xiaochen walked calmly into Despair City. Xiaochen. The Blue Dragon King, Xiaochen. The moment these two simple words came out, the arrogant aura of the five poison sect inner sect elder who asked the question immediately diminished significantly. Everyone knew that Shao Chen had already reached the level of the blue-robed emperor. Even if this group of people worked together, they would not be a match for him. As for accumulations, the Bushan Palace's accumulations were much stronger than the five poison sects. This was especially so when Shao Chen had the Prime, the Thunder King, behind him. Without sufficient benefits, even if the five poison sect's Emperor Wu came, the five poison sect would not dare to do anything to Shao Chen. How could the five poison sect's martial emperor experts care about this trivial matter? You bunch of trash. Didn't my brother tell you to protect me? The youth lying on the ground cursed as he watched Shao Chen leave. A few of the elders revealed awkward expressions and whispered, "Second young master, that person is the Blue Dragon King, Shao Chen. Even if we work together, we are no match for him. Why seek trouble for ourselves?" Yes, and he only has 20 years left to live. If he's unlucky, he might die even faster. Second young master doesn't have to be angry with him. After a long time, the young man slowly calmed down. Outside the city gates, when the cultivators saw the miserable and humiliated young man, they all revealed delighted expressions. Only the Azure Dragon King could deal with the tyrannical five poison sect, which usually did things in a tyrannical manner. Even the sacred sons of the other immortal sacred grounds were fearful, but they did not dare to be as unruly as the Blue Dragon King. With a single kick, the other party lost his temper. After reporting his name, he didn't dare to say another word. This was true tyranny. Unfortunately, such a person was destined to die young. It was simply impossible for him to advance to martial emperor within 5 years. After entering the city, Shao Chen focused on guarding his heart. The despair lingering in the air could not affect him at all. In reality, if Shao Chen had not wanted to take a look at the city gates, the illusion of despair would not have appeared before him. Most of the buildings in the city were dilapidated. Few were intact. With a glance, one could see countless tall buildings and broken walls. The environment was extremely complicated. The aura of despair spread everywhere. Every brick and tile seemed to carry a natural characteristic of despair. This gave Shao Chen a lot of trouble in finding the despair throne. He needed to find the source of despair. However, the aura of despair in the city was almost the same everywhere. There was no obvious difference. In the past few thousand years, Shao Chen was definitely not the only one who wanted the source of Despair City. However, the name of despair still remained. This meant that all those people had failed. Finding a throne in this vast city was not a simple matter. Shao Chen took out a map of Despair City and carefully looked at it. Although the city was dilapidated, there were several remnants that were still perfectly preserved. The Sword Mound, the Drill Ground, the City Lord's Residence, the Sage Plaza. Shao Chen moved his finger along the markings on the map, counting them carefully. There were truly a lot of famous ancient remnants. After thinking for a while, he stretched out his hand, and the cycle banner flew out of the universe ring. The 4 astral pearls, massacre, death, ruin, and grief, flew out. Life bestowal spell. Shao Chen formed hand seals and shouted. With the life bestowal spell, the 4 astral pearls turned into 4 little birds of different colors and flew out. The 7 thrones should be able to sense each other. These 4 little birds did not need to have a destination when they flew out. They could just fly around randomly. If they were lucky, they might run into one. Roar! Right after the little birds flew, a profound beast that looked like a lion but had wings and a snake-like tail appeared in Shao Chen's vision. Chapter 1065. Inferior Grade Profound Beast, Snake Lion. Based on the information on the map, Shao Chen immediately identified the incoming creature and felt somewhat suspicious. Shao Chen was in a safe zone. A profound beast like the snake lion that lived in groups should not appear here alone. Without much time to think, the snake lion with a ferocious look in its eyes spread its wings and flew at Shao Chen at lightning speed. Pu Ci. It arrived quickly and died quickly as well. Xiaochen casually kicked this inferior-grade profound beast, shattering its bones and splattering blood everywhere. If other cultivators saw this scene, their eyeballs would pop out of their sockets. Normally, 2 Grandmaster-level martial sages would be needed to deal with an inferior-grade profound beast. With one kick, Xiaochen exploded it. What a horrifying scene. A suction came from Xiaochen's palm, and a dark-colored pearl flew into his hand amid the scarlet light. This is a profound core. Xiaochen sized it up and discovered that the energy it contained was indeed pure. If a Grandmaster-level martial sage directly consumed it and refined it, it would have boundless uses. However, as the blue-robed emperor, Xiaochen did not care for this inferior-grade profound core at all. Even a superior-grade profound core that an ordinary blue-robed emperor could refine would not be of much use to him. The energy in such a profound core was pure enough. However, there were too many impurities. Expelling the impurities from the body would be problematic. Xiaochen wondered if Little Yellow Feather would like this profound core. Given the Golden Crow's ability to swallow, it could ignore the impurities completely. If Xiaochen liked it, he could help it find some snacks to eat to relieve some of his pressure. Just a casual meal cost more than 100,000 black astral coins. No one would be able to accept that. When the little golden crow heard that there was food to eat, it rejoiced and flew out of the immortal spirit ring. It looked pitifully at Xiaochen, as obedient as it could be. The little golden crow swallowed the profound core in one gulp. From its human-like eyes, it first felt great. Then, it looked like it ate feces, feeling extremely disgusted. Pussy. The little golden crow spat out a clump of black stuff like it was spitting saliva. When Xiaochen saw it, he immediately smiled. What it spat out was all impurities. The essence was perfectly absorbed. Not bad, not bad. I'll go look for snacks for you. Hong, the little guy opened its mouth and spat out a stream of flames toward Xiaochen, showing its great strength. Xiaochen smiled happily and dodged it easily. Let's see if you still dare to be cocky. In the future, I'll let you eat shit every day. No, it's eating a profound pill. Little Yellow Feather continuously spat out flames at Xiaochen. However, Xiaochen easily dodged them. Flustered and exasperated, Little Yellow Feather could only fly back into the immortal spirit ring. Xiaochen, Little Yellow Feather said that you bullied it. What's wrong? Ao Jiao asked in confusion as she consoled the golden crow from the immortal spirit ring. It's nothing. Don't listen to this little guy's nonsense. I'm working hard to find snacks for him. It said you gave it poop. Xiaochen smiled awkwardly. How is that possible? Do you think the Blue Dragon King is such a narrow-minded person? Then Little Yellow Feather is lying? Definitely. After you teach it a lesson, I'll find some poop for it first. That's not right. It's a profound pill. A profound pill containing immortal qi. Xiaochen accidentally let the cat out of the bag, so he quickly stopped himself and chased after the snake lion. The desolate ancient city was in ruins. The wind rustled endlessly, and an aura of despair pervaded the place. A white figure leaped between the rubble, going further and further away. The Blue Dragon King had a smile on his face as he bickered with Ao Jiao. There was no sign of despair on his face. Xiaochen landed firmly and silently on a broken wall. When he saw the scene in front, he revealed an expression of understanding. He now somewhat understood why the snake lion ran out of its territory. A wolf-shaped profound beast covered in pitch-black fur stood on a flat, empty ground, slowly chewing on the corpses of a few snake lions. The black profound wolf was a king-grade inferior-grade profound beast. Most medial-grade profound beasts were no match for it. The ferocious snake lions were like lambs before the black profound wolf, unable to resist at all. Since it was a king-grade inferior-grade profound beast, the immortal beast bloodline it contained would definitely be much purer. The value of its profound core would increase tenfold. My luck is pretty good. Not long after, I ran into a king-grade profound beast. With a smile, Xiaoqin squatted down and sat on the broken wall. Then, he took out the bright moon folding fan and watched the black profound wolf eat with a relaxed expression. As Xiaoqin waited, he tried to sense the astral pearls that he had turned into a small bird flying around. However, he did not find anything, so he withdrew his spiritual sense. The black profound wolf, which was happily eating, did not notice a pair of eyes not far away leisurely waiting for it to finish eating. Finished eating? Before you die, you should be satisfied with a full meal. Xiaoqin smiled faintly. Then, he stood up and announced the black profound wolf's death sentence. Who knew? Something strange happened at this moment. A flying sword descended from the sky, quickly heading for the black profound wolf. It was like a star falling, kicking up a strong wind. Sand and pebbles flew, and dust filled the air. A strong aura spread out, making it difficult to open one's eyes. Xiaoqin squinted slightly. A flying sword. This was a bona fide flying sword, a magic treasure of immortal cultivators. Flying swords were the most commonly used magic treasures of immortal cultivators. There were strong ones and weak ones. The one that descended was clearly not weak. Otherwise, it would not have such a huge commotion. This person would not have dared to risk coming to Despair City. Xiaoqin had often heard that immortal cultivators searching for magic skills in Despair City. He was somewhat surprised to run into one. Could it be that this black profound wolf was extraordinary? Its skeleton contained the markings of a great Dao magic skill? Thinking of this, Xiaoqin's figure flashed backward, hiding. Xiaoqin had been withdrawing his aura. Otherwise, the black profound wolf would not have been so close to him without discovering him. If Xiaoqin wanted to hide, it would be very hard for the immortal cultivators to find him. As an inferior grade king profound beast, the black profound wolf already possessed the strength of a great grandmaster level martial sage. The person who came should not be able to kill it so easily. Xiaoqin decided to observe first. Dang! The black profound wolf noticed the strange movement. A ferocious light flashed in its eyes as it roared ferociously. Then, the black profound wolf stretched out its palm and smacked the flying sword back, giving off a metallic clang. At this moment, Xiaoqin, who was in the dark, clearly saw the person who arrived. It was a young immortal cultivator who looked to be in his 30s wearing blue Daoist robes. When Xiaoqin saw this person's face, he found it somewhat familiar. After thinking for a while, he was stunned. It is actually him. After the flying sword was smacked back, the blue-robed cultivator clearly suffered some minor injuries. However, immortal cultivators were best at manipulating magic treasures. In a situation where magical powers were hard to find. In a situation where magic skills were hard to find, the combat prowess of immortal cultivators mostly depended on their magic treasures. Indeed, when the blue-robed cultivator saw the flying sword smacked back, he formed hand seals with both hands, and a flaming metal net flew towards the black profound wolf. The flaming metal net grew larger, covering an extremely large area. Seeing that it would not be easy for the black profound wolf to escape, it swung its claws, flickering with a sharp, cold light. Just as the flaming metal net was about to descend, the black profound wolf moved its claws, trying to tear it apart. Who knew, the instant the flaming metal net descended, it suddenly shrank and firmly bound the black profound wolf. As the flames continued to burn, the black profound wolf howled miserably as it struggled with all its might. The flaming metal net looked like it would break at any moment. The blue-robed cultivator did not dare to be careless. He moved his fingers, and a few more flying swords appeared. This time, the black profound wolf could not dodge. The flying swords pierced it and pinned it to the ground. Controlling several magic treasures at the same time, the blue-robed cultivator appeared to be at ease, not flustered at all. He did not rush, waiting for the black profound wolf to bleed dry before putting away the flaming metal net. However, the 7 flying swords hovered in the air, remaining vigilant and cautious. When the blue-robed cultivator landed on the ground, he kicked the black profound wolf and cursed, "This beast is really strong. It can even easily smack my life-flying sword back. Fortunately, I recently refined this golden flaming net. Otherwise, I would not be able to subdue this beast. After saying that, the blue-robed cultivator squatted down and formed hand seals with both hands. Light flickered as he gently tapped the black profound wolf's back. Immediately, a strange scene appeared on the black profound wolf's back. Its fur turned transparent and shiny, and flowing white lines appeared on its bones. The blue-robed cultivator rejoiced at first. However, when he saw that it was only white lines, he immediately felt disappointed. Damn, it's another ordinary magic technique. Magic skills are too hard to find. I cannot find a major magic skill. Even a minor magic skill is hard to find. I do have 2 minor magic skills that can be evolved into major magic skills. This fellow Taoist, do you want them? At some point in time, Xiaoqin had already appeared. He happened to be standing outside the line of the 7 flying swords. When the blue-robed cultivator heard the voice, he was startled and quickly retreated. When he saw Xiaoqian's face, his pupils constricted. The blue-robed cultivator pointed, and the 7 swords shot towards Xiaoqin like dragons piercing through the sun. Then, he turned and fled. The 7 flying swords formed a line, displaying extraordinary might. Xiaoqin did not dare to be careless. He sent out the beautiful mountain and river painting from his right palm. Xiaoqin first blocked the fleeing blue-robed cultivator. Then, he opened the folding fan in his hand and dealt with the 7 flying swords with all his might. 1,000 frost battle snow, jagged bones. Snow flew everywhere, and a cold wind blew. The frost for 500 kilometers around was even colder than the wind and snow. As the folding fan flew, Xiaoqin struck down the 7 flying swords. With his full power, the 7 flying swords were like toys to Xiaoqin. Of course, if it were a great grandmaster level martial sage, even an outstanding talent, they would not be as relaxed as Xiaoqin. The natal flying sword of a nascent soul cultivator was no joke. On the other side, the beautiful landscape painting and the small world of mountains and rivers had completely suppressed the blue-robed cultivator who had no natal dharma treasure. No matter what kind of magic treasures he used, he found it hard to contend against this immortal equipment that was missing a corner. If he still had his intrinsic flying sword, he might be able to pierce through the painting. But now, he was completely helpless. Just as he was about to be sucked into the painting, fear flashed across the eyes of the blue-robed cultivator. He knew better than anyone how terrifying it was to enter the world within the painting. I surrender. Whatever you want to know, I will tell you. The blue-robed cultivator shouted. Xiaoqin stretched out his hand and beckoned, and the beautiful mountain and river painting escaped into his palm. This blue-robed cultivator was none other than Xiaoqin, who had been dealing with the Eternal Heavenly Sword School's matters in Hunluo province. The cultivator he encountered had yet to enter the nascent soul realm. Chapter 1066. After so many years, when they met again in Despair City, the other party had already become a nascent soul cultivator. By relying on the might of his magic treasure, he could even kill profound beasts equal to great grandmaster level martial sages. If not for Xiaoqin improving faster than him, it would be hard to say how things would have turned out. It looks like you still remember me and know that I have something to ask you, Xiaoqin said indifferently. The blue-robed cultivator smiled bitterly and said, how can I not remember? I have been in the Eternal Heavenly Sword School all these years. The Blue Dragon King's name resounds like thunder in my ears. Tell me your name first. Feng Wuqing. As the blue-robed cultivator answered, he carefully looked at the 7 life flying swords that the small carriage struck down. I know a little about immortal cultivation. I know the importance of a life flying sword to a cultivator. If you want your flying swords back, you have to answer my questions honestly. Feng Wuqing knew that the blue-robed cultivator was telling the truth. Otherwise, he would not have been able to use the beautiful mountain and river painting. He said helplessly, up to you. In any case, they are in your hands. It is impossible for me to run away. Very well. You said that you have been in the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. What have you been doing? Some hesitation appeared in Feng Wuqing's eyes. When he looked up and saw Xiao Chen's cold expression, his heart trembled for some reason. He said, "Nothing much. I just helped with the preparations for refining the true dragon life replenishing pill." "Why are you back now? Did you successfully refine the true dragon life replenishing pill?" Feng Wuqing smiled and said, "How can that be? With my alchemy skills, I can only make some preparations. Only my master can refine a medicinal pill that surpasses king grade. Now that I have nothing else to do, naturally, there is no need for me to remain there." "Good. Let me ask you another question. Who is the true dragon life replenishing pill for?" Feng Wuqing shook his head and said, "I don't know. I was only in charge of filtering and refining the true dragon remains. I was like an odd job worker." Xiaoqin smiled and said, "Odd job worker? Your master is really incredible. Just a casual odd job worker is already a nascent soul cultivator. He can even kill a black profound wolf by relying on the might of his magic treasure. This teacher of mine is really something. At least, if you go to the Eternal Sky sect now, you won't even know how you died. If you think I'm exaggerating, a few of his prized disciples are also in Despair City. If you run into them, you'll know the truth." Feng Wuqing faintly smiled as he spoke, seemingly intending to provoke a conflict between Xiao Chen and his senior brothers. "I will find out for myself whether it is true or not. You just have to figure out your own situation first. Let me ask you again. How much longer do you need to refine the true dragon life replenishing pill?" Xiao Chen asked coldly. "At the very least, 2 years. For such a heaven-defying pill that can change one's fate, just the collection of the true dragon's remains took 100 years. Refining it is even more troublesome. Whether or not it will succeed is another matter altogether. Can the true dragon life replenishing pill extend physiological lifespan? Of course not. If extending one's natural lifespan is defying the heavens and changing one's fate, then extending one's physiological lifespan is cutting the heavens and seizing fate. They can't be mentioned in the same breath. Don't think too much about it." It looked like this Feng Wuqing also knew that Xiao Chen only had 20 years left to live. His tone sounded like he rejoiced in Xiao Chen's misfortune. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with Feng Wuqing. He waved his hand and said, "Take your flying sword and go." "You're letting me go just like that?" Feng Wuqing found this inconceivable. Xiao Chen smiled coldly and said, "What's wrong? You don't want to leave? Or do you want to force me to make you use your trump card before I'm satisfied?" Feng Wuqing felt slightly stunned. Then, he smiled and said, "It is good to deal with smart people. Actually, the Eternal Heavenly Sword School does not have any secrets. It is just that my master owes the Eternal Heavenly Sword School's founder a favor. Helping him refine the true dragon life replenishing pill can be considered repaying this favor. However, you'd best not think of causing trouble. I'm not exaggerating my master's strength at all. Killing the current you would be easy." After Feng Wuqing said that, he put away his life-flying sword and immediately left. Whether it was true or false, Feng Wuqing could not come to a conclusion. Feng Wuqing had a trump card to protect his life that he could not bear to use. So, Xiao Chen could not force the other party too much. If he forced the other party into a corner and used his trump card, it would be like drawing water with a sieve. At the very least, Xiao Chen now knew some useful information. The founder of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School was indeed not dead. He was still struggling at death's door, waiting for the true dragon life replenishing pill to extend his lifespan. As long as the other party was not dead, it would be fine. The clues to the mysterious death of the Thunder King would not disappear. "Xiao Chen, this matter happened several thousand years ago. It is best not to bother about it," Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, advised. Clearly, Ao Jiao was worried that the master that Feng Wuqing mentioned would send Xiao Chen to his death. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing." Feng Wuqing's master might not be easy to deal with, but he is Emperor Wu, who relied on the life-replenishing pill to survive. I might have a chance in 2 years. Xiao Chen. Ao Jiao continued to try to persuade him. Xiao Chen interrupted, "There's no need to say anything. You know my character. Once I have decided on something, I will not change my mind. Without the broken sword that the Thunder King left behind, I would have died at Seven Horn Mountain back then. Along the way, I know that I cannot repay you for how you helped me. However, no matter what, I have to do something. The Thunder King died for no reason. No matter what, I will not remain indifferent." Ao Jiao knew Xiao Chen's temper. She only sighed in her heart and did not say anything more. Seeing that Ao Jiao did not say anything, Xiao Chen consoled her, "You know that I am not a rash person. I will not do anything rash. Right now, it is better to continue looking for snacks for little yellow feather." When Ao Jiao heard that, she giggled. After knowing the ins and outs of snacks, she laughed for a long time. Feng Wuqing's appearance was just a small interlude. It did not affect what Xiao Chen wanted to do. The 4 astral pearls turned into birds flying around the city randomly. However, they actually moved in a regular pattern, not repeating the places they searched. If this continued, Xiao Chen would find the source of Despair City sooner or later. It was just a matter of time. If Xiao Chen was lucky, he could find it in one day. If he was unlucky, he might even find it in a year or so. Xiao Chen was not in a rush. He casually strolled around the city like he was taking a stroll. There were traces of history everywhere in the ancient city, enough for one to ponder for a long time. Occasionally, he killed some profound beasts. Xiao Chen felt extremely relaxed. While Xiao Chen was in such a relaxed state, the other cultivators in Despair City clearly felt the undercurrents in the city intensifying by the day. The 6 immortal holy lands, the treasure master's inheritor, the genius immortal cultivators of the Penglai Sea, and some famous loose cultivators like the blue-robed emperor appeared in Despair City one after another. Even a fool could guess that something big was going to happen in Despair City. Intense battles occasionally broke out between the various holy scions, who either did not accept each other or had grudges with each other long ago. Naturally, it was hard to avoid fighting when they ran into each other. However, the two sides stopped fighting when the time was right. They did not show any signs of fighting to the death. The loose cultivators at the level of the blue-robed emperor all endured silently, waiting patiently. To these loose cultivators, there were not many treasures that caught their eye in Despair City. Superior-grade profound beasts were not easy to deal with either. They just calmly waited for the major characters to appear. The heart of the ocean. Only the natural treasures in the heart of the ocean could attract their attention. It was rare for major characters to work together to enter the heart of the ocean when their lifespans were nearing the end. This opportunity could not be missed. Even though these people knew that the heart of the ocean was dangerous, they had to take the risk. 8 handsome horses pulled the golden war chariot, flying slowly in the sky of Despair City. The person driving the chariot was an old man, an expert of the treasure master's residence. He was a great perfection blue-robed emperor. Auntie Bai sat calmly in the back. However, she did not relax her perception for even a moment. An ancient, stern, golden statue filled with killing chi stood at each of the 4 corners of the war chariot. The young treasure master, Yi Ling, and Yu Bingyun stood on the war chariot, sizing up the environment of Despair City as they chatted softly. This is really unexpected. Unexpectedly, Despair City attracted all the demonic geniuses of the heavenly starry ocean, Yi Ling said softly. Yu Bingyun said calmly, there is still 1 more year before the 4 Seas Hero Gathering. This is a rare fortuitous encounter. Unless one is in closed-door cultivation, it would be hard not to be attracted. Ha! That's true. Aside from some remnants, the greatest mystery of Despair City is the location of the source of despair. Miss Bingyun, what do you think? Yu Bingyun smiled and replied, what opinion can I have? Several seniors have searched for it for thousands of years without finding it. For this treasure to be able to cover the entire city with the aura of despair, it must be of great value. If we can obtain it, we might be able to grasp the state of despair immediately. After studying it for a few years, it would not be difficult to comprehend the will of despair, Yi Ling said with some anticipation. Despair, massacre, and ruin, these were all high-level wills that were extremely hard to comprehend. Anyone who could obtain them with external help would be able to quickly increase their strength. Yu Bingyun could not deny this. However, no matter how much she said, it would be pointless. There seems to be people fighting in front. Yi Ling suddenly said. In the abandoned plaza, there were collapsed statues everywhere. A man in red clothes and a man who looked like a scholar were fighting intensely. Behind the two stood a group of people, all of them extremely strong. Furthermore, they all had the blue-robed emperor holding the line. However, the people behind the scholarly-looking man all had righteous expressions, extraordinary elegance, and refined auras. The group of people behind the red-clad man all looked unapproachable. They did not hide their tyranny or viciousness at all. One could even vaguely see all sorts of venomous creatures swimming around their feet. The youth that Xiaoqun taught a lesson at the city gates stood in the middle with an excited expression. He shouted, "Elder brother, teach this fellow a lesson. Let this group of bookworms know the power of our five-poison sect." On the golden war chariot, Yi Ling smiled softly and said, "The scholars of the Heavenly Province Academy are not bookworms. Tang Sun's younger brother is still as foolish as ever. The five-poison sect and the Heavenly Province Academy were the Holy Lands. One was righteous, and the other evil. The two sides had always been at odds with each other. When they met, a fight would definitely be unavoidable." Roar! A dragon roar rang out, and 4 flood dragons pulling a dragon-shaped war chariot slowly appeared in the air. The young palace masters of the 4 divine dragon palaces gathered in the war chariot. The Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master, Ling Xiaofan, stood out from the crowd, attracting a lot of attention. Yi Ling's expression changed slightly. This fellow actually came as well. Chapter 1067. Suddenly, the light in the plaza turned incredibly dazzling. It was a flock of sun-birds carrying the Zodiac Hall's Chu Yang and Fu Hongyao's group to this place. A flower boat filled with scantily clad young women flew over from afar, accompanied by cheerful laughter. On the bow of the ship, there was a beautiful and charming woman. She was an absolute beauty that could subdue the entire world, and she stood there quietly. Her clothes did not reveal a single strand of her skin. However, her exquisite figure and voluptuous figure were paired with her stunning appearance. She looked more alluring than any of the women on the flower boat. This was the Yin-Yang Paradise's holy daughter, Tong Susu. The moment she appeared, 80% of the surrounding men could not help looking over. Tong Susu smiled. Immediately, several cultivators with weak mental fortitude felt like their souls were about to leave their bodies. However, the next group of people that arrived immediately attracted everyone's attention. The demonic geniuses of the Myriad Fiend Island stood on a statue not far away, watching the two fight with interest. Mu Qingyun and Yan Shisan were among them. However, the most eye-catching was a handsome man in beast skin. The Myriad Fiend Island's Di Xinhan with the heavenly spiritual body came out of closed-door cultivation. The heavenly spiritual body was a legendary physique, much stronger than the Thunder Flame War body. When the two in the plaza saw that more people gathered, they stopped after exchanging one move. The red-clad man stood proudly and looked at Di Xinhan. "You actually came out of closed-door cultivation as well. Di Xinhan, you should know when the Myriad Fiend Island's great fiend will arrive, right?" The 5 poison sect's holy scion asked the question that everyone wanted to know the most. Di Xinhan smiled and said, "Don't ask me. This group of seniors left Myriad Fiend Island half a year ago. Myriad Fiend Island does not have the authority to restrict them." Di Xinhan was the Myriad Law Fiend Master's descendant, yet he did not know that a great Fiend Island would arrive on time. This was unexpected. Whoosh! Just at this moment, everyone's expressions changed. The aura of despair in the surroundings howled like a strong wind, surging in a certain direction at the same time. Someone found the source of despair. The endless aura of despair turned into a hurricane sweeping towards the west of the city. Everyone in the square could clearly feel the despair receding bit by bit until it completely disappeared. On the golden war chariot, joy appeared in Yi Ling's eyes. He said, "It looks like someone really found the source of despair. Based on the direction, it is actually in the sword grave. I wonder who found it." The sword mound was a famous ruin in Despair City. It was an ancient treasure land with more than 10,000 swords stuck in it. There were famous swords, broken swords, treasured swords, and even heavenly weapons. But no matter what, a person could only draw once in the sword tomb, and they would have to face the joint chi of other swords. Tens of thousands of swords vibrated at the same time. The combined sword chi could even injure the blue-robed emperor. It was extremely dangerous. Moreover, after going there once, the sword tomb would remember your aura. Next time, before you could draw your sword, you would be attacked by the sword tomb as long as you got close. In Despair City, there were a few swordsmen who came to seek their luck. If they were lucky, they could draw a treasure sword. Then, it would be worth it to suffer an attack from the blue-robed emperor. However, no matter what the quality of the swords in the sword mound was, most of them were unlucky. They suffered an attack from the blue-robed emperor and even drew a broken sword. Hence, although the sword mound was famous, not many people visited it. The source of despair was hidden in such a well-known place. This was indeed somewhat surprising. Yu Bingyun entered deep thought. She knew that Xiao Qian was in Despair City. When she found the source of despair, the first person she thought of was Xiao Qian. She exchanged glances with Yi Ling. Clearly, they both had similar guesses. Whoosh! 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 Many figures appeared. The various immortal holy lands and the other outstanding talents all rushed to the sword mound without saying a word. The great fiends and major characters had not arrived yet. What else attracted the most attention in Despair City? Naturally, it had to be the source of despair. This was a treasure that countless people could not find for thousands of years. Now, it was about to see the light of day again. How could they not be tempted? Come, let's go and take a look as well. Yi Ling's golden war chariot was a little late, but it was not slow, following closely behind the group. The two guessed that the one who found the source of despair was Xiao Qian. However, they guessed wrong. Inside a dilapidated palace hall, Xiao Qian looked at the mural on the wall with interest. The mural was very beautiful, depicting a grand banquet of immortals. The location of the banquet should be in Despair City. There were many people in the mural. Xiao Qian observed carefully. Apart from many cultivators in Taoist robes, there were also many bald monks and Confucian scholars. The Buddhists, Taoists, and Confucians all chatted merrily, drinking tea and discussing the Tao. While their words and actions appeared casual, they were actually fighting in secret. The most complete mural showed a monk with a golden lotus under his feet. As he spoke, the holy sound of the Buddhist sect turned into multicolored heavenly flowers. As he spoke, golden flowers bloomed everywhere. The man with the appearance of a Confucian scholar gently fanned himself with his folding fan. His eyes glowed with a divine charm, looking bright and spirited. As the man fanned himself, he spoke the words of the Confucian scholars, speaking in an orderly manner. This clashed with the golden flowers formed by the monk's Buddhist voice. The golden flowers moved up and down with his words, creating a wondrous scene. The cultivator in Taoist robes walked in the middle with a smile on his face. He did not speak, nor did he speak of the Dharma. However, he vaguely gave off a feeling that the great Tao was silent and the great Tao was silent. The Tao was him, and he was the tyranny of the Tao. That was right. The feeling that this person gave Xiao Qian when he spoke was one word, tyrannical. It looked like the immortal epoch was an interesting age. The Buddhists, Taoists, and Confucians coexisted. The sages competed with each other. That would have been an extraordinarily bustling age. Now that the immortal Tao had collapsed, reincarnation no longer existed. Immortals no longer existed, and martial luck flourished. During the martial epoch, the later generations of the Buddhists continued to pass on their inheritance. However, the Qing emperor destroyed them 10,000 years ago. The Confucian sects had always existed. Now, the innate academy was the orthodox Confucian sect. The martial techniques and cultivation techniques in the sect were all derived from the Confucian immortal arts. However, the prestige of the Confucian sects was no longer as strong as before. They could now split the world into three. Furthermore, the inheritances of the sect were all obtained by the later generations and were not complete. If one day, when Shaoqin was free, he could go to the various ancient remnants and explore the secrets of the immortal epoch, that would be a joyous thing. After looking at the murals, Shaoqin sighed in his heart. The immortal epoch would definitely be an even more majestic age. The world would not be limited to the Kunlun realm. Also, no one would ask if there was a martial god after Prime, which was a rather sorrowful question. All the cultivation realms and magic skill inheritances were complete. Shaoqin frowned. He clearly felt the fluctuations of the aura of despair in the air. He looked to the west of the city and muttered to himself, someone actually found the source of despair first. Shaoqin took out the map and compared it with his finger. Then, he pointed to the sword mound in the west of the city. It was actually in the sword mound. However, when he thought about it, it was highly possible. There were many swords in the sword mound. The sword refined by the despair throne was hidden among them. Furthermore, there was a large formation laid down below. There were swords of varying quality, so it would be very difficult for others to find it. This time, for some unknown reason, the sword was found. If Shaoqin guessed right, it was very likely that it was a coincidence. Someone accidentally came into contact with that treasured sword with hidden mysteries. A chance of 1 in 10,000. This probability was pitifully small. No wonder no one had found the source of despair after so many years. With a thought, Shaoqin summoned 4 small birds made of astral pearls. They turned into beams of light and quickly flew over. Then, he unfurled the cycle banner. A shield of light appeared and collected the astral pearls. Now that someone had found the source of despair, the astral pearls of massacre, death, ruin, and grief were naturally useless. Although Shaoqin was somewhat surprised that someone beat him to it, it did not matter. Before the great fiends arrived, the major characters were not around. With Emperor Wu not making a move, Shaoqin was confident of snatching the source of despair. After leaving Despair City, Shaoqin stood on the sea and put on the Neptune crown. Within the domain, the small perfection blue-robed emperor would die one after another. They would not even have a chance to flee. No matter how many there were, Shaoqin did not fear the great perfection blue-robed emperor. If anyone wanted to fight him, they would have to consider the consequences. With the domain of the Neptune crown, the huge gap between Shaoqin and the great perfection blue-robed emperor narrowed significantly. In a clash, even if Shaoqin could not defeat the great perfection blue-robed emperor, he would be able to severely injure the other party and make them pay a painful price. Only the peak consummation blue-robed emperor would be somewhat problematic. However, as long as there were not 4 or 5 of them at once, Shaoqin could leave easily. The despair throne belonged to Shaoqin. No one could stop him. A domineering look flashed in Shaoqin's eyes as he put on the Neptune crown. Then, he pushed off the ground and headed for the sword mound. Shaoqin moved like a dragon, scattering the wind and clouds. At this moment, the aura of despair gathered in the sword mound had already materialized, turning into a black hurricane that howled in the air. When all the outstanding talents arrived and saw the black hurricane, they all took a deep breath. If they got hit by this hurricane, it would be very uncomfortable. They might even fall into an illusion, unable to extricate themselves. 3 cultivators wearing Taoist robes stood on the barren land filled with swords. When they saw the arriving outstanding talents, they smiled bitterly. How long had it been? They had just coincidentally found the treasure sword containing the source of despair and blocked a few waves of attacks from the group of swords. Yet, they were surrounded by such a large group of people. Furthermore, all of them had frighteningly powerful backgrounds. They were not easy to deal with. I was wondering who it was. So, it is the people of the Penglai Sea. After finding this source of despair, why are you still not moving? Do you think that you can take away such a treasure? The red-clad holy son of the five poison sect said rudely. The cultivators on both sides showed rage on their faces. Only the calm-looking white-robed cultivator in the middle said calmly, "Five poison sect?" If I remember correctly, before the five poison sect master advanced to sovereign martial emperor, his poison entered his body, seeping deep into his blood and marrow. If not for my master's help, he would have died long ago. The red-clad young master's expression froze. He exclaimed in shock, "Your master is Immortal Venerate Yun Chen." The white-robed cultivator smiled and said, "That is my master. I am his third disciple, Gong Shanyu." Chapter 1068. Immortal Venerate Yun Chen was famous throughout the entire heavenly starry ocean. He had deep friendships with the masters of the various holy lands. In addition to his magical treasures, his alchemy skills that had reached the pinnacle of perfection made it difficult for others to become enemies with him. Immortal Venerate was not a cultivation rank. It was just a title, referring to those cultivators who had cultivated their immortal arts to the point where they could no longer cultivate them. Such an Immortal Venerate was very powerful. If the immortal epoch existed, he could succeed in his tribulation at any time and ascend to immortality. There were only 3 immortal supremacies in the entire Penglai Sea. Even if the immortal Tao did not exist and there were no tribulations to read, with their magic skills and many magic treasures, immortal venerates could compete with sovereign martial emperors. He was the disciple of Immortal Venerable Yun Chen. This made things a bit difficult. What? Are you trying to scare us away by using Venerable Yun Chen's name? The one who spoke was Chu Yang, the palace master of the Zodiac Hall. As one of the 3 primes of the heavenly starry ocean, in terms of strength and status, Immortal Venerate Yun Chen was much inferior. Gong Shanyu smiled and said, "Naturally, I do not dare to. I, Gong Shanyu, am not someone who does not understand the situation. The reason why I'm using my master's name is because I want to discuss something with all of you. Beneath my feet is a treasured sword refined from the source of despair. If anyone is able to pull this sword out, they will be able to obtain it. The sword belongs to that person. If he can't pull it out, then this sword will be taken by us junior brothers. How about it? Of course, for the sake of fairness, the seniors of the various sects cannot interfere." Many outstanding talents whispered to each other and discussed with their seniors. It had to be said that Gong Shanyu's suggestion was perfect. There was only one treasure sword. Even if Gong Shanyu did not fight for it, the other outstanding talents would not accept it. They would definitely bring the experts of their sects and start a chaotic battle. Although the source of despair was precious, there was no need to pay such a huge price for it. The harvest from the heart of the ocean was the biggest goal of this trip. Although Gong Shanyu's suggestion clearly favored Xiao Chen, it would definitely not be easy to pull out the despair sword. However, the Heavens Prides were all arrogant people. They all felt that they might be able to pull out the sword. "Senior brother, will they agree to your suggestion?" Above the sword mound, Gong Shanyu's 2 junior brothers asked softly. Gong Shanyu revealed a smile, feeling very confident. He said indifferently, "You don't agree? Hee, if you don't agree, where will you put your face? Wouldn't you be afraid of me, a cultivator? Our 5 poison sect agrees with your suggestion." The red-clothed young master from the 5 poison sect discussed with the 2 old men in the sect for a moment before making the first decision. The scholar from the Heavenly Province Academy wasn't willing to fall behind and he spoke out, "The Heavenly Province Academy has no objections either." Once someone agreed, the others would have to agree even if they didn't want to. Gong Shanyu's skill could be seen from the minute details. As for the rogue cultivators who had rushed over, they could only look on with envy. They did not dare to express their dissatisfaction in such a situation. If he really stood out, the other holy lands would join forces to suppress him. The gains would not make up for the losses. He could only watch the show from the sidelines. Who wants to go first? Gong Shan Yu stood in the middle of the black hurricane above the sword mound. He smiled faintly as he spoke. No one moved for a long time after Gong Shan Yu spoke. Everyone knew that this treasure sword that contained the source of despair was definitely not simple. No one was stupid. Gong Shan Yu would not make such a suggestion and let someone else take away the despair sword for free. They wanted to be the first to snatch the sword, but they were afraid of taking the risk and the negative consequences. The outstanding talents felt very conflicted. I'll go. After a while of silence, the red-clothed young master from the Five Poison sect soared into the air with an untamed look in his eyes. The black hurricane howled, and the horrifying state of despair made everyone feel unbearable pain. The red-clothed young master narrowed his eyes and resisted the invasion of the state of despair. His figure flashed, and he moved through the hurricane, arriving before Gong Shan Yu and the others. Despite being in the center of the hurricane, this place was very calm. Not even the sound of wind could be heard. Please. Gong Shan Yu and his two junior brothers retreated far away. They only stopped when they were out of the entire sword mound. The red-clothed young master looked down and fixed his gaze on a black sword flickering with a faint light. He stepped on the air and slowly arrived before the sword. Everyone turned to look at Lin Fan, looking forward to what would happen next. They could not let this fellow take advantage of them. Otherwise, they would suffer a great loss. That was what most people thought. Risk and opportunity coexisted. The first person to appear would definitely face the greatest risk. However, the opportunity was also the greatest. The red-clothed young master kept his cool and descended. Then, he walked through the group of swords and arrived before the sword. This young master will be taking this sword. The red-clothed young master shouted and stretched out his hand to grasp the sword hilt. Then, he circulated all the law energy in his body and pulled it up. With this movement, the tens of thousands of swords in the sword mound buzzed at the same time. Every sword gave off a black sword chi. The black sword chi gushed out, forming thousands upon thousands of them. They gathered in the air like countless tributaries merging into a great river. In that instant, the aura surged 100 times, 1,000 times. The sword tore through space and charged forward. It was like a meteor or lightning, unbelievably fast. However, it was not over yet. The 10-odd black tornadoes in the sky above the sword mound seemed to be sentient as they attacked at the same time. Even if the red-clothed young master could block the ferocious sword chi, the 10-odd tornadoes of despair, which were nearly solid, would catch him in a pincer attack. Even if he did not die, he would be half dead. The red-clothed young master revealed a complicated expression. He had not expected to meet with such a choice the moment he touched the sword hilt and before he had even used any strength. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the red-clothed young master made his decision. He let go and dodged the sword chi. His figure flashed, and he found an opening to escape from the surrounding tornadoes. Bang! Who could have expected the 18 tornadoes to merge into one and produce a horrifying black shock wave? The red-clothed young master could not dodge in time and was struck by the shock wave. The red-clothed young master vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. He fell into an illusion of despair, his face filled with horror. The experts of the Five Poison sect quickly stood up and woke the red-clothed young master from the illusion. Challenge failed. Gong Shan Yu revealed an expression of having expected this. His lips curled up in a faint smile. Even with his soul transformation realm cultivation, he could not draw the sword by himself. He did not believe that any of these outstanding talents could do it. Even a small perfection existence like the blue-robed emperor would have to think twice before forcefully drawing the sword when facing this chain of attacks. The difficulty of drawing the sword was very high. The outstanding talents remained silent as they considered this. Even if they had to pay the price of being severely injured to draw the sword, was it worth it for the source of despair? If they were injured, it would be troublesome in the heart of the ocean later. Let me try. The elegant scholar from the Heavenly Province Academy stepped forward and said. The Five Poison sect was famous for their poison attacks. Their combat prowess might be very high, and it would not be difficult for them to challenge those of a higher cultivation. However, in the current situation, they still had to rely on their fundamentals. Unorthodox methods would not be of much use. The elegant scholar felt that his fundamentals were much stronger than the red-clothed young masters, so he should have a chance. By paying an extremely small price, he could successfully snatch the sword. As long as he could scatter the sword of despair, he would still have some energy left. With his movement technique, he would be able to draw the sword and escape. His movement technique was graceful, and he easily avoided the hurricane that was coming from all directions, landing beside the sword of despair. When the elegant scholar grasped the sword of despair, a similar scene occurred once more. The scholarly man folded his folding fan. The righteous chi in his body was like a vast river, boundless and boundless. The righteous chi flowed along the folding fan and turned into a beam of light that clashed with the despairing sword chi. Boom! The two clashed, resulting in a loud explosion that exceeded the elegant scholar's expectations. With 50% of his strength, he only managed to scatter most of the sword of despair. The remaining sword of despair continued to fly in his direction. The elegant scholar frowned and decisively let go of the sword of despair. He soared into the sky like an eagle, circling 3 times before soaring a few thousand meters into the sky. Then, he dove down and landed outside the sword tomb. He dodged the shockwave created by the hurricane. Although he failed the challenge, he was not injured at all. When the hurricane of despair scattered, a few more people came over to try and snatch the sword of despair. However, when the sword of despair and the hurricane attacked at the same time, they found it hard to block. If they clashed head-on, they would only suffer significant injuries. It was not worth it. Big brother, go and give it a try. With your strength, you can definitely obtain it easily, the myriad fiend islands Mu Qingyun encouraged. Di Xinhan shook his head and said, I cannot expose my trump card here. It is not worth it. The Lunar Palace's holy daughter stood on the golden war chariot and looked around, looking like she was searching for someone. However, after looking around a few times, she did not see the person she was looking for. She could not help revealing a doubtful expression. The young treasure master, Yi Ling, knew that the holy daughter was looking for someone. When he looked around, he also had a strange expression. How come I do not see that person at such an important occasion? Does he not care about this sword? Yi Ling did not care about this for now. He collected his thoughts and shook his head. Most importantly, he chose to give up. The remaining strong people who had not made a move yet, Chu Yang, Ling Xiaofan, and Tong Susu, all considered for a while and chose to give up. Their reason was the same as Di Xinhan's, they did not want to expose their trump cards here. Gong Shanyu smiled faintly and said in a clear voice, everyone here comes from extraordinary backgrounds. I believe you are all people who keep your word. If no one is willing to try, then I can only accept this sword with my 2 junior brothers. Seeing Gong Shanyu's cocky expression, the outstanding talents present all felt upset, feeling extremely depressed. After being made a fool of in front of everyone, no one would feel good in their heart. No one said anything, no one came to try. Gong Shanyu smiled and said, since there is no one else, then I will thank the Holy Science for helping me achieve my goals. I will reluctantly accept this sword. Just as Gong Shanyu and the other 2 were about to make a move, a discordant voice rang out. Since you are reluctant, then I think it is best if you do not accept it. The sudden voice surprised everyone. Who was so bold as to not give face to Immortal venerate Yunchen? Most of the people in the heavenly starry ocean who had the confidence to say such words were already here. Who was this person? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a person in white robes. The blood on his robes had not dried yet. It seemed like he had just experienced a battle and rushed over before he could rest. This person had a delicate face and a blue headscarf on his forehead. As he walked over, he had a cold and emotionless expression. Aside from deep and cold eyes, there was no other emotion. Chapter 1069. Shao Chen, Blue Dragon King Shao Chen. Any cultivator of any strength in the heavenly starry ocean had probably seen this attire and this face before. In the Cloud Sea domain, Xiaochen instantly killed the 8 blue-robed emperors. After that, he killed 2 of the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's blue-robed emperors. To dare to take the Holy Daughter's pulse and carry her away in public, only the Kunlun continent's Blue Dragon King, Xiaochen, could do such a thing. Who wouldn't know the name of the Blue Dragon King? Unfortunately, this type of person only had 20 years to live. He was destined to die young, unable to reach the Great Tao. He would only be like a meteor, shining for a moment before quickly falling. But now, no one dared to look down on him, and no one was willing to look for trouble. Xiaochen. Blue Dragon King Xiaochen, I've heard of you. However, no matter how famous you are, you still have to follow the most basic rules. Now, according to the rules, this sword already belongs to me, Gong Shanyu. Gong Shanyu frowned slightly. He was really unlucky to have Cheng Yaojin appear out of nowhere. However, after much effort, he finally managed to snatch the Sword of Despair from the hands of so many geniuses. Now that he was just one step away, he would not give up no matter what. Xiaochen ignored him and glanced at the sword mound. Fortunately, the Sword of Despair was still there and hadn't been taken away. On the way, Xiaochen rushed over, but he just happened to run into a high-rank profound beast. With the strength of the blue-robed emperor and his cunning character, it took Xiaochen quite some time. He thought that by the time he arrived, the Sword of Despair would have already been snatched away by the time he arrived. Xiaochen, don't you even follow the most basic rules? When Gong Shanyu saw that Xiaochen ignored him, he showed an unhappy expression. Rules? You call that a rule? Xiaochen smiled faintly. Nothing could be accomplished without rules. However, not everyone could set rules, and not everyone had to follow them. At the very least, Xiaochen did not need to follow the rules set by Gong Shanyu. Whoosh! Xiaochen soared into the air and flew towards the sword grave. Gong Shanyu shouted, "Stop him!" The 2 junior brothers immediately made their move. With a flick of their sleeves, a large number of magical treasures with the power to split mountains and split seas swept toward Xiaochen. There were flying swords that flickered with cold light, huge seals that were engraved with mountains and rivers, and iron nets that were covered with flames. Xiaochen did not even look at them. The beautiful mountain and river painting flew out from his palm. The mountains, rivers, and rivers gathered into a painting that blocked all the magic treasures. His figure flickered as he pounced towards the Sword of Despair in the sword catacomb. Seeing how reckless Xiaochen was, he flew toward the sword catacomb. Quite a few people couldn't help but have some thoughts. This despair sword wasn't that easy to obtain. If Xiaochen forcefully snatched the sword and got injured, there was a good chance that he would be killed here. The black hurricane of despair howled above the sword tomb, sweeping in all directions. Bang! Xiaochen stretched out his hand and punched the incoming hurricane. There was a loud sound, and this solid hurricane of despair shattered under his punch. Such a scene shocked several people. The outstanding talents who tried to snatch the sword earlier did not dare to face this hurricane head-on. They all used their movement techniques to dodge it. However, Xiaochen was extremely tyrannical. He did not have any intention of dodging. He just punched and shattered the hurricane of despair. Xiaochen forcefully endured the strong shock wave that came from the state of despair the instant the hurricane shattered. It was like nothing had happened to him. Xiaochen strolled around the sword tomb. He punched again and again, shattering all the incoming black hurricanes. Just how strong is his mental state? It was not just the outstanding talents of the same generation but even the older generation cultivators all showed changes in their expressions. They all had the ability to shatter the hurricane of despair, so it was not much. However, what was hard to resist was the state of despair that appeared the instant the hurricane shattered. If they were not careful, they would fall into an illusion, unable to extricate themselves. Earlier, the shock wave from the 5 poison sect's scarlet-clad young master had trapped him in an illusion. Without external help, he would not have been able to escape. However, Xiaochen had forcefully endured the despairing shock waves of the 10-odd tornadoes, shattering like nothing had happened to him. He landed and stretched out his hand, grasping his sword. The 10,000 swords hummed together and merged into one. Then, they flew like a meteor chasing the moon, piercing towards Xiaochen's back. The black hurricanes that were scattered earlier gathered together the instant Xiaochen grasped the sword hilt. They turned into a ferocious beast and opened their jaws, launching themselves at Xiaochen. It was like they had discussed this beforehand. Just at this instant, a bright light burst out from the chest of the Zodiac Hall's Chu Yang. It looked like he was half the sun, radiating a bright golden light. Every strand of golden light was like a blazing flame. The dark space of Despair City immediately turned bright. Ling Xiaofan's face sank. He slapped the war chariot, and the 4 deep-sea flood dragons pulling the war chariot roared ferociously. Then, they charged at Xiaochen with boundless dragon might. The 5 poison sects scarlet-clad young masters smiled coldly and attacked at the same time. A huge snake made of black venomous fog slithered towards Xiaochen. There were also some loose cultivators who wished to stir up trouble, taking advantage of the chaos to make a move. In that instant Xiaochen grasped the sword hilt, an overwhelming barrage of attacks rained down like a torrential storm, hail, and snow. As long as Xiaochen dared to continue drawing his sword, even the Blue Dragon King would lose half his life under the suppression of so many attacks. On the golden war chariot, Yu Bingyun suddenly stood up. Some changes appeared on her calm face, and the crescent moon mark on her forehead glowed with light. A strong energy slowly gathered. Yi Ling, who was standing at the side, felt slightly surprised. He said, "Miss Bingyun, there is no need to worry. I believe he will retreat in the face of difficulty and know when to give up." In such a dangerous situation, just when everyone thought that Xiaochen would give up on drawing his sword, the white-clad man holding the despair sword looked back. The white-robed man holding the despair sword glanced back, and 2 rays of light, one gold and one white, flew out from his eyes. The origins of the solar true flame and the lunar true flame chased each other. This was the first time Xiaochen used the truly perfect Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram in actual combat. Boom! The 2 opposing attributes of Yin and Yang merged perfectly with the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, forming a boundlessly charming golden diagram. It fixed the space in place, like a wall, separating the world into 2 worlds. When all the attacks struck the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, they were reflected back with multiple times the force. The one who attacked the heaviest was the most unlucky. Many of them ended up severely injured by their own attacks. Some even fainted. The surroundings turned chaotic. All sorts of horrifying shock waves surged out in all directions. Miserable cries rang out continuously. The instant the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram vanished, Xiaochen shouted and drew the despair sword. Bang! 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 Instantly, the sound of thousands of swords shattering rang out at the same time in the sword mound. The many swords all shattered into pieces. The fragments carried a strong force as they spun in all directions. The energy contained in each shard was no less than the full power strike of a great grandmaster-level martial sage. What was even more horrifying was the remnant aura of despair in the shards. Scatter! The various outstanding talents surrounding the sword mound and the hundreds of loose cultivators all revealed horrified expressions as they scattered in a fluster. The scene, which was already chaotic enough, suddenly became even more unbearable. Many disciples of the same sect were separated from each other. The center of the storm was always peaceful. The instigator of all this, Xiaochen, also had a calm expression. When Xiaochen looked around, he did not see a single person within 5 kilometers. Xiaochen's gaze fell on the despair sword. Then, he sized up the sword in his hand with interest and touched the blade with his right hand. When Xiaochen felt the despair aura lingering on his fingertip, he clicked his tongue in praise. He did not seem to fear this despair aura that terrified everyone. After the storm subsided, the group of outstanding talents and loose cultivators were in sorry states. Nearly no one had managed to escape from the earlier chaos. Even Yi Ling and Yu Bingyun, who were on the Golden War Chariot, had been flustered for a while. The sword shards tore their clothes significantly. As for the cultivators who sneak-attacked Xiaochen earlier, they were even more unlucky. The rebound from the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram had already injured them significantly. In the subsequent wave of sword shards, a few small perfection blue-robed emperor cultivators could not dodge in time and ended up dying. Xiaochen. When Chu Yang and the others saw that Xiaochen was not injured at all and was still in the mood to admire the sword, all of them felt rage burn in their hearts. Feeling many hostile gazes, Xiaochen smiled faintly and put away the despair sword. Then, he said indifferently, "Many thanks for everyone's help. This Xiao will take his leave first." Xiaochen noticed that there were many great perfection blue-robed emperors present. Each of the 6 immortal holy lands had a great perfection blue-robed emperor. Among the loose cultivators, most of them were small perfection blue-robed emperors. There were only 1 or 2 great perfection blue-robed emperors. Not only did the great perfection blue-robed emperor already condense his heavenly seal, but he also cultivated a unique soul, making his heavenly seal no longer just a form. Right now, the great perfection blue-robed emperor was 2 grades higher than Xiaochen. His dragon-shaped heavenly seal and its outline were all stars. If not for his heavenly sage laws reaching 10,000, even the small perfection blue-robed emperor would find it difficult to deal with him. In his current state, Xiaochen was confident of dealing with 1 great perfection blue-robed emperor. However, 2 would be problematic. Xiaochen could not use Neptune's crown in Despair City, he had to be above the sea. There were many great perfection blue-robed emperors here. Now that Xiaochen obtained what he wanted, his trip to Despair City came to a perfect end. Fortunately, he did not see any peak consummation blue-robed emperors. Such existences were probably preparing to undergo their great tribulation of wind and fire and rarely appeared for no reason. Xiaochen smiled faintly and turned to leave. "Damn it! How can I just let you leave after taking my things?" Naturally, the most depressed person here was Immortal Venerate Cloud Dust's 3rd disciple, Gong Shanyu. At the last moment, someone snatched away his treasure. How could Gong Shanyu swallow this frustration? Magic skill, falling stars. Gong Shanyu paled as he quickly formed hand seals with his hands. All sorts of mysterious powers turned into beams of light shooting into the sky as Gong Shanyu formed hand seals. The moment Xiaochen turned around, he quickly executed the magic skill that he had prepared for a long time. Under the influence of the magic skill, a star actually fell from the distant sky. Starlight descended, piercing through the seawater and landing on Despair City, landing on Xiaochen's body. When Xiaochen looked up, the seawater 10 kilometers around him seemed to turn transparent. He could see the starry heavens beyond the sky, forming a wondrous scene. Chapter 1070. The surface area of this star was not even the size of a speck of dust in the universe, but it was still the size of a small mountain. The world often used the term meteor to describe a cultivator's speed. Now that a real meteor had descended, everyone realized that it was much faster than they had imagined. So this is an immortal technique? Unimaginable, truly unimaginable. Many of the blue-robed emperor present smacked their lips, unable to understand what was going on. Hurry up and scatter. This star isn't big, but it has fallen from the starry sky. Even if we aren't the target, the shockwaves can still hurt us. So. The others reacted and dodged again, not wanting to be swept by the aftershocks. Xiaochen frowned slightly. Gong Shanyu truly lived up to his name as a soul transformation realm cultivator. Even Xiaochen secretly admired this magic skill. He also had his own abilities, and the starry sky storm could move the real stars. However, with the magic power of the nascent soul realm, he still had a long way to go before he could do that. If he wasn't wrong, then the senior brother that Feng Wuqing spoke of was this person. Even a rock falling from the starry sky could crush someone to death. It was easy to imagine the might of this meteorite the size of a small mountain. The geniuses in the distance placed their gazes on Xiaochen after retreating further away, waiting to see how he would react. Cultivators were few in number, and their top combat power was inferior to martial artists. But in a battle between the same generation, especially in the same realm, there were very few martial artists who could defeat cultivators by relying on magic treasures and divine abilities. Back then, the original purpose of the Four Seas hero gathering had not changed. In the competition between immortals and cultivators, cultivators always lost more than they won. Gong Shanyu's earlier suggestion clearly favored himself. However, the many outstanding talents still agreed. This was not only because of Yun Chen's master, but also because of his own strength, which was at the divine transformation realm, which was something that no one dared to underestimate. Strange, the stars haven't fallen yet. Why isn't Xiaochen taking the opportunity to escape? He can't avoid it. Didn't you see that the starlight has already landed on him? It's useless to hide at the ends of the earth. The moment the barrier of the sky is broken, the stars will pierce through the seawater and crash into him in the blink of an eye. Just thinking about it is terrifying. A meteorite the size of a small mountain falling from the sky to the ground. Just how much explosive force would it take? Immortal technique. It's been so many years since I've seen such a powerful technique. Many cultivators were not optimistic about Xiaochen's chances, unless he could use the defensive secret technique that shocked everyone earlier again. However, anyone could tell that it was not easy to use such a heaven-defying secret technique even once. How could he use it again in such a short period of time? On the golden war chariot, the young treasure master, Yi Ling, said softly, Xiaochen was still too careless. He should not have given Gong Shanyu a chance to execute his magic skill. In the hands of a soul formation cultivator, the full power of this immortal spell is something that even the blue-robed emperor wouldn't dare to underestimate. Yu Bingyun glanced at the old man driving the war chariot and said, Young treasure master, later, if the blue dragon king gets injured, I would like to ask this senior and my aunt Bai to help him leave. Yi Ling was very intelligent. Although he felt suspicious, he did not ask why. He smiled and said, since Miss Bingyun has spoken, this young master naturally will not refuse. Even Yu Bingyun did not think much of Xiaochen's chances. A soul formation cultivator completely executed the magic skill. With Xiaochen's current cultivation, it would be too difficult for him to block it. Chu Yang and the others were already storing up power in secret, preparing to deal a fatal blow the moment Xiaochen got injured, preventing him from making a comeback. Only Mu Qingyun and Yan Shisan, who were in the Myriad Fiend Island group, thought about that day. He sent out a palm strike from 50,000 meters away. He fell into deep thought, not daring to come to a conclusion. As everyone expected, the star broke through the barrier of the sky in an instant. Then, it pierced through the seawater and crashed towards Xiaochen. The instant the seawater split open, a dazzling fiery light shone even more resplendent than the sun, illuminating the sky. At this moment, the normally dark Despair City became as bright as day. Every corner of the streets and alleys was illuminated. Every cultivator adventuring in the city was stunned at this moment, not understanding what was going on. However, this light only shone for an instant. This instant was even shorter than the blink of an eye. As a result, many cultivators began to wonder if the light they saw was an illusion. Boom! A sound even louder than thunder rang out. The sky shook, and the entire Despair City trembled. This sound shook everyone's soul, startling them awake from their dreams and making them open their eyes. They wanted to see the real world, to see what method the Blue Dragon King used to block this move. The ground shook, but the white-clad Xiaochen did not move at all. A bright moon slowly vanished behind Xiaochen. However, the lofty aspirations and hot-bloodedness spreading in the air were like the wind and lightning, undying and lasting for a long time. The magic skill broke and exploded in the air. Gong Shanyu vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to one knee. Gong Shanyu's two junior brothers rushed over and helped him up. After checking that he was only weakened by the rebound of the magic skill, they relaxed slightly. Not many people clearly saw how Xiaochen made a move to explode the star at the most dangerous moment. The few people who saw it clearly were also extremely shocked. What kind of palm technique could have such a violent and explosive power? It was even stronger than a meteor falling from the starry heavens, suppressing the other party. Chu Yang and the others did not know whether to release the martial techniques they had been storing up in secret or not. They felt very conflicted. Xiaochen raised his head and looked around. Aside from the loose cultivators, the ones who intended to attack him were Zodiac Hall, Neptune's old subordinates, and the Five Poison Sect. As Xiaochen looked over, the hearts of the blue-robed emperor, who were preparing to attack in secret, tightened, and they immediately scattered the martial techniques they had prepared. With just one gaze, these people were frightened into not daring to make a move. Xiaochen had achieved his goal, so he did not linger. Right now, he was not in a good state. If the martial techniques of these blue-robed emperor landed, he would definitely be injured without the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. As everyone looked at Xiaochen's back, they all had the same thought in their hearts. Fortunately, such a person only had 20 years to live. In the age of great competition, the survivor was king. No matter how bright the meteor was, it disappeared in a flash. After shattering the star with one palm strike, Xiaochen turned around again. No one dared to make a move. After the matter was settled, Xiaochen left without a trace for 500 kilometers, leaving only his back and lofty aspirations that had yet to fade. The myriad fiend islands Di Xinhan said after a while, he lives up to his reputation. I am not comparable to him. Not every outstanding talent was as calm as Di Xinhan, saying that he was not as good as Xiaochen. However, regardless of whether they admitted it or not, before Xiaochen drew his saber, with just one palm strike, he had already subdued all the outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean. Yan Shisan said rationally, the blue-robed emperor is indeed a dividing line. Without becoming a blue-robed emperor, it would be hard to compete with him. This trip to the heart of the ocean is an opportunity for everyone. Mu Qingyun nodded and said, that's right. We are all just one step away from becoming a blue-robed emperor. All we lack is some fortuitous encounters. When we reach the blue-robed emperor realm, it is hard to say who will win. Di Xinhan said indifferently, it is also possible that we will die here. This is one of the 8 great forbidden lands. It is no joke. They're here. Yan Shisan suddenly raised his head and said. They're here. A major character approaching the end of his lifespan is indeed here. Everyone present could feel a vast might bearing down on them. Although this might was strong, there was a formless aura of the setting sun in the west. With such a special might, there was no need to guess. It was the long-awaited great fiends. These major characters were nearing the end of their lifespans and could not be bothered to withdraw their auras. They were also unwilling to be harassed by profound beasts, which resulted in such a strong might. At the city gates of Despair City, 3 fiend race old men and a middle-aged man looked at the city walls with complicated expressions. The immense pressure that permeated the entire Despair City originated from the 3 old men. The 4 were all greater heavenly Emperor Wu. However, in terms of strength, the middle-aged man's aura was slightly stronger than the 3 old men's. The middle-aged man had a significant background. His name was Zong Buxiong. He founded the Heavenly Evil Gate in the Black Sea and was known as the Heavenly Evil Emperor. In the Black Sea, he was as famous as the 13 Great Bandits. He had a long lifespan. However, he came to the heart of the ocean to seek an opportunity to be conferred king. The 3 old men came from the myriad fiend island. They were already nearing the end of their lifespans. They were people who counted the days. The heart of the ocean was one of the 8 great forbidden lands. With their greater heavenly emperor Wu's cultivation, wanting to enter the heart of the ocean to search for the heaven-defying divine medicine that could change one's fate was no different from suicide. In reality, the forbidden lands had always been the burial ground of great emperors in their twilight years. Most Emperor Wu, who was nearing the end of his lifespan, would give it his all and barge into the forbidden lands after making arrangements for his death. However, since ancient times, those who could change their fate and successfully walk out were few and far between. The 3 old men were well aware that they were walking a path of death. They would definitely not be able to return, only adding a few more emperor skeletons to the heart of the ocean. The aura of despair in the city has disappeared. The source of despair has been snatched away. Zhong Buxiong said with a doubtful expression. The three old men had long sensed that the aura of despair had disappeared. However, there was no change in their expressions. They had already seen through everything. From this small matter, one could see the difference in the mentality of Zhong Buxiong and the three old men. The source of despair can also be considered a treasure. If it was 1,000 years ago, I would definitely kill the person who snatched the source of despair. The gray-robed old man in the middle smiled faintly. These words were filled with murderous intent, but they sounded as calm as water in the old man's mouth. Just at this moment, a white figure walked out of the city gates. Facing the strong pressure of the few old men, this person was neither servile nor overbearing. He walked out with a calm expression. The gazes of the four old men immediately focused on this person. They revealed looks of admiration in their eyes. This young man was not simple. The person who came was naturally Xiao Chen. After snatching the source of despair, he was not willing to cause any more trouble, so he prepared to leave Despair City immediately. As for the heart of the ocean, Xiao Chen thought about it and decided to give it up for now. Ao Jiao was also very impressed. In order to find an opportunity to become the blue-robed emperor, the few great geniuses had to go on this trip. Xiao Chen had already reached the blue-robed emperor realm. It did not matter if he went to the periphery of the heart of the ocean or not. Chapter 1071. Since that was the case, he would not go. The people of Zodiac Hall and the divine dragon palaces of the four seas all looked at him with hostile gazes. If he went to the heart of the ocean, the danger would be hard to predict. After leaving the city gates, Xiao Chen bowed slightly to the four people not far away. After a simple bow, he brushed past them. Etiquette was a must when facing peak experts. This was a form of respect. It was the same in both the Sky Dome realm and the Kunlun realm. After Xiao Chen was far away, one of the old men said in shock, "This youth is really strange. The outstanding talents in the city are all waiting for us to open a path, yet he just walked out. Given his cultivation, he should have no problem protecting himself at the periphery of the heart of the ocean." At such a young age, he already reached the blue-robed emperor realm. Why have I not heard of such a person in the heavenly starry ocean? Has he not been out for too long? The middle-aged man, Zhong Buxiong, withdrew his gaze from Xiao Chen. He said indifferently, "He is Xiao Chen, a descendant of the Qing emperor. Now, he is conferred king by the Bushan Palace. He inherited the insignia of the Blue Dragon King and swept through the younger generation of the Kunlun continent. A descendant of the Qing emperor." The three old men's expressions suddenly changed. They quickly turned around and stared at that white figure in a daze. The Dragon's Gate was the Qing emperor. 10,000 years ago, when Neptune fell, the Qing emperor's death was too strange. Otherwise, the Dragon's Gate would not have ruled the heavenly starry ocean for so long. Now that a descendant of the Qing emperor appeared, the three old men immediately wondered if the Dragon's Gate's unification of the heavenly starry ocean would happen again. "Zhong Buxiong, how do you know so much about this person?" Zhong Buxiong replied calmly, "I have an adopted son who has many conflicts with him. If not for him, he would not be the strongest of the Black Sea's younger generation." "Why would your adopted son have a conflict with him?" Zhong Buxiong smiled mysteriously. "He came from the Sky Dome realm together with him and killed his father." "Wait, it seems like someone is following this kid. It's the people from God Dragon Palace. They really think highly of this kid. They sent 4 blue-robed emperors. It's none of our business. Let's not worry about it. Going to the heart of the ocean is more important." The 4 of them chatted for a while before walking into Despair City. Only Zhong Buxiong glanced thoughtfully at a certain place. His lips moved slightly before he followed them. Outside Despair City, Xiao Chen, who had already traveled far away, received a message in his mind. His expression immediately changed drastically as he looked around warily. "What's wrong?" Ao Jiao asked from the immortal spirit ring. Xiaoqin said cautiously, someone is watching me. For great perfection, blue-robed emperors from the divine dragon palace have been following me since I left. Just now, he had received an inexplicable message telling him that ever since he left the city, there had been 4 advanced blue-robed emperors following him. Let's go. Perhaps the people following him had some treasure to hide their auras. Xiaoqin scanned the area with his spiritual sense but found nothing. Regardless of whether it was true or not, Xiaoqin spread out the freedom wings, preparing to fly to the surface of the ocean in one breath. 2 great perfection blue-robed emperors were already more than enough to deal with for Xiaoqin. With 4 at the same time, unless Xiaoqin cooperated with Neptune's crown on the surface of the ocean, it would be hard for him to escape unscathed. The scene before Xiaoqin's eyes flashed. Then, it fixed on the surface of the ocean. Xiaoqin took a step forward, wanting to cross it. However, a formless resistance suddenly appeared. The power of the world surged in the surroundings, and the space above him froze. When Xiaoqin took a step forward, he bounced back from the folded space. Xiaoqin looked around, and 4 old men wearing dragon robes of various colors suddenly appeared, looking at him expressionlessly. The old man in blue dragon robes in the east said coldly, Xiaoqin, hand over the Neptune headscarf on your forehead, and our Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace will cut off all grudges with you. Hand over the Neptune headscarf, and the grudges between our Northern Sea, Southern Sea, and Western Sea Divine Dragon Palaces will be written off as well. The other 3 old men shouted coldly in unison. The rebound from the space was very strong. When Xiaoqin landed, he took 10 steps back before he could stabilize himself. Then, he looked at the 4 old men and frowned slightly. The 4 great perfection blue-robed emperors all circulated their heavenly laws and drove the power of the world, working together to fix the space above them. Without saying a word, Xiaoqin's figure flickered, continuously executing the roaming dragon's 9 transformations, creating thousands of clones that scattered in all directions. How stubborn! The blue-robed old man leading the group snorted coldly. Then, he drew a sword. Boundless sword chi drove the power of the world and swept out in all directions. Boom! 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 The sword chi destroyed all of Xiaoqin's clones in one breath, leaving only his main body, which had fled far away, as if it were nothing more than dry weeds. After him. The 4 old men's figures flashed as they chased after Xiaoqin. When a small perfection blue-robed emperor's heavenly seal materialized, the amount of power of the world it could communicate with would increase tenfold. When a great perfection blue-robed emperor condensed a soul for the heavenly seal, he would place his spiritual mark into it. His body would be in harmony with the heavens, allowing him to control the power of the world as he pleased. The 4 old men chasing Xiaoqin were all great perfection blue-robed emperor characters. They could control the power of the world as they pleased. As the 4 old men flew, it was like the world moved in reverse without them even moving. In terms of movement techniques, they were 1 grade higher than Xiaoqin's. If not for the boundlessly ingenious thunder dragon steps and the support of the freedom wings, Xiaoqin would not even have had a chance to flee. Sticking close to the ground, Xiaoqin unfurled the freedom wings and absorbed the power of the wind. Then, he quickly flew close to the ground. The 4 divine dragon palace old men followed Xiaoqin like shadows, like phantoms. No matter what Xiaoqin did, he could not shake them off. This was especially so for the blue-robed old man from the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace. Whenever Xiaoqin tried to increase his speed and charge into the sea, the blue-robed old man immediately swung his sword to block him. Do you think that we do not know the wondrous uses of Neptune's crown? Something that is not yours will not be yours no matter what. If you do not hand over Neptune's relic today, I will make you suffer a humiliation that you will never forget. The blue-robed old man swung his sword again. The sword chi was like a dragon, carrying the power of the world. The might of this sword locked down the entire space. If Xiaoqin tried to force his way out, the old men chasing after him would swarm over and surround him. Xiaoqin could not be bothered with them. He swooped down and gently flapped the freedom wings. A breeze blew, increasing Xiao Chen's speed by another 20%. What should we do? Ao Jiao, should we fight it out with them? Xiao Chen asked sullenly. Even after half a day, he still could not shake off the four. A determined look flashed in his eyes. Given Ao Jiao's strength and Xiao Chen's, if they fought at full power, the four would not have an easy time. However, if that happened, Xiao Chen would not be able to avoid getting severely injured. There is no rush. Go to Despair City and enter the heart of the ocean. The environment there is very complicated. We can easily avoid these people. Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, quickly stopped Xiao Chen. Given Xiao Chen's current situation, how could he allow himself to get severely injured? Under the pressure of the four, Xiao Chen had no choice but to enter Despair City. At this moment, the city was empty. The waiting outstanding talents and loose cultivators had already entered the heart of the ocean long ago. He wants to enter the heart of the ocean. Stop him! The blue-robed old man shouted. When he saw Xiao Chen heading for Despair City, he startled to his senses. Unable to care about anything else, the four worked together and executed the profound martial techniques they knew. The profound martial techniques of the Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor were several times stronger than those of the Small Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor. The moment they executed them, their auras were startling. In the dilapidated city, the old houses, collapsed walls, and damaged statues were the first to bear the brunt of the profound martial techniques, turning them into powder. Half a day had already passed. The flames in Xiao Chen's eyes had already finished accumulating. Xiao Chen looked back, and the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram quickly formed, locking down the space. It was like heaven and earth had split into two worlds. Bang! Amid startling sounds, the four strong profound martial techniques struck the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram lasted for a while before shattering. The four profound martial techniques turned into shock waves that spread out. Using this time, Xiao Chen moved quickly, moving like a dragon. In 2 breaths, he arrived at the entrance to the heart of the ocean in the city. That was a deep well flickering with white light. Normally, large numbers of superior-grade profound beasts gathered there. It would be difficult for ordinary people to approach. However, before the greater heavenly Emperor Wu, superior-grade profound beasts were clearly not enough. They had already fled long ago, creating a large space for themselves. A strong aura surged over again. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. These four were really persistent. If Xiao Chen had the strength of the Small Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor and materialized his heavenly seal, he would not be in such a sorry state. Plop! Xiao Chen decisively jumped into the deep well. The 4 Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperors of the Divine Dragon Palace were too late. When they landed, they could no longer see Xiao Chen's figure. This is somewhat difficult. Now that he entered the heart of the ocean, should we wait here or follow him down? The old man from the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace said, feeling somewhat frustrated. The blue-robed old man said sullenly, "Continue the chase. There is more than one exit to the heart of the ocean. There is no point in waiting here." After the blue-robed old man spoke, he immediately jumped in. The other 3 hesitated for a while before following suit. There was a whirlpool in the deep well. After Xiao Chen jumped in, he discovered that the whirlpool's suction could not be resisted. He felt the world spin around him as he quickly sank with the whirlpool. After some time, Xiao Chen felt his body empty, and the suction of the whirlpool vanished. Xiao Chen looked around and discovered that he was in a pitch-black space. Currently, he was descending at an extremely fast speed. This space was extraordinarily large, more than 10,000 times larger than Despair City. It was a world of its own. As Xiao Chen descended, he saw the corpses of countless strong profound beasts floating around him. Needless to say, these were all dealt with by major characters. Without these people, the people who came later would not even be able to land. There was a clump of azure water in the center of this space. This clump of water was incredibly large, containing an incredible water-attributed energy. The moment Xiaoqin saw it, he thought of the extremely horrifying divine lightning talisman in misleading Fog Lake for some reason. However, compared to the berserk and aggressive nature of the divine lightning talisman, the blue clump of water appeared gentle and mild, giving off an extremely comfortable feeling. Is that the heart of the ocean? Even from an unknown distance, Xiaoqin could only make out a silhouette. Surrounding the heart of the ocean were 7 floating ring-shaped continents. Each ring was attached to the other, like 7 huge gears slowly rotating. Chapter 1072. Xiaoqin vaguely saw a huge mountain in the 7th ring. It looked very similar to the fiery Sex Treasure Mountain that he saw in the Cloud Sea domain. Xiaoqin landed on a floating piece of land in the 7th ring. He descended at a startlingly fast speed. However, there was not much recoil when he landed. Xiaoqin sized up his surroundings. He did not know where the path ahead led to. The ground was hot and dry. Volcanoes could be seen on the magma ground, continuously spewing flames into the sky. After the flames burned, they produced fiery clouds that covered the sky. One could not see the end of it. Ao Jiao introduced this place to Xiaoqin softly. This is the outermost ring of the 7 rings of the heart of the ocean. It cannot even be considered a corner of this world. However, it produces all sorts of fire-attributed gems. Every volcano has a palace in it, and you can search for treasures there. How do I leave this place? Compared to searching for treasures, Xiaoqin was more concerned about how to leave this place. Earlier, he had roughly sized up the structure of this space. From its outline, it looked like an incredibly huge disk. The center of the disk was the heart of the ocean. 7 rings of land stuck to each other, forming the outer circle. The rest was a pitch-black space. There was no way to find a way out. This is the first ring of flames. Follow the path under your feet. At the place where it connects to the 2nd ring of ice mountains, you can choose to continue down. You can also choose to leave from the transportation formation at the side. Each of these 7 rings of land is more dangerous than the one before. However, the deeper you go, the more good things you will find. Since ancient times, many martial emperors have died on this path to the heart of the ocean. Ao Jiao explained, those outstanding talents and the blue-robed Emperor Lu's cultivators will probably only stop when they reach the 3rd ring. If you go any further, you will die for sure. They are chasing me. Xiaoqin looked up and saw 4 black dots descending quickly. Then, he did not linger any longer. He quickly headed for the front of the volcano path. Xiaoqin walked this path of burying martial emperors. The 4 people behind him lingered like ghosts, causing Xiaoqin to lose interest in searching for treasures. He only wanted to leave quickly. Otherwise, he could leave the lava path beneath his feet and search the ring of fire for a while. It would be a pity to miss such an opportunity. At first, Xiaoqin did not care much about it as he ran. However, after 5 kilometers, he felt something was wrong. The gravity here was not right. It was at least 100 times stronger than the outside world. Xiaoqin kept running. If he were in the outside world, he would have crossed 50 kilometers long ago without any pressure. He hadn't even walked 10 miles, but he already felt fatigued. His forehead was covered in sweat. After a few more tests, Chen was finally certain that the gravity was 200 times stronger. If one wanted to fly in the air, the consumption of law energy would be multiplied by 1,000 times. It was practically impossible. It was no wonder that when he first landed, there was no recoil at all. It was all offset by gravity. Xiaoqin of good. Chen said, Xiao of Chen said. Good. Martial, Chen, profound. Chen, Xiong, of Chen's to Dragon Chen C. Many hurried footprints could be seen on the path. There were also profound beasts that died not long ago, all killed in one move. There was no need to guess. This was definitely the work of a major character. This damn place is extraordinarily hot. Xiaoqin stopped and wiped his sweat. Then, he took out a water skin from the universe ring and took a big gulp. This was just the first ring, and the environment was already so harsh. It was hard to imagine how many martial emperors had to pass before they reached the most dangerous place, the heart of the ocean. Since ancient times, many martial emperors had died on this path. Flap! Little Yellow Feather suddenly flew out of the immortal spirit ring, crying out endlessly. It appeared very happy, like it had returned to its first home. What's wrong with it? Xiaochen asked, feeling suspicious. Ao Jiao also showed a confused expression. She said, Little Yellow Feather said that it wanted to find its own food. The profound cores you gave it tasted awful. Xiaochen smiled helplessly. What a picky eater. The quality of those profound cores was not low. They were no less expensive than astral cores. Call it back. This is not a place where it can run around. Hey! Where are you going? Before Xiaochen finished speaking, Little Yellow Feather flapped its wings like a faint fiery light and flew away from the path, heading for the distant volcano. Little Yellow Feather's small body did not seem to be affected by gravity. It flew very fast. Along the way, everything seemed peaceful. However, that was a major character making a move, wiping out all the profound beasts on the path. If Little Yellow Feather ran away, it would be very dangerous. Xiaochen's expression changed. He quickly stopped and chased after Little Yellow Feather. The other party had only been out for 1 month. A few inferior-grade profound beasts would be enough to take its life. However, Little Yellow Feather's speed was no slower than Xiaochen's in the first place. After Xiaochen was affected in this damn place, he could not catch up at all. In a few moments, Little Yellow Feather disappeared. Xiaochen, I'll go and take a look first. Ao Jiao felt anxious and flew after Xiaochen. As a spiritual body, she was less affected by gravity, so she was much faster than Xiaochen. With Ao Jiao giving chase, Xiaochen relaxed somewhat. With the blue-robed emperor's cultivation, he could deal with most of the profound beasts in this area. Occasionally, hot lava spewed out of the scarlet cracks on the ground. Although Xiaochen was slower, he still had his movement technique. He moved very quickly, his figure flickering. As he flew, he did not touch any lava at all. On the path, the 4 old men of the Divine Dragon Palace, who had been chasing relentlessly, stopped. They entered deep thought as they watched Xiaochen's departing figure. That brat is no longer heading to the path. There are volcanoes everywhere. It will not be easy to find him. A ruthless look flashed in the eyes of the old man from the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace. He said, We will stand guard at the transportation formation at the first pass. I don't believe that he will hide there forever. Good, let's do that, then. Relying on his senses, Ao Jiao and Little Yellow Feather stopped at the mouth of a volcano. Xiaochen climbed up after much difficulty and saw a flabbergasted scene. Heat waves surged, and profound beasts burned to death lay at the mouth of the volcano. Little Yellow Feather excitedly used its mouth to pick out the profound cores of the profound beasts. Ao Jiao watched with a smile, indicating to Xiaochen that Little Yellow Feather killed these profound beasts by itself. With a cursory glance, Xiaochen saw the corpses of inferior-grade profound beasts on the ground. These were existences equal to Grandmaster-level martial sages. Unexpectedly, they all died to Little Yellow Feather's flames. Hee hee. Don't listen to it when it says that those profound cores are not tasty. They are actually great nourishment for it. They contain some immortal chi and are the best nourishment of all nourishment. Look at it, it has already doubled in size, Ao Jiao said softly with a smile. That was indeed the case. Previously, the golden crow that Xiaochen could easily catch with 1 palm was now larger than a palm. The most important thing was that the feathers on its body had turned from their original pale yellow color to a brighter shade. The spirituality in its eyes became even stronger. Xiaochen shook his head and smiled helplessly. This fellow startled me. It turns out that the fire-attributed profound beasts at the mouth of the volcano attracted it. To think that it ate so happily. With this delay, the 4 old fellows behind us will definitely reach the first gate before us. Ao Jiao said in a vexed manner, this is indeed somewhat annoying. With 4 old fellows guarding the transportation formation, there is nothing you can do. Xiaochen had not been in such a sorry state for a long time, surrounded and blocked by so many people. The reason for this was that he did not have any true trump cards. If he still had the Qing Emperor's medallion, these 4 would not have been able to act so wantonly. Furthermore, if he were on the surface of the sea, he would still be able to use the crown of Neptune, and he would not have to fear these 4. Dragging things out like this is not a solution. You only have 5 years to advance to Martial Emperor. You need to find a large amount of resources. At this point, Ao Jiao paused for a while. It seemed like she had made a decision but did not know whether to make it or not. Damn! Little fellow, what are you trying to do? After Little Yellow Feather finished eating the fire-attributed profound core, it patted its belly with its wings. Then, it flew into the mouth of the volcano and spread its wings. Xiaochen and Ao Jiao's expressions changed as they looked down from the mouth of the volcano. Boom! Horrifying lava spewed out of the mouth of the volcano, accompanied by a horrifying heat wave. Explosions rumbled endlessly within the volcano, looking very frightening. The 2 moved quickly and dodged in advance. The earlier scene was rather thrilling. Little Yellow Feather. Ao Jiao revealed a worried expression as she cried out, wanting to rush over in a hurry. Xiaochen quickly grabbed her and said, "Calm down. It is a holy beast of flame in the first place. Such an environment will not be able to harm it. If you rush over, you will only harm yourself." Xiaochen's words startled Ao Jiao out of her reverie. She said, "Little Yellow Feather is normally very obedient. There must be something under the volcano that attracts it. Otherwise, it would not be so disobedient. That is most likely it." Xiaochen frowned and said, "However, there are medial-grade profound beasts, even superior-grade profound beasts, in the volcano. It is truly worrying for it to be so impulsive. What should we do? What should we do if this little fellow gets eaten by someone?" Ao Jiao showed an anxious expression, but she could not do anything. The surging flames slowly subsided, and the mouth of the volcano calmed down. However, the explosions did not stop at all, continuing to rumble endlessly. Something must have happened. I'll go down and take a look. It was rare for Ao Jiao to be so concerned. Xiaochen did not want her to be disappointed, so he spoke up. However, the temperature of this volcano is at least 10,000 degrees Celsius. It is too risky for you to go down. Ao Jiao was still rational, not willing to let Xiaochen take the risk. It's fine. I have the Neptune headscarf, a rank 4 sage body, a great perfection will of ice, and this blue dragon robe. That is enough. After Xiaochen spoke, the azure energy of the Blue Dragon King insignia on his chest moved according to his thoughts. It quickly radiated out and dyed his white robe's azure, protecting Xiaochen. Come in, then. Ao Jiao nodded and turned into a beam of light, entering the immortal spirit ring. Xiaochen took a deep breath, and his forehead flickered. The will of ice spread throughout his body, and the azure Neptune headscarf gave off a faint light. As Xiaochen stood at the mouth of the volcano, he leaped down to see what the little golden crow had encountered in there. The lava flowed like water at the mouth of the volcano. Xiaochen leaped down and instantly sank in. Even though Xiaochen was fully prepared, he still found the temperature of more than 10,000 degrees Celsius unbearable. As he continued to sink, he found it even more unbearable. Xiaochen's entire body turned bright red and incredibly hot. He felt like his internal organs were burning. Chapter 1073. The temperature below had more than doubled. If not for the great perfection will of ice, Xiaochen would have already died. While Xiaochen's bones might not melt, his skin, flesh, and blood would definitely turn into a pool of blood. Fortunately, Xiaochen still had the Neptune headscarf. At the crucial moment, it would send out a cooling energy that spread throughout his body. Not only did it reduce the body's heat, but it also allowed Xiaochen to maintain a clear head at all times. He could think clearly at any moment. Although the Neptune headscarf did not have any substantial offensive power, it was much more important than several secret treasures in Xiao Chen's eyes. The old man from the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace wanted Xiao Chen to hand over the Neptune headscarf. How could that be possible? Xiao Chen did not know what the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace was thinking. The Divine Dragon Palaces of the other three seas only wanted the Neptune headscarf. Only the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace wanted the Neptune headscarf. Whoosh! Xiao Chen, who had been traveling against the flow of lava to its source, fell into the air. Then, he found himself in a vast flaming cavern. Everywhere Xiao Chen looked was a dazzling, glaring, painful light. Xiao Chen adjusted his position and looked from the air. The source of the golden light was Little Yellow Feather. At this moment, it was in its combat mode, just like when it was running wildly in the desolate sea. Little Yellow Feather was currently in an intense battle with a three-headed flaming profound beast. Most of the explosions outside came from this battle. That flaming profound beast was not famous. Its three heads looked like a wolf, a lion, and a tiger. Its aura was extremely horrifying, at least as strong as a superior-grade profound beast. That was, an existence equal to the blue-robed emperor. Even though Little Yellow Feather entered a berserk state, it was still at a disadvantage. The three-headed profound beast had a strong immunity to flames. Hence, Little Yellow Feather's killing move was somewhat weak. The dense solar flame could not do much damage when it struck the other party. If not for its advantage in size and agility, Little Yellow Feather would have fallen long ago. Thousand Frost Battle Snow, Jagged Bones. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he joined the battle. He did not hesitate to send out a profound martial technique. Frost spread under his feet. The temperature of the entire flame cavern plummeted. Large snowflakes began to fall. The three Xian beasts were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. The flames on their bodies were immediately extinguished and covered with a layer of white frost. When the saber light slashed out, it was filled with an indomitable spirit. It pressed forward with an indomitable will. If not me, then who else? The three Xian beasts, whose defenses had dropped significantly, were directly cut into two halves by the saber, dying on the spot. When faced with a Xian beast that was only comparable to the blue-robed emperor, it would not take much time for him to use a targeted martial technique to launch a surprise attack. Little Yellow Feather sheathed its saber and scattered its light. Its eyes flickered with excitement as it charged at Xiao Chen. Little fellow, this should be enough to shock you. Seeing Little Yellow Feather flying towards him, Xiao Chen smiled to himself, not revealing any of his strength. Given the pride of the Golden Crow, it would never submit to you. Whoosh! Little Yellow Feather brushed past Xiao Chen. Then, it opened its tiny mouth and quickly picked out the profound cores of the three Xian beasts. Then, it chewed on them with relish. Xiao Chen could not help feeling depressed. Once again, the little fellow ignored him. Ao Jiao flew out of the Immortal Spirit Ring and floated over to Little Yellow Feather. Then, she teased it and asked what made it so impulsive. Flap. 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 After Little Yellow Feather finished eating the profound cores, its feathers became much brighter. It flew over to Xiao Chen and proudly pointed its butt at him. This is too much. What is it doing? Just as Xiao Chen was about to dodge, the three golden tail feathers of the Golden Crow suddenly lit up. Flames burned around them, flickering with a crystalline light. One of the tail feathers slowly fell off. Then, Little Yellow Feather turned around and placed the fallen tail feather in its mouth. Then, it brought it to Xiao Chen. This is the solar plume feather of the Golden Crow Holy Beast. There are only 3 of them. Every one that falls off means one less. This is the life-saving trump card of the Golden Crow race. In times of danger, you can use it to save your life. I want to give it to you. Ao Jiao gently drifted over with a smile as she explained the situation. Xiao Chen suddenly understood. At least this little fellow still has some conscience. He stretched out his hand and held that tiny tail feather in his hand. Xiao Chen sent in his spiritual sense. Initially, he did not care much about it. Now, his expression turned grave. The energy contained in the tail feather actually made Xiaochen feel some fear. It contained a boundless ancient aura. It seemed like the golden crows of every generation passed down their energy before they died, accumulating it generation after generation. Xiaochen did not know how strong this energy was. Xiaochen estimated that with this energy and the tiny golden domain, it would not be difficult for him to kill Emperor Wu. There were only 3 life-saving chances, and this little fellow was actually willing to give him one. He had not expected this. When Little Yellow Feather saw Xiaochen holding the solar plume feather and flapping its wings, joy was evident in its eyes. It was extremely happy that Xiaochen accepted its tail feather. I asked clearly. There is an earth core flame at the bottom of the lava lake. After Little Yellow Feather swallows it, its strength will soar, Eo Jiao continued. An earth core flame. No wonder it was so rash. That is one of the peak yang flames. Xiaochen put away the golden solar plume feather and said, there should still be profound beasts in there. I'll go down alone and help him extract the earth core flame. Ao Jiao nodded and watched as Xiaochen jumped into the lava lake. Then, she carried Little Yellow Feather to a rock and sat down with a complicated expression in her eyes. Little Blondie was in a very excited mood, chattering non-stop. Ao Jiao maintained a faint smile on her face. However, as she gazed at the calm lava lake, she would occasionally get distracted. Naturally, Ao Jiao was not worried about Xiaochen's safety. Even if there were superior-grade profound beasts in there, no matter how many there were, Xiaochen would have a way to deal with them. What Ao Jiao was worried about was the demonic curse of advancing to Martial Emperor in 5 years. The Thunder King advanced to Martial Sage at the age of 30 and became the Blue-Robed Emperor at the age of 35. After that, he spent 10 years before becoming Emperor Wu. Ao Jiao was clearer than anyone else on how arduous the path to Martial Emperor was. Just reaching small perfection of the Blue-Robed Emperor would take an ordinary person 10 years to slowly cultivate. Xiaochen's situation was even worse. His accumulations were deeper. As a result, the resources required for the Blue-Robed Emperor to reach small perfection were even greater. Should I tell him where the Thunder King's treasures are? Ao Jiao thought, feeling somewhat conflicted. If she told Xiaochen about the Thunder King's treasures, she would have to shoulder the burden of the Thunder King's death. However, the person who killed the Thunder King was definitely not the Changtian Martial Emperor, someone who could fight a prime as a conferred king. How strong was the Thunder King? Even if he was injured, he was not someone that a mediocre expert like Xie Changtian could kill. A faction that dared to kill even a prime, what kind of backing did it have? No one dared to underestimate it. Boom! Lava splashed in the center of the lake. Xiaochen leaped out while holding a clump of hot flames. The golden crow cried out happily and quickly flew over to catch the flame. Ao Jiao smiled faintly and collected her thoughts. Then, she flew over and asked, "Are you injured?" "I'm fine. They are just some medial-grade profound beasts. Aside from one king-grade profound beast, there is no threat." Xiaochen circulated his energy and scattered the lava on his body. He did not notice the strange expression on Ao Jiao's face. Little Yellow Feather, refining the earth core flame will take some time. I can use this time to break through to the second layer of the Blue Dragon Body Nourishing Art. Once I reach the second layer, I will be able to condense the Blue Dragon Battle Armor. At that time, if Little Yellow Feather can advance further and the 4 old fellows dare to stop me, I will fight it out with them. Xiaochen had already reached 10 Dragon Force long ago. The first layer of the Blue Dragon Body Nourishing Art was already at the peak. He could have broken through long ago. However, he had not been willing to use that damaged Emperor-grade secret treasure with a dragon's soul back then, so he had delayed until now. He could not keep getting chased. Since he could not shake off the 4 old fellows from the Divine Dragon Palace, he would fight them head-on. Even if he could not beat them to death, he had to beat the 4 old fellows until they were afraid and wary of him. The Blue Dragon King was not someone they could chase casually. Back then, Xiaochen had tossed away the Emperor-grade secret treasure with a dragon soul, delaying the advancement of the blue dragon to the second layer until now. Now that he thought about it, Xiaochen did not feel any regret. He disdained using a soul that had lost the pride of a dragon. With a thought, Xiaochen sighed and took out the true Dragon King's spine from the universe ring. The soul of the long and narrow true dragon spine was still present, and its dragon might did not scatter. The moment Xiaochen released it, a vast dragon might spread throughout the entire flaming cave. As the true dragon's spine vibrated, the entire cave trembled. Rocks fell continuously amid rumbling sounds. Originally, Xiaochen had intended to use this true dragon spine to obtain Heavenly Star Island's luck. Now that the situation forced him, he could only use it himself. Actually, there was a better choice, the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet, heaven-subduing stone. If he could suppress the outstanding talents in Bright Moon City 1 year later, he could bring the mountain tablet back to Heavenly Star Island. Xiaochen's eyes sank as he circulated the blue dragon body nourishing art. A strong suction came out from his palm. The true dragon's spine flew into the air and slowly entered Xiaochen's body along with the suction.